Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare! I went after the airborne forces on my own head. Of course, he got it. And why weren't you sitting at home, but still, brother, an anime fan? I had a pancake viewing marathon with my friend to watch Naruto. I myself, in principle, am not against Japanese animation, but in moderation. And this, the story of lies, betrayal and imbecility in the leading role, although kind, thank you, I have become too brutal over the past 5 years. As my dad crashed and his fellow co-founders began to tear the company apart, he became furious. Apparently this cartoon still subconsciously touches something in me, you know, there is some connection with reality. It was with these thoughts that I walked to the kiosk at the bus stop. And there are 4 foreheads in vests and blue caps. And of course, the soul of the brave paratroopers asks for adventure. So I wasn't surprised by the question about whether it served. At all, my participation in the dialogue came down to the question, guys, should you talk or wave? I really didn't wait for an answer, a bottle came stupidly from behind, and I only had time to think, uncharacteristic behavior for a landing force. I came to my senses in some bushes. My whole body is aching, my head is spinning, the picture is swimming. Yes, it looks like it wasn't enough for them to just knock me out, they also trampled on me. How he remained alive, who knows? I'm such a peaceful guy, and I don't know any special physical abilities or any martial arts. Of course, like everyone else when I was young, I went to a couple of different sections, but I didn't stay anywhere for more than 6 months or a year, and then somehow the interest faded away, it wasn't enough. Okay, let's get up, stop lying around. So, muttering commands to myself under my breath, I crawled out and out of the bushes. And then a street lamp illuminated one of my points of support, a child's palm, they sailed, at this point my consciousness left me. As in that joke, and then the asphalt hit me. The new awakening turned out to be less painful and more pleasant. Firstly, I was lying in bed, which in itself is not bad. Secondly, I was obviously treated, at least bandaged. Thirdly, I'm alive, and I can even actively move. True, all this pales against the background of the fact that I am now moving the body of a 5-year-old. You got hurt, you got hit, all you have to do is figure out where, who, and what to do next. The sound of a door opening, footsteps, and someone in a white robe with a familiar badge on the right side of his chest comes into view. And I saw this badge in the anime that my brother was watching, and then they finished me off. How are you feeling, Naruto-kun? That's better, thank you. Wow, I can also speak Japanese or something similar, and my name doesn't leave much room for imagination. What happened to me? I do not remember anything. A classic of the genre, fortunately I've read a lot about the hit and runs, so for now there's no gag, amnesia is all we have. Well, you were brought to the hospital by some ANBU, judging by your injuries, someone beat you up badly. Here she became wary, apparently it dawned on me that I didn't remember what I said. You don't remember anything at all? Absolutely, even what my name is. Wait, I'll call the doctor now. It doesn't seem like she was a shinobi, but she disappeared like a real ninja. I won't talk much about my stay in the hospital. All the fractures and other makeup were put in order within a week. I spent the same amount of time playing the fun game, I don't remember, but I don't remember. We froze for 3 days, then they called the local brainiac, and that's when I got cold feet. And, apparently out of horror that I would now be discovered and dragged away for experiments with anal probing, I remembered about some miscreant who got out of a similar situation by simply slipping in a mix of horror films. I won't say that the comrade who examined me was taken away, but the guy looked pale after digging in my head. I had never complained about imagination before, but here in my brains and thoughts such a gathering of strangers, predators, Frankensteins and other talking mold had formed. In short, the guy was clearly impressed. The day of discharge arrived, they gave me a washed suit and sent me home. Good damn people, I left the hospital and sat on a bench, but what else to do? They didn't give me an address, I'm not talking about the card or swiping it. So I sat there, admiring the abundance of greenery and the monumental faces of the previous rulers of the village. Although what the heck is a village, it's quite a provincial town. A mixture of a military town and a Cossack village in one bottle. Hokage's office. And what is the little fox doing? Asked the old man, who looked like an old monkey, releasing puffs of smoke from his nostrils and taking another puff from his pipe. Sarutobi Dano is sitting. The head of the ANBU answered with a bow. It sits well, of course. What do you say, Yamanaka-san? Same as before, he really lost his memory. The mess that's in his head is the result of the destruction of mental bookmarks. Let me remind you, I was always against so many of them, and even so hastily installed. What does this threaten us with? Yes, in general, nothing. He now has ideal protection of the mind. A kind of mental shield, simple, but in his case almost absolute. Why? Chakra, in fact, so much chakra was poured into the simplest shield that it would be enough for several higher techniques. As a result, what came out of the usual shield of images was who knows what. Okay, what are your predictions, Shikaku-san? The same as before. I agree with Yamanaka, proper upbringing, anchors from attachments and nothing more. Fine. ANBU-san, have one of your men take the boy home and look after him. We'll answer questions that, of course, do not touch on some topics. You understand? Hi Hokage-sama. Having bowed, the ANBU officer disappeared into the shunshin. Naruto. A bench near the hospital. It was just boring to sit like that. But I had no choice. Sooner or later someone will come anyway. I don't believe that the bearer of the bijou will just be abandoned like that. I don't know what the big bosses and the Babizians with the pipe are up to, but I physically cannot lose in this staring contest. I really don't know where to go. So let's think about our immediate plans for now. Now I'm 5 years old, next year I have to enter the Shinobi Academy. Nothing depends on me here, it's a natural path for an orphan with a developed chakra. And you shouldn't lie to yourself. All my life I loved books, mostly science fiction and fantasy, and I loved computer toys. I imagined myself in the place of this or that hero, but in fact I was simply running away from gray reality. And here is a real world of magic, I admit, unique, and most importantly, here real life and adventures await me. This world is more honest. Here everything is decided by personal strength. No money and connections, of course, also occupy a significant place, but still they are far from what I saw in my past life. Alas, the intestines with scraps and the blood of the killed enemy will also be real, just like your own. This somewhat spoils the picture. It's okay, I'll survive somehow. If only I could come to an agreement with the fox inside me, it would be absolutely wonderful. Alas, I don't know how to get into my inner world. Correction, I don't know yet. The method proposed in the anime is not an option. Getting hit on the head is very unpleasant. In general, while I was in the hospital, I thought a lot, but somehow about everything at once. Now, on this very bench, one might say the fate of the world is being decided, results are being summed up and plans are being developed. It sounds pretentious, but it is essentially true. So, the first is to achieve personal power, the second is to live a long and happy life, stop vegetating. There are several ways to achieve the first point, and the simplest of them is Biju. Kyubi is certainly a strong card, but far from a joker. In general, there are many questions with these demons. They seem to be cool guys, but for some reason they are constantly being kicked and sealed. During the short intervals that they are free. There are a lot of corpses. It's a pity that it's mostly ordinary people who suffer. The main villains, or rather the opponents against whom they are deployed, for the most part remain quite capable, although, as a rule, they retreat, but it happens that they give the demons a full blow. Often together with the carriers. It is most effective to work in symbiosis, the demon battery and some other advantages, depending on the type, and the Jinchuriki carriers, the rest. I don't presume to confirm this, it's just that, in my opinion, the bestial form of demons in itself says a lot about their mental abilities. I understand, it sounds very arrogant, but I'm still inclined to think, full-fledged brains without normal manipulators, such as hands or analogs, and with an excess of power, who will pump them up. And the fact that animals have some kind of understanding has long been proven by experiments on rats. And these little creatures have been smoking the sky for hundreds, or even 1,000, years, albeit in a sealed form in most cases. So they achieved something, but hardly a full-fledged mind, otherwise they would not be completely sealed and in the role of appendages. Albeit in a sealed form in most cases. So they achieved something, but hardly a full-fledged mind, otherwise they would not be completely sealed and in the role of appendages. Albeit in a sealed form in most cases. So they achieved something, but hardly a full-fledged mind, otherwise they would not be completely sealed and in the role of appendages. Okay, demon with demons. Even without the 9 tails, I have simply amazing starting positions. Uzumaki were generally strong and chakra-rich guys. With proper development, I myself will have WoW powers. So what do we need? The first is to study, study and study again. The second is to train, train and train again. What can stop the first one? In general, apart from my own laziness, as far as I remember, admission to the library, both city and academic, is free. So this point is all clear. But the second one has a lot of problems. The future sensei of the 7th team, where I will end up if I don't break the canon, will not give anything in terms of training. The academy, by definition, does not provide anything serious, it is party policy, so to speak. Although from which side you look. There is a library, teaching staff and training grounds available. Whoever wants it will find it. I wonder if I ask which of the teachers to see if I'm doing the exercise correctly, will they answer me the truth? It's unlikely, but they won't explain it to everyone incorrectly because of me, so I'll definitely study the ears on top of the head and the basic style. Looking for someone on the side? An option, of course, but not with my luck. I already appreciated the looks the locals were throwing at me. Yes, and I ended up here, apparently, due to the banal murder of the original by one of the locals, who kicked him to death. So, don't get distracted, at best the sensei will send you away, at worst I'll beat you. You can probably practice taijutsu without a mentor using some scrolls, but I suspect it will be of little use. If I had a base, then yes, I would undoubtedly be able to learn a lot, but otherwise. I won't even waste time, my knowledge from the past is minimal, so for now it's just general physical training and stretching. I certainly won't mess this up. I remember something, I'll make up something myself, the main thing is not to overdo it, after all, a child's body is a rather fragile thing. Okay, let's take a break for a while, there's a body in a mask paddling, obviously an ANBU was sent for me. All the same, you need to start from the library, to comprehend the world, so to speak, from the experience of others. A kind uncle in a cat mask, and as soon as he managed to identify it, apparently something from the previous owner, in addition to knowledge of the language, remained and began to emerge. He came up to me, stood there, swayed from heel to toe and back, then muttered, "Schlei," and took me home. We didn't manage to talk along the way, a couple of questions were ignored, but there was something strange about him. Apparently, Naruto was indeed an empath. Alas, I'm still a complete zero in this, so I can't say anything definite about the feelings of the escort. Concentrated on remembering the route from home to the hospital. This activity went well with looking around. There was a lot to see. Konoha, aka the village hidden in the leaves, made a pleasant impression. Abundance of greenery, houses of 3 or 4 floors in a mixed style. Shadows of shinobi moving across the rooftops with mind-blowing speed. Clan quarters, fenced off by high fences, from which danger emanated without any inscriptions, and of course, the inhabitants of the village hidden in the leaves. People in a variety of clothes, from classic kimonos to something like jeans and leather biker jackets. Various hairstyles, multicolored hair and colorful types. It was quite funny to look at the faces, now a classic Japanese man with a shana and slits in his eyes, now a mulatto, now a mestizo, or even just an ordinary black man with curly hair of a poisonous green color. In general, it looks like what was drawn in the anime and doesn't look like it at the same time. I just didn't have a chance to feel the atmosphere. Somehow, upon my appearance, it immediately became uniformly oppressive. It was as if the sun was covered by a cloud. Damn, it's unpleasant. Urgently study henge or some other camouflage technique. The house is a couple of minutes from the academy and the ramen shop. Good. A tiny room with a futon, a table, a bedside table and a rickety stool is bad. Having your own kitchen of 5 square meters is tolerable, but having a combined bathroom with a bucket instead of a bath is terrible. And all this seems to have never been cleaned. There are traces of bachelor life on everything, in a word, a garbage dump. It's okay, the main thing is that you have your own place to live, and putting it in order is a simple matter. I opened the window, because it was too stuffy, and asked the ANBU officer to tell me something about how I should actually live. What and where to eat, get clothes, etc. As a result, he was awarded a short lecture through his lip, but apparently the man had an order, and thank you for that, as they say, otherwise he would have apparently had to die of hunger, or go down the crooked road of crime. A combined bathroom with a bucket instead of a bath is terrible. And all this seems to have never been cleaned. There are traces of bachelor life on everything, in a word, a garbage dump. It's okay, the main thing is that you have your own place to live, and putting it in order is a simple matter. I opened the window, because it was too stuffy, and asked the ANBU officer to tell me something about how I should actually live. What and where to eat, get clothes, etc. As a result, he was awarded a short lecture through his lip, but apparently the man had an order, and thank you for that, as they say, otherwise he would have apparently had to die of hunger, or go down the crooked road of crime. A combined bathroom with a bucket instead of a bath is terrible. And all this seems to have never been cleaned. There are traces of bachelor life on everything, in a word, a garbage dump. It's okay, the main thing is that you have your own place to live, and putting it in order is a simple matter. I opened the window, because it was too stuffy, and asked the ANBU officer to tell me something about how I should actually live. What and where to eat, get clothes, etc. As a result, he was awarded a short lecture through his lip, but apparently the man had an order, and thank you for that, as they say, otherwise he would have apparently had to die of hunger, or go down the crooked road of crime. How should I actually live? What and where to eat, get clothes, etc. As a result, he was awarded a short lecture through his lip, but apparently the man had an order, and thank you for that, as they say, otherwise he would have apparently had to die of hunger, or go down the crooked road of crime. How should I actually live? What and where to eat, get clothes, etc. As a result, he was awarded a short lecture through his lip, but apparently the man had an order, and thank you for that. As they say, otherwise he would have apparently had to die of hunger, or go down the crooked road of crime. At the end of the educational part, I was given a pack of food coupons in that same ramen shop, so I was surprised why Narek hung around there all the time. They gave us instructions on where to go once a week to get benefits, and even deigned to point at the map. Demonstrated how to use the stove, shower, and toilet. Yes, it looks like either the guy really didn't shine with intellect, or they were trying to humiliate him. It's good that they didn't demonstrate how to use toilet paper correctly. By the way, its presence made me very happy. Anyone who hasn't lived in nature for a month without such a device is unlikely to understand, but anyone who has had the chance knows it themselves. After Koto-san, or whatever it's correct to call him, left me, I went into the corridor. There, next to the stairs, there was a dark room with buckets, rags, powders and everything else necessary to maintain frequency in order. Until the evening I had to scrape, polish and take out the trash. In the evening I ran out to have a snack, after which I started doing laundry. Despite the meager wardrobe, there was not a single clean thing in it, and the automatic washing machines were a mess. There were probably laundries here somewhere, but remembering the kind attitude of the residents and the meager allowance. In general, I can wash with my hands without falling apart. And while the body is busy with mechanical work, some disappointing results can be drawn. In the process of general cleaning, I found 2 stashes. The first was worth a couple of hundred ryo, the second was worth a couple of dozen. There was also a wallet containing another 50 coins. It's not a lot, there are still 4 days until the next benefit, but I think there will be a maximum of 500 drops. The tattered cat didn't tell me anything about the amount. It seems possible to live, albeit modestly. Another problem was the books I found. Actually there were only 5 of them. Moreover, the first was a local analog of an ABC book, 3 were something like a children's encyclopedia from the Everything About Everything series, 1 was a kind of collection of fairy tales and legends, and finally the last one was a plump brochure from the Chakra for Dummies series, or rather even, Know Yourself. I looked through the books I found, and what can I say, it's hard to read. At least the hieroglyphs are clearly recognizable and pronounced, so syllable by syllable. From the 5th to the 10th, but I still managed to read a couple of sentences. Okay, we'll sort this out, otherwise I can't even imagine what I'd do without the basics. No, I'm lying, would go to study at the expense of signs and several more or less adequate townspeople known from the anime. The same owner of the ramen shop, I think, would help, or his daughter, but it's still much better. In general, this whole encounter looks very original. It seems like something that came across in books, but it doesn't seem to be. Yes, and with him, what's the use of me with the investigation in all this? Our job here is to survive and grind it so hard that eggs are made of titanium and throw lightning with a glance. The morning is painted with a gentle light from the alarm clock I have broken more than once. I've been living here for 8 months now. Today I will go to the library for the first time. Everything that Naruto had, or rather, it's more correct to say, was already read by me. Life has improved and returned to rhythm. Every morning I get up at 6, do exercises, then go outside and do a race for myself, followed by stretching exercises. I didn't come up with anything special except splits and all sorts of bends with frogs. It's a pity, I had a higher opinion of myself. But there are no problems with the variety of strength exercises, push-ups on fists, changing knuckles while pushing, on fingers, with a clap, on one hand, upside down. I pervert it as much as I can in one word. Branches in the park instead of a horizontal bar. Here you have pull-ups with different grips and abs and acrobatics, and also a local river. And anaerobic exercise replaces ablution. It's fun to do push-ups underwater, it's just hard without cargo. Around 11 o'clock I finish my workout and quickly go to breakfast. A couple of ramen and go home with a full belly, read. Then at about 4 o'clock for lunch, and take a couple of servings with you for dinner. In the evening I don't risk running to the ramen shop, even though it's nearby, it's quite possible to get ragged. The locals don't like me, oh, how they don't like me. I only close the windows with shutters at night, otherwise I keep them open all day and periodically take out pebbles and other stray debris. It's good that the cupboard with dishes has durable doors, otherwise I would have been left without mugs and plates. It's really a shame from all this, there are no words. And how the original endured all this, they must have worked on the guy's head. Well, a child cannot maintain adequacy under such pressure, it's unrealistic. Okay, back to the schedule. At home I do meditations and exercises for the development and control of the emergency system, chakra system. Thanks to the Biju, there are no problems feeling this mystical energy, but managing it is still torment. The simplest acceleration and concentration in an arbitrarily selected part of the body is obtained from the 5th to the 10th, but division into components or spontaneous transformations is still to no avail. It's okay, I'm stubborn, as they say, patience and work will grind everything down. Especially recently it seems like something like this didn't really work out, but, let's say, I felt it. The walk to the library was more like a raid across the front line. I don't understand the locals, are they really all that stupid here? You can't risk your own health like that. What do they even hope for with such and such an attitude towards the Jinchurik? Apparently exclusively for mental bookmarks, which are now either demolished or simply pushed aside as unnecessary. Okay, we managed to get to the local temple of knowledge, where they immediately got rude to me, but they couldn't drive me away. I stood my ground and promised to make a scandal, go to the Hokage and generally piss in my slippers and burn everything here to my mother. As a result, they spat on me and pursed their lips and left. Like, figure it out yourself. What can you say about the library? This is a rather large building, with columns, bas-reliefs and other delights. The style is rather Roman or Greek, although the roof has characteristic Oriental squiggles. It's cool inside, silence and 3 halls. The first one is general, so to speak, everything is accessible, it is also the largest. The second is for shinobi, the third is something like an archive and special storage. And in the cartoon, I don't remember anything like that except the library at the academy and the rock with faces, but that's okay. Initially, my plans were to deal with the subjects that I would study at the academy. I remember in all the fics and the anime itself, quite little time and attention was paid to this. In general, the education system for young shinobi shown was fantastic, in my opinion. I couldn't believe that future professional killers, spies, saboteurs and so on and so forth were trained for several years, don't understand what, and an excuse in the spirit of, then the Jounin mentor will give you what you need, it's not even funny. The third is something like an archive and special storage. And in the cartoon, I don't remember anything like that except the library at the academy and the rock with faces, but that's okay. Initially, my plans were to deal with the subjects that I would study at the academy. I remember in all the fics and the anime itself, quite little time and attention was paid to this. In general, the education system for young shinobi shown was fantastic, in my opinion. I couldn't believe that future professional killers, spies, saboteurs and so on and so forth were trained for several years, don't understand what, and an excuse in the spirit of, then the Jounin mentor will give you what you need, it's not even funny. The third is something like an archive and special storage. And in the cartoon, I don't remember anything like that except the library at the academy and the rock with faces, but that's okay. Initially, my plans were to deal with the subjects that I would study at the academy. I remember in all the fics and the anime itself, quite little time and attention was paid to this. In general, the education system for young shinobi shown was fantastic, in my opinion. I couldn't believe that future professional killers, spies, saboteurs and so on and so forth were trained for several years, don't understand what, and an excuse in the spirit of, then the Jounin mentor will give you what you need, it's not even funny. What I will study at the academy, I remember in all the fics and the anime itself, quite little time and attention was paid to this. In general, the education system for young shinobi shown was fantastic, in my opinion. I couldn't believe that future professional killers, spies, saboteurs and so on and so forth were trained for several years, don't understand what, and an excuse in the spirit of, then the jounen mentor will give you what you need, it's not even funny. What I will study at the academy, I remember in all the fics and the anime itself, quite little time and attention was paid to this. In general, the education system for young shinobi shown was fantastic, in my opinion. I couldn't believe that future professional killers, spies, saboteurs and so on and so forth were trained for several years, don't understand what, and an excuse in the spirit of, then the jounen mentor will give you what you need, it's not even funny. I spent 2 hours rummaging through the shelves, there was no trace of a file cabinet, and due to the librarian's reluctance to provide at least some help. It's clear, I think. Perseverance was rewarded. I managed to find something called Shinobi Academy for applicants. That's what I sat down to, a rather large book that includes everything from subjects to regulations. Nothing, I always read quickly, so by the evening my head was filled with a fairly coherent idea of what awaits the future applicant. Yes, everything is not as simple as shown in the cartoon. The ninja education system was two-level. There were compulsory subjects, those shown in the anime, and optional subjects, and the latter were 5 times more numerous. At the same time, I was able to evaluate the general level of the material taught, those subjects that had analogues in my world and were included in the main course. Mathematics and geometry, the level is approximately up to the 7th or 8th grade, nonsense, I have always been friendly with this science, perhaps even now I can pass the exam, even if not perfectly. Physics, it's more complicated, it's not so much about some new laws, it's just that the names of the discoverers are different, so you'll have to cram, otherwise I'll sleep, but in terms of level, everything also fits into the school curriculum. Biology and, perhaps, alchemy, here everything is more fun, your name of the elements, level, including a couple of medical courses, in short, you will have to study conscientiously. Philosophy and literature, definitely cramming and reading local classics, okay, the subject is not difficult, unless of course you fall asleep over multi-page discussions. History and geography, horror, dates, I never liked them, but here, damn it's not a year, an event, okay, let's break through, and it's a great workout for the brain, you need to develop your memory. Calligraphy and etiquette, cram and cram some more. Acting, I was surprised that such an important skill for a spy was given a year in the final year and only 1 lesson a week, no special problems were foreseen either. Yes, that's all, I haven't found any more analogues as such. Maybe tactics and strategy, but I have nothing to compare it with. I didn't graduate from military academies and didn't even attend the relevant department due to its absence. The next day I planned to find textbooks on the prescribed subjects, but in the process of studying the shelves I came across an entire section with household appliances. I must say, I was quite surprised, both by the presence of this and by the general appearance of desolation. Although, why not, even if you are at least 100 times the coolest magician, an adept of strength or something else, but much more often you will have to use the same fire and water for domestic purposes, and not for combat. Wipe off the same dust or clean clothes on the way. Of all the hundreds of techniques I looked at, I was interested in one, a kind of henge analog. If you lower the water, it was developed by a certain kunoichi who was too lazy to do makeup and other feminine matters every day. In principle, she, of course, could have used the original technology, but it was more expensive and required a little more time. For me, with my skills and problems, this was the ideal solution, the simplest manipulations, and now I am a brown-eyed brunette with an upturned nose, without the characteristic mustache scars and with bushy eyebrows in the spirit of Rock Lee. To complete the look, I had to splurge on a couple of new t-shirts, shorts and a neckerchief. Oh, if only you knew what a pleasure it is to simply walk down the street and not feel hateful glances at you, not hear whispers oozing poison behind your back. Oh, thank you lazy kunoichi, you gave me back a full life. Now I could calmly walk through the village without fear of getting hit on the head, buy food or things at a normal price, and just live like everyone else. Oh thank you, if I knew where your grave was, would definitely put up a full-length monument and plant the best flowers. And when the fat woman, who was always hissing angrily at me, treated me to a mint candy, damn it, you won't believe it, I was just crying, I'm a grown man in my head, and then the tears started flowing like a fountain. So they began to pat me on the head and calm me down, then I lay around at home for a day and came to my senses. The librarian also didn't recognize me under my guise, she was politeness itself, she batted her eyes touchingly and admired such an intelligent child. As soon as I said that I was going to enter the academy in a year and would like to look at the textbooks, in 5 minutes I was overwhelmed with mountains of literature, escorted to the window and seated in the best place. In short, life is getting better, but it's a pity that you can't always go under a guise, otherwise there will be a fuss about the search for the missing Jinchuriki. In general, my schedule did not change much, thanks to the guise, I was able to get something like a library card and take books home. So, in the time remaining before admission, I was engaged in self-education and self-development. Body training, brain training, chakra training. The only difference is that in the first one new exercises were added and I confess, I couldn't resist and started practicing some punches. The culprit was a treatise on taijutsu practiced in the village, the well-known leaf style. The impetus for the changes was the author's epigraph. A warrior who repeats one technique 1,000 times is terrible, not a warrior who repeats 1,000 techniques once. So I began to practice several simple direct punches and kicks, all of them were described in detail, drawn and so simple that it was impossible to perform them incorrectly. For the first time, in first grade. It was this thought that was unobtrusively spinning in my head while I sat on the swing and looked at the crowd of adults and children who came to the first lesson at the Shinobi Academy. The classic ruler that I remembered from my school years in a past life did not exist. In general, the admission process was quite simple. I passed a medical examination at the hospital, received a fit, filled out a form, and attached a photo. That's it, you got accepted. Come back then for your first lesson. So I came, I sat, looked at the people, looked out for familiar faces. I recognized Sasuke, Choji, Shikamaru, Ino, Sakura, and I recognized many others, they look alike, you can't say anything. Of course, there are differences, after all, now we are all 6 or 7 years old, but nevertheless, the characteristic features are obvious or on the face. Everyone came with their mothers, fathers, relatives, even the orphans with their teacher. By the way, this is also a question, I'm kind of an orphan, but I've been living independently since I was 4 years old, and my sensei didn't come running for me from the academy in the morning, but that's not a canon. I wonder what the calculation was and how I managed not to end up in such matters. The old me, yet at 4 years old living independently is, still a test. Probably, someone was still watching, perhaps the grandfather Hokage himself. And the books, after all, came from somewhere. Questions, just questions, and no answers. It's okay, I'll grow up, whatever status I'll get, then I'll be able to delve into the topic, if of course the interest remains, otherwise it's more theoretical anyway. So, Sarutobi finished his speech. The people were inspired and everyone rushed to class together. It's time for me too. What was the calculation and how did I manage not to end up in such matters? The old me, yet at 4 years old living independently is, still a test. Probably, someone was still watching, perhaps the grandfather Hokage himself. And the books, after all, came from somewhere. Questions, just questions, and no answers. It's okay, I'll grow up, whatever status I'll get, then I'll be able to delve into the topic, if of course the interest remains, otherwise it's more theoretical anyway. So, Sarutobi finished his speech, the people were inspired and everyone rushed to class together. It's time for me too. What was the calculation and how did I manage not to end up in such matters? The old me, yet at 4 years old living independently is, still a test. Probably, someone was still watching, perhaps the grandfather Hokage himself. And the books, after all, came from somewhere. Questions, questions, just questions, and no answers. It's okay, I'll grow up, whatever status I'll get, then I'll be able to delve into the topic, if of course the interest remains, otherwise it's more theoretical anyway. So, Sarutobi finished his speech, the people were inspired and everyone rushed to class together. It's time for me too. I'll grow up and get some kind of status, then I'll be able to delve into the topic, if of course the interest remains, otherwise it's more theoretical anyway. So, Sarutobi finished his speech, the people were inspired and everyone rushed to class together. It's time for me too. I'll grow up and get some kind of status, then I'll be able to delve into the topic, if of course the interest remains, otherwise it's more theoretical anyway. So, Sarutobi finished his speech, the people were inspired and everyone rushed to class together. It's time for me too. I'm one of the last to enter, make my way to the gallery, to the farthest and darkest corner. After all, there's a demon in me, and that's according to the canon. That's it, I sit down and wait for Irika-sensei. A deep beep was heard along the corridor, and I was startled by it. Somehow I didn't immediately realize that this was an analog of a local call. A young guy, about 20 years old, in a grayish-green chunin vest, stood up from the table and began to speak. He told us about the joy of being our teacher, told us about the aspirations and hopes associated with us and our successes. I even caught myself thinking about standing up and clapping. The man really has talent. It's a pity none of the kids will appreciate it. After the heartfelt speech, the introduction procedure began. We were all called to the board one by one, asked to introduce ourselves and tell us a little about ourselves. It was my turn. I had to go down and say, "Hello everyone. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, I am an orphan. I dream of becoming the Hokage of our village." The people reacted sluggishly. I was far from the first, I got up early and had a lot of impressions, so no one cared about my brief introduction and loud statement. Then there was a tour of the academy. I especially liked the canteen, where any student could eat completely free of charge. The choice of dishes was much richer than in the ramen shop. And considering that this source of material wealth worked right up to 6 in the evening, i.e. until the academy closed, well, you understand. The academic library disappointed me, at least externally. It was a small hall with desks in the middle and shelves around the perimeter. Returning to the classroom, we began to receive our due allowance. The thing is that in addition to textbooks, notebooks, pens, and much more that a classic schoolchild needs, we were given first aid kits, with detailed instructions on the contents, almost like a small booklet. They gave us a personal bag with a set of training uniforms, as well as a belt with small pouches. Separately there were sets of training kunai, shuriken, coils of wire and a bunch of other various little things. After I loaded myself with all the swag, I realized what it was like to be a turtle. It's very, very good that it's not far to go. I whispered like a mantra and was glad that I spent so much time on physical training, slowly walking along the corridors of the academy, and then along the street. Now it's clear why many first graders are greeted by their families, and even with relatives and friends. Yes, my template was completely broken, it was already loose after the library. Today there was a fatality. Based on manga and fan fiction, I somehow got used to thinking that the academy raises meat for the village's military machine. Maybe, of course, it is so, only meat in the understanding of living shinobi and the authors of the canon with fan fiction. These are, as they say, two big differences. Indulging in such lengthy discussions, he placed everything he had brought on homemade shelves. Unpacked. Now I can take up literature and make sure that I have already read it all. Yeah, I remember. Summing up the results, quickly leafing through the textbooks received. As expected, nothing new was discovered. In the first year, all textbooks corresponded slightly more than completely to the library ones. This is from the second year. Already when the technicians start, they will issue special literature that was not available in the general hall of the City Temple of Knowledge. Okay, it's time to move on to other waste paper, which was given out in abundance by the sensei. First of all, I read the instructions that came with the first aid kit. It seems that everything is clear, and most of the contents have pictures and inscriptions, and the down will figure it out. But the fact that most of the jars in my kit expire in a month or two is somewhat frightening. There are only a couple of explanations here. Either we will soon use them all and they will issue new ones. It is unlikely in my opinion, there is too much in here, and the description recommends using more than half a bottle at a time. Either I was so lucky, I believe in this much more, teachers are people too, so they could easily do such a mischief. In the latter case, it will be very difficult for me to study. I'm not going to be a canonical truant. Okay, we'll get over what's next. A small book, Rules of the Academy. I'll definitely read it. In case something new is added or something old is edited, I'll look into it later. Let's deal with the other one for now. This is joy, he exclaimed when he reached the nondescript booklet. It turns out that we also have all sorts of clubs, sections, and advanced courses. Yeah, so to speak, the second level, parallel. I already knew about this, but I just found out about the fact that classes in them affect the scholarship. It makes sense, in general. What else to interest a youngster, certainly not with conscious necessity. And, apparently, they will require a lot of time. Well, everything is fine with time for the coming years. Based on the reaction of my classmates to my performance, friends and buddies do not shine for me, and how am I going to start them when I feel like I'm 25 years old? What common points of intersection we might have? It's not like you tinker with your niece for a couple of hours once a month. Okay, enough of the distractions, let's continue sorting things out. Lying in bed and lazily working with chakra, I summed up the results of the day. I mentally checked off the boxes next to completed items. I received it, it was completed. Especially since nothing was required other than an inspection and a photo at my expense. I received everything I needed for my studies and it was done, although I still need to buy office supplies and notebooks. Classmates, the reaction to me is expected. Clans and non-clans are in a state of Cold War, and to hell with it. The class is not canonical, not all characters are observed, but this is a fixable matter. Every year someone is expelled, and the classes are shuffled. Studying, I can't say anything yet, but judging by the schedule, half of our time is spent working on the body, 2/3 of the remaining time is spent working with the chakra, and the rest, so to speak, is filling the brain. Additional classes. I wasn't particularly original here. Tomorrow I'm signing up for medical courses. I'll be a medical ninja. Although it won't be easy with my demonic chakra component. It's good that I've already learned to separate it. There's a chance to become a full-fledged ironine, and not just a farrier. A lot of sections dedicated to hand-waving, leg-splitting, deadly iron and various combinations of all this, forest. And so, 3 days a week, half the time will be spent on hand-to-hand combat, then another 3 days on throwing and mastering all kinds of iron. Yes, I will train myself. By the end of the academy, it is better to have a poor, but strong base. The body is toned up, and then I'll work on the rest, especially since the genin has access to the special department of the library, and some connections are formed in any way. Through them it will be possible to get to a decent sensei. It is very tempting to attend courses on survival in the wild, but alas, it is not combined with medicine. Purely in terms of time, there is no way to combine it. Okay, let's focus on seals. The most accessible thing, moreover, interacts well with medicine, and also contributes to survival. Fencing off the camp, setting traps for the animal, barriers again, this is a necessary and very useful thing on the farm. I would like to take additional ninjutsu classes, but alas. I have neither the time for this nor the desire to limit myself. It would be better for me to develop all the spontaneous transformations for now. I think in 2 years it will be possible to start mastering the techniques. Still, even a couple of low-ranking techniques, made from elements that strengthen each other, together give a good effect, and most importantly, it is difficult to block such attacks. Again, what's the point of developing the technique before using it without seals? It takes a lot of time. And why? Everything depends on the reserve. After all, the more times you use a technique, the easier it is to use. An ordinary genin is unlikely to master even a rank B technique more than 2 or 3 times in a row, and in order to use it without seals, you need to reproduce it 2 or even 3,000 times. So, thanks to my genome and my tailed partner, I have a huge reserve. Not every jonin can boast of this. But I think that I'm only at the beginning of my journey, and by the end of the academy I'll probably push Kage into the far corner by this indicator. By the way, it was the understanding of this aspect that explained why cool techniques are not taught at the academy. It's not a matter of secrecy or malicious intent, it's easier to bring to automaticity for not too complex, but quite useful and, most importantly, not very expensive skills than to teach a dozen or two at a mediocre level. In a real battle, no one will let you hang out your tongue from zeal, make many seals and control the flow of chakra. They will cut you down and move on. Bzzzzz. Damn you. I turned off the alarm clock as usual. So, you lie there, thinking, estimating the coolness of your future, and it's on you, morning. Okay, nothing to do, let's get up. We are waiting for exercise, jogging, shower and school, academy. Today is our second school day of the year and the first when classes start. Well, let's see what he brings us. A couple of lectures and a general physical condition test. I expected more, especially from the clan kids. Let's start in order. The first was a lecture on patriotic education. In fact, there should be geography with history, but judging by the number of slogans and praises of the third Hokage, I remember watching a film about young Komsomol members, where they had a meeting where they pumped us up with Marxism-Leninism, and so we are too. Pure brainwashing and minimal information, sad. The second subject was biology. Here there was no water and patriotism, although I didn't learn anything new, it was still interesting to listen to. But then they took us to the school site and forced us to go through an obstacle course. I remember there was an episode in the movie G.I. Jane where future Navy SEALs went through something similar. To be honest, I was impressed, and so, we walked about the same strip, ran and crawled in places, but not all of us managed it. Completely non-canon, however, it was fun, especially when the brutal Uchiha was lying in a puddle of mud and blowing bubbles with his nostrils, rolling his eyes. And I respected Mizuki-sensei. Yes, he may be a traitor, but the teacher is clearly from God. Well, in due time I became concerned and learned the necessary household appliances. Otherwise, would have to run to additional classes in an unsightly form, and so the great witchcraft with twisting of fingers, a la folding of seals, poof poof poof, and the clothes are clean again, although they have a very chewed appearance. All the dirt remained on the surrounding leaves. It's good that I thought of dumping it in the bushes before using the technology, otherwise there would have been a bunch of unnecessary questions from the dirty kids. But what did you think? The dirt didn't disappear, it just left the clothes, and with high speed and vector perpendicular to the surface. By the way, I wonder if you hang stones on yourself and use the technique, will it work as a weapon or not? I'll have to experiment later. Additional classes were held as usual, without water or breaks. I and a dozen other guys were brainwashed for 4 hours, then they wrote down the names of those present and handed over rather large scrolls for home reference. We wished you success and finally enlightened us on the financial issue. The first money for attending courses will be paid only after 6 months, but immediately and for the intervening months. It's very nice, especially since the increase will almost double the stipend, which is like a balm for the soul for my gluttonous carcass. In reality, it's enough. If I didn't work hard, I could look for a part-time job, but for me, self-development is still primary. So the first year of my training to become a professional cloak and dagger worker has ended. What can be said that is interesting? On the one hand there seems to be a lot, but on the other hand there is nothing special. As expected, I didn't really get along with my classmates, although they didn't cast me as the local fool, in short, the banal, hello, bye, and how are you doing? The relationship was quite smooth, I kept to myself, they didn't bother me. Studying was easy, the preliminary preparation and established discipline had an effect. In general, the schedule did not undergo any special changes, it's just that if before I sat at home or in the library during the day, now I was at the academy. Naturally, I had to reduce the time of morning training, but this was quite adequately compensated for in the process of studying. In general, I tried not to stand out and was guided by the principle, if you can count to 10, stop at 7. I also didn't try very hard in additional classes, only in Fwine I was in the top 3, and only because I had to conform. After all, the Uzumaki were recognized masters in this matter. By the way, seals were a rather funny art, in the sense that it required imagination, knowledge and willpower rather than specific forms. Even when I was watching the cartoon, I noticed that the seals look too different. For example, the damned Orica seals are based on circles, smooth shapes, although there are angular ones among them, they are very different from the elements that are found in other seals. It turns out that it doesn't matter what exactly is drawn. What matters is what the author put into this element. For example, we draw a square and clearly imagine how it will react if a fly lands on it. There is a nuance here, you can either imagine a concrete fly or something abstract, 2 wings and 6 legs plus a carcass with a head. As a reaction, for example, there will be a transfer of chakra, simply its release. We draw a triangle and a circle nearby, pour chakra into the first, intensely imagining that it will accumulate and hold it. Imagine the second as a converter, for example, into the fire chakra. Then we connect the triangle through the square to the circle. If everything is done correctly, then the fly that hits the sensor, our square, will be incinerated by fire. Something like this. The whole problem is that you need to not only imagine the appearance and reactions, but also, so to speak, the internal mechanism. And this is quite difficult and requires some fundamental knowledge. Most shinobi prefer to take a ready-made set of elements, forms, learn to fill them with meaning and chakra according to templates, and stop there. And as a rule, no more is required. Even from these bricks you can assemble both a barn and a palace, whichever is closer and more necessary. In medicine, he also achieved some successes, mostly theoretical, of course, but he also made significant progress in working with chakra. I haven't mastered the mystical hand yet, but I'm already close. Nevertheless, the developments and training have yielded positive results, and the demon's energy turned out to be not so simple. The latter can be compared to snake venom. In moderation and when used correctly, we get an excellent medicine. And, perhaps, the last significant news for this year, we managed to save up for a very interesting suit. Yes, that same green and tight one. In fact, it turned out to be quite a high-tech thing that made it possible to seriously train the body even just by wearing it regularly. In recent months, I've been completely removing my green fear only in my soul. The choice of color is explained simply, green is the cheapest, that's it. Well, it's also practical in the forest. Of course, in order not to shock others, he acquired a cloak and generally acquired a somewhat gothic appearance. Another violation of the canon can also be noted, Hinata. Due to my workload, I didn't have time to lie around in the parks and save the princesses of the clan. As a result, the poor girl was forced to deal with 3 local gopniks herself. It should be noted that she coped with the task with an A+. As a result, something clicked in her head and now the girl was quite confident in herself, did not hesitate or mumble, and indeed she did not have any feelings for me. It's for the better. No, she's certainly quite cute, but somehow she's not my type and that's it, my soul doesn't lie. The second academic year began with sparring. I spent the entire summer holidays at the training grounds and in the academy library. Yes, such a maniac from studying. No, a couple of times I had the opportunity to go to a picnic with the guys. The first time I just accidentally stumbled upon them and was invited out of politeness. The second time they specifically invited me. It's my own fault, I shouldn't have told stories. I somehow forgot that they are just children and fairy tales are sacred to them. I can't say that I greatly regret the time spent, but I had little benefit from these gatherings. So, Mizuki announced that he wanted to test us to see how much we, pregnant turtles, had grown fat and lost our skills. Damn, it feels like he, too, has been possessed by a stranger, some kind of American sergeant or corporal, whoever is in charge of their youngsters. Well, it's necessary, it means we'll fight. The kids didn't show anything special. Although they bullied us all year, and besides the clan members almost no one tried to take advantage of anything. An ordinary brawl, except that the girls are not grabbing hair, but waving their fists. Although Sakura and Ino went to the ground and instead of sparring they engaged in classic scratching and Kudriter, and Kiba grabbed Choji's leg with his teeth and growls. An epileptic pancake, a true dog lover, what else can I say? I got Hinata as my partner, it's funny. The girl quite quickly jumped around me and tried to reach me in her signature clan style, but I lazily waved my legs, stupidly not letting her come to an effective distance. In principle, it would be possible to knock her out, or take her to a painful hold, although the latter is bad in the signature style of the village, but I looked at something in the scrolls, I remember something, and it's corny stronger than the baby, so it's simple to just break her arm I think I can. And besides the clan members, almost no one tried to take advantage of anything. An ordinary brawl, except that the girls are not grabbing hair, but waving their fists. Although Sakura and Ino went to the ground and instead of sparring they engaged in classic scratching and Kudriter, and Kiba grabbed Choji's leg with his teeth and growls, an epileptic pancake, a true dog lover, what else can I say? I got Hinata as my partner, it's funny. The girl quite quickly jumped around me and tried to reach me in her signature clan style, but I lazily waved my legs, stupidly not letting her come to an effective distance. In principle, it would be possible to knock her out, or take her to a painful hold, although the latter is bad in the signature style of the village, but I looked at something in the scrolls, I remember something, and it's corny stronger than the baby, so it's simple to just break her arm I think I can. And besides the clan members, almost no one tried to take advantage of anything. An ordinary brawl, except that the girls are not grabbing hair, but waving their fists. Although Sakura and Ino went to the ground and instead of sparring they engaged in classic scratching and Kudriter, and Kiba grabbed Choji's leg with his teeth and growls, an epileptic pancake, a true dog lover, what else can I say? I got Hinata as my partner, it's funny. The girl quite quickly jumped around me and tried to reach me in her signature clan style, but I lazily waved my legs, stupidly not letting her come to an effective distance. In principle, it would be possible to knock her out, or take her to a painful hold, although the latter is bad in the signature style of the village, but I looked at something in the scrolls, I remember something, and it's corny stronger than the baby, so it's simple to just break her arm I think I can. Except that the girls don't grab their hair, but wave their fists. Although Sakura and Ino went to the ground and instead of sparring they engaged in classic scratching and Kudriter, and Kiba grabbed Choji's leg with his teeth and growls, an epileptic pancake, a true dog lover, what else can I say? I got Hinata as my partner, it's funny. The girl quite quickly jumped around me and tried to reach me in her signature clan style, but I lazily waved my legs, stupidly not letting her come to an effective distance. In principle, it would be possible to knock her out, or take her to a painful hold, although the latter is bad in the signature style of the village, but I looked at something in the scrolls, I remember something, and it's corny stronger than the baby, so it's simple to just break her arm I think I can. Except that the girls don't grab their hair, but wave their fists. Although Sakura and Ino went to the ground and instead of sparring they engaged in classic scratching and Kudriter, and Kiba grabbed Choji's leg with his teeth and growls, an epileptic pancake, a true dog lover, what else can I say? I got Hinata as my partner, it's funny. The girl quite quickly jumped around me and tried to reach me in her signature clan style, but I lazily waved my legs, stupidly not letting her come to an effective distance. In principle, it would be possible to knock her out, or take her to a painful hold, although the latter is bad in the signature style of the village, but I looked at something in the scrolls, I remember something, and it's corny stronger than the baby, so it's simple to just break her arm I think I can. Although Sakura and Ino went to the ground and instead of sparring they engaged in classic scratching and Kudrita, and Kiba grabbed Choji's leg with his teeth and growls. An epileptic pancake, a true dog lover, what else can I say? I got Hinata as my partner, it's funny. The girl quite quickly jumped around me and tried to reach me in her signature clan style, but I lazily waved my legs, stupidly not letting her come to an effective distance. In principle, it would be possible to knock her out, or take her to a painful hold, although the latter is bad in the signature style of the village, but I looked at something in the scrolls, I remember something, and it's corny stronger than the baby, so it's simple to just break her arm I think I can. Although Sakura and Ino went to the ground and instead of sparring they engaged in classic scratching and Kudrita, and Kiba grabbed Choji's leg with his teeth and growls, an epileptic pancake, a true dog lover, what else can I say? I got Hinata as my partner, it's funny. The girl quite quickly jumped around me and tried to reach me in her signature clan style, but I lazily waved my legs, stupidly not letting her come to an effective distance. In principle, it would be possible to knock her out, or take her to a painful hold, although the latter is bad in the signature style of the village, but I looked at something in the scrolls, I remember something, and it's corny stronger than the baby, so it's simple to just break her arm I think I can. Damn funny. The girl quite quickly jumped around me and tried to reach me in her signature clan style, but I lazily waved my legs, stupidly not letting her come to an effective distance. In principle, it would be possible to knock her out, or take her to a painful hold, although the latter is bad in the signature style of the village, but I looked at something in the scrolls, I remember something, and it's corny stronger than the baby, so it's simple to just break her arm I think I can. Damn funny. The girl quite quickly jumped around me and tried to reach me in her signature clan style, but I lazily waved my legs, stupidly not letting her come to an effective distance. In principle, it would be possible to knock her out, or take her to a painful hold, although the latter is bad in the signature style of the village, but I looked at something in the scrolls, I remember something, and it's corny stronger than the baby, so it's simple to just break her arm I think I can. Oh damn, heracles. He hissed to himself, frantically trying to breathe. I was distracted, I felt cool, and instead of another dodge or retreat, Hinata took my leg on a hard block, entered the clinch and punched into the sun. What quality, talent, and a fist like a stone, such a small, sharp stone. Yes, shame on my non-existent gray hair. How are you, Naruto-kun? And her little face is red, happy, her breathing is unsteady and she's rubbing her arm, obviously the block didn't pass without consequences for her. Cough, cough, okay Hinata, you did a great job, you caught me well. Look, I started to blush, I even lifted my nose a little, literally a millimeter. You were distracted, you were inattentive. Thank you for the lesson Hinata-heim. A deep bow, as required by etiquette, and the widest smile on your face. You can't get away from the canon, and is it really necessary to get away from this part of it? I thought, returning home after the Hokage's next graduation speech. Yes, the second year of my studies at the Shinobi Academy has ended, and throughout this year I have become more and more close to the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Or rather, it was she who became close to me, and it all started with that very sparring. Somehow it turned out that this year we ended up being roommates, then we started going to additional classes in medicine together. Hyuga, thanks to their eyes, are generally excellent doctors, so it's not surprising that Hinata also attended this course, it's just that this year she started attending it with a new group. And then I began to accompany her to the house, or rather, the corner of the clan quarter. I could have gone to the gate, but I don't think that would be right, and so, the wolves are fed and the sheep are safe. But it's all nonsense. Most importantly, as I got to know this child better, I began to catch myself making quite interesting changes in my attitude towards the girl. And perhaps the most accurate definition was a daughter, yes, a daughter, and not a sister or, God forbid, any vulgarity. And where is it interesting that it comes from in me? In that past life, I didn't have children and didn't plan to, in the near future, at least. In general, the past year was no different from the previous one, except that they began to give us techniques, began to teach us advanced methods of control and development of the chakra, new subjects appeared, and the overall load in the main classes increased. It's banal and expected. At the end of the year, by the way, we were taught to walk on water and trees. Or rather, they didn't teach me, but explained how to do it, so that during the summer holidays anyone could fully master this generally simple skill. I have more and more questions for my prospective future teacher, and for my possible teammates. To the first, what kind of sophomore skills did he teach the canonical heroes? And to the genin themselves, why didn't they know how to do this? It took Hinata and I 2 days to master and another week to consolidate these skills, but now, like Spider-Man and Water Strider, I can freely roam around on any surface. By the way, a rather interesting way to reinforce this skill is to sleep on a wall or ceiling. It's painful, of course, especially at the beginning. It's painfully hard to wake up, but it improves the skills of releasing chakra from little used and therefore undeveloped tenketsu amazingly, personally verified. They didn't experiment with jumping and other tricks that require using chakra to get fantastic results. Sensei clearly said that we will go through this next year and under the close attention of qualified arenans, otherwise without proper supervision by doctors you can get killed. Yes, I also managed to learn how to transform chakra into any of the 5 elements, only the costs were terrible, and the speed of execution was scanty, but still. We will fight the shortcomings, there is time. The main thing is that without any super eyes, in theory I can be a monster cleaner than any tailed doormats. In the meantime, this is simply terrible. If an ordinary genin spends 10 conventional units to obtain chakra of his main element, then I spend all 200, or even 300, though for some reason, on any, even on my kindred wind. I wonder what this means, and whether it means anything at all. It's a pity there is no one to consult with. In principle, the expense is unnecessary for me, as Jinchuriki are nonsense, but something needs to be done with the speed of transformation. Shadow clones could help, but where to master them? The technique itself was not particularly secret, many knew it, but for some reason they did not use it. They preferred elemental clones. They are stronger in battle, do not fall apart with one missed blow, and in the household, in general, they are no less useful. It's a pity, in the sources available to me, cloning techniques are not described, and the teachers are of little or no use. The same Irika, it turns out, quietly hates me. He just skillfully hides. Perhaps he has orders from above, but his demonstrative kind attitude is very at odds with his actions. Still, I'm not a naive little boy who doesn't notice anything behind a gratuitous portion of noodles and a rare pat on the head. Apparently I'll have to follow the canon and fail the exam. The original got a very useful bonus as a result, but I dare to hope that I'll be able to glean something else I need from the scroll with techniques. Still, I'm not a naive little boy who doesn't notice anything behind a gratuitous portion of noodles and a rare pat on the head. Apparently I'll have to follow the canon and fail the exam. The original got a very useful bonus as a result, but I dare to hope that I'll be able to glean something else I need from the scroll with techniques. Still, I'm not a naive little boy who doesn't notice anything behind a gratuitous portion of noodles and a rare pat on the head. Apparently I'll have to follow the canon and fail the exam. The original got a very useful bonus as a result, but I dare to hope that I'll be able to glean something else I need from the scroll with techniques. The third year at the academy was marked by a serious increase in the number of sparrings, serious hours of practice in working with chakra and, of course, mastering techniques. Unlike anime, shinobi children studied for 5 years and entered the academy at about 6 to 8 years old. The system of graduating from the academy was quite funny. It was all about how the exams were conducted. Each teacher could at any time arrange a test for any of his wards, based on the results of which he would individually assign the status of genin, hand over a protector and wave his hand. So all sorts of clan geniuses who completed their studies in a year or a couple of years could very well exist, and indeed they did exist, although not completely, but let's say not very rarely. Most often, children of clan heads or other influential figures became such unique ones. I won't say that everything was a setup. In principle, I could become a genin in a couple of years, let alone a clan child who begins to be trained almost from birth. It is quite possible to master the simplest techniques and the necessary minimum of theoretical knowledge. No understanding of the latter was required, and to successfully pass the test you can simply memorize what is necessary. Then it's elementary, keep a minimum of decency by going to the academy for appearances and then passing it to a more than loyal sensei. In profit, the father receives well-deserved admiration, the child has the status of a genius and a mental disorder, other students, an inferiority complex, in short, everyone is happy, everything is fine, ugh damn it. Okay, let's not talk about the sad aspect that has little to do with me specifically. This year I had to complete additional courses on seals. Nevertheless, with the death of the Uzumaki clan, the art of fuin in a single village fell into some decline. And the number of classes in this area was sharply reduced to 1 per week, which, somewhat unexpectedly, freed up the whole day and raised the question of what to actually do. In fact, there was a fairly rich selection of other courses, but all of them were either uninteresting, or of little use, or, much more often, had an unsuccessful schedule. Apparently we will have to devote the extra time we have to reading and practice. Unexpectedly, I became interested in taijutsu, but somehow I had not previously noticed my desire to punch others in the face, which is where it came from. If before I was a typical average student, even slightly behind, now I had to make a lot of effort and restrain myself, and still I got into the top 10 leaders of the stream and firmly took 3rd place in the class. Still, something of the original remains in me. I can't explain with anything else the feeling of puppy delight and impatient anticipation of the upcoming fight. Although, maybe it's just a matter of hormones. After all, I'm almost 10 years old, and constant work on the body, mind and chakra. Outwardly I remain small, but it seems that I involuntarily started the processes of early maturation. So, you see, in a couple of years you will have to start using kunai as a razor. There was a constant battle between Sasuke and Kiba for 2nd place. But it was all nonsense, since Hinata was firmly in the 1st place. It seems that with its intervention in the cartoon, the original did the girl another disservice. I really didn't like all this mess. I began to seriously fear for the safety of the canon, yet even in the anime they tried to form teams in a balanced way, unless, of course, the powers that be interfered. There is only one hope for this fragile fact. I remember in the original the 7th team was more than crooked. 2 typical security forces and a girl whose only talent is excellent control. While other teams were a classic trio of an enforcer, a censor, and a support unit. I began to seriously fear for the safety of the canon, yet even in anime they tried to form teams in a balanced way, unless, of course, the powers that be interfered. There is only one hope for this fragile fact. I remember in the original the 7th team was more than crooked. 2 typical security forces and a girl whose only talent is excellent control. While other teams were a classic trio of an enforcer, a censor, and a support unit. I began to seriously fear for the safety of the canon, yet even in anime they tried to form teams in a balanced way, unless, of course, the powers that be interfered. There is only one hope for this fragile fact. I remember in the original the 7th team was more than crooked. 2 typical security forces and a girl whose only talent is excellent control. While other teams were a classic trio of an enforcer, a censor, and a support unit. The 3rd year of study ended with the grandfather's classic speech with constant howls about the will of fire, the greatness of the village and other pumping of patriotism. We must pay tribute. The old man was a born speaker and knew how to captivate listeners. By the way, he spoke himself, without any paper. In all 3 years he never repeated himself and managed to present the same theses in different wrappers. Honestly, it's admirable. In my world such a talented person would easily climb the political Olympus and knock down all his competitors with a few words. No personal power would be required. While the Hokage was crucifying himself in front of us, according to an already established habit, he summed up the results of the year. For basic techniques, I managed to master them, but the results are still questionable. Because of my experiments with the elements, I have very mediocre results, so if I don't try too hard, I can quite honestly fail the exam. So, it's not yet clear whether to put a plus or a minus. Accelerating chakra and generally controlling it inside your own body, everything is more than fine with this. Of course, it's a long way from Grandma Tsunade, who crushes hefty boulders with blows, but I can crush a pebble weighing a couple of tens of kilograms into fairly small crumbs with one blow, jump a dozen or 2 meters, or run for a couple of hours at the speed of a cheetah, no problem. In principle, I can run and jump longer, I just didn't have time to check. You can also count good body strengthening as an asset, thanks to Tenketsu training on the back, sides, head and stomach. Yes, I have been regularly practicing sleeping on the ceiling and other surfaces unsuitable for this for a long time, which is very conducive to development. Learn to reflexively strengthen certain areas. By the way, I discovered a rather interesting effect. If you transfer chakra to the surface of the body as a whole, you can achieve the overall strength of the body at the level of the average density of wood, but if you transfer it to a separate area, you get something like granite. One problem is that in the Pinocchio state it is easier to survive a blow than by limiting a separate area. Alas, physics is merciless. In the wooden state the blow is distributed over the entire frame and the internal liver also becomes stronger, but for some reason this does not happen with petrification. So a separate boost is useful only for weak blows. It's quite possible to take a shuriken or a kunai, unless of course the good people have equipped it with an explosion tag. You can also block a katana or something similar, but it's better to use an axe or other massive weapon don't hit. Even if they don't break through, internal damage is guaranteed. I managed to master the chakra cover. Thanks to the developed Tenketsu I can almost instantly wrap myself in my beloved with native energy. It's a pity that there is little benefit from such a perversion. Without transformation into any element, all benefit is protection from genjutsu. Elemental transformations were also improved, a little, quite a bit. If earlier it took about 3 hours to completely transform the cover into any element, now I can do it in about 2 hours. Progress is obvious, of course, but I would like more. What else can be noted, and in general, probably that's all, not counting mastering a couple of D-rank techniques in each of the elements as an achievement. I spend at least 5 minutes on each, even though I practically no longer need seals. Compared to the rest, that they can use a technique in a couple of seconds is quiet horror. I even doubt the correctness of the chosen path. My only hope is in the shadow clones. I remember mastering the original Rasengan with them and still achieving success, despite the fact that my control over chakra is already many times better. The 4th year of my studies has now ended. Everything is as always, the Hokage's speech and summer vacation. What significant happened during this time? Firstly, good people slaughtered the Uchiha clan, along with babies and old people. The canon is damned forever. Sasuke became a gloomy, withdrawn and angry type obsessed with revenge. In general, in appearance and behavior, he didn't change that much. It was just earlier that it was a matter of clan arrogance and latent rivalry with his brother, and now it's a simple dislocation of the brain. I feel sorry for the guy, but I can't imagine how to help him. All I could do was give up my place in the unofficial taijutsu ranking to his eternal rival Kiba. For the village, or rather ordinary residents, the death of the clan was a real tragedy. It's not that these arrogant big-eyed people were especially loved, but they were respected for their work in the police and strict control over crime. Now it has become somewhat unsafe for a mere mortal in Konoha at night. I personally experienced the latter a couple of times. It's good that I'm no longer a defenseless baby, but a shinobi in 5 minutes, so the number of criminal elements has decreased somewhat thanks to me. No murders, don't think so, just a dozen closed and heel-open fractures. What is going on in ordinary villages? If small street gangs appeared in the ninja village and pickpockets began working in the market, and why don't the village leaders take strict measures to restore order? Yes, apparently this is some kind of local twist of consciousness, or, more likely, it is beneficial to someone. This concerns the external side of the matter, but the internal side was marked by two significant events. I finished all the additional courses that I attended, so now I am a Fuinjutsu master, very conditionally of course. There is simply a scroll where it is written about this. There is also a qualification book for a medic, where it is written that Naruto Uzumaki, based on the results of the certification, was awarded the title of Irionin and assigned a C rank. The second important event for me was Hinata's kiss. It seems that the girl was just tired of waiting, but all this time I maintained a fairly even relationship with her, because of the courses and just because we spent quite a lot of time together, mainly, of course, on her initiative. So the little girl decided to force things. I don't know whether she came up with this idea herself, or whether her experienced young friends gave her the idea, but one evening, when I walked her as usual to the corner of the clan quarter, she simply grabbed me by the breasts, pulled me towards her and clumsily, but passionately she pressed it to her lips. The result is that I am in deep shock and completely out. How else can a normal person react? For an adequate man to be kissed on the lips by not even a teenager, but actually still a child. When kind Uncle Kondraty and Aunt Tetanus released your humble servant, you had to look around the empty street in a daze. The next day, a morally difficult conversation took place for both, the result of which was Hinata's promise not to do this again and not to rush at all. They asked me to swear an oath to return to this topic in 2 or 3 years. With great difficulty they managed to push the deadline back to 7 or 8 years, but they still beat the oath out of me. The rest of the year passed quietly, training, studying, training again. I managed to slightly expand my arsenal of techniques, the same simple D-rank ninjutsu, improve speed and reduce costs when converting chakra, and improve control. No epic achievements or breakthroughs, just systematic work by the sweat of your brow with maximum effort. By the end of the year, I was able to bring the technique of strengthening the body to the state of Pinocchio made of bog oak, slightly increase the overall speed and endurance, reduce the time for creating techniques by half, and so on and so forth. I am glad that progress does not stand still, but it is frustrating that it is not so fast. At this rate, by the end of my studies I will be weaker than the canonical Naruto, at least in the speed of using techniques. Something needs to be done about this. I summed it up, falling asleep for once in my own bed, and not on the ceiling or wall of the apartment. 5th year, the last year of study for most. In principle, I can fail it and sit a little longer within the walls of an institution that is already dear to me, but in this case I will only lose the opportunity to predict the future, since I will completely destroy the canon. So we'll finish together with everyone else and succumb to Mizuki-sensei's provocation. Now it's time to decide which courses to take and what additional things to learn. No, you can, of course, continue to develop your inner medic, but that doesn't make much sense to me. They simply won't let me become an Ironin, but what I already know is more than enough for a field Medina. Well, where is the old brochure with the courses? True, I've already developed an almost perfect memory, but it's still better to refresh the available material. Of the entire list, the course on illusions turned out to be the most suitable. It could be mastered in a year, which just 5 classes a week contributed to. One of the disadvantages was the low payment for this course. I was somehow used to receiving almost 3 times more than an ordinary student. Now my income will drop by half. I will have to tighten my belt. It's also good that during all this time I managed to save a decent amount of cash. In fact, the course itself and this area of shinobi art in general were unpopular. Although in my opinion he was seriously underestimated, with good skill and a rich imagination, the illusionist could easily compete with a genjutsu master. Moreover, if the second could be fought in many ways, then resisting the qualitative illusion was much more difficult. And if we remember that some craftsmen managed to make their illusions almost material, and in a couple of fanfictions even completely material. Okay, let's learn to be a magician. It certainly won't hurt, at least I'll improve my control. Putting away the brochure, I summed up the choice of additional activities. Night, street, lantern and Kage tower, to which I sneak in the night. Yes, the 5th year is over and, as expected, as a result of a failed exam, I was asked to go for a secret scroll. Of course, I didn't refuse such a generous offer, but I didn't quite like the standard ending. Well, what the heck with all these perversions with the night forest and the whistling of sharp iron overhead. Now, having a real understanding of the world of shinobi and their capabilities, I was quite clearly aware of the risks and the incredible degree of luck of the hero, who remained safe and healthy as a result of this adventure. So, immediately after receiving the offer to steal the scroll, I went to Sarutobi and honestly handed over Mizuki. It is clear that the word of a young boy against a time-tested teacher does not work. However, Kage could not leave everything as it was. As a result, Solomon's decision was made. They let me steal the scroll, and I drag it to a pre-agreed clearing where a group of ANBU will be waiting for us. What is most interesting is that the scroll they gave was real. Either there was no time to forge it, or the value of this bandura was small. Here is the tower. Now we switch to the Spider-Man state and begin the ascent to the previously left open window. What is it like for a shinobi to walk along a vertical wall? Nonsense. In 5 minutes I reached the desired window and climbed in. Yeah, here's the cabinet. In it there's a scroll a meter high and about 40 centimeters in diameter, which is what you need. Kia. Ding, answered the shattered glass. What? I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Oh, the siren screamed, put the scroll behind your back and get out of here. What is most interesting is that the scroll they gave was real. Either there was no time to forge it, or the value of this bandura was small. Here is the tower. Now we switch to the Spider-Man state and begin the ascent to the previously left open window. What is it like for a shinobi to walk along a vertical wall? Nonsense. In 5 minutes I reached the desired window and climbed in. Yeah, here's the cabinet. In it there's a scroll a meter high and about 40 centimeters in diameter, which is what you need. Kia. Ding, answered the shattered glass. What? I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Oh, the siren screamed, put the scroll behind your back and get out of here. What is most interesting is that the scroll they gave was real. Either there was no time to forge it, or the value of this bandura was small. Here is the tower. Now we switch to the Spider-Man state and begin the ascent to the previously left open window. What is it like for a shinobi to walk along a vertical wall? Nonsense. In 5 minutes I reached the desired window and climbed in. Yeah, here's the cabinet. In it there's a scroll a meter high and about 40 centimeters in diameter, which is what you need. Kia. Ding, answered the shattered glass. What? I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Oh, the siren screamed, put the scroll behind your back and get out of here. In 5 minutes I reached the desired window and climbed in. Yeah, here's the cabinet. In it there's a scroll a meter high and about 40 centimeters in diameter, which is what you need. Kia. Ding, answered the shattered glass. What? I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Oh, the siren screamed, put the scroll behind your back and get out of here. In 5 minutes I reached the desired window and climbed in. Yeah, here's the cabinet. In it there's a scroll a meter high and about 40 centimeters in diameter, which is what you need. Kia. Ding, answered the shattered glass. What? I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Oh, the siren screamed, put the scroll behind your back and get out of here. It's very good that no one knows about my speed, so, now we have a 10-minute head start on memorizing the scroll. It's not for nothing that I forced so much brainpower, training my memory. We unfold the bandura, now calmly, look at the center and slowly move our gaze downwards along the scroll. It's not emphasized, we don't read it, our job is just to remember everything, like a picture, just photograph it with our eyes, then we'll redraw it on paper and we can read it. Phew, everything is ready, curl up and put your hands on your feet. Here is the agreed meeting place, so, drop the loot, turn it around, pretend that we are reading, but in fact we are conducting another control memorization session. Everything is ready, and now the villain has appeared. Do you want a scroll? Poor thing, please have it. Oops, I caught a scroll and 2 kunai in my legs. Why yell like that? I understand, it hurts when the kneecaps are pierced with sharp pieces of iron. It wasn't worth playing these games like that. If I were now safe and healthy, living in honor and respect, I would also be living well. Local sensei are paid a hefty salary. These are not the half-poor teachers from my past life. The East is, after all, here the teacher is a figure. Okay, the howling carcass and the scroll were taken away. All that remains is to wait for Irika-sensei and get his rightful protector. Damn bad luck, he destroyed the cannon himself, and had to take the rap himself. To get the protector, I had to drag myself to Sarutobi and hit myself in the chest with my heel, since one bad sensei was lost somewhere in the forests and was not worthy of appearing to me, so much so. I waited for him for 2 hours and then looked for him until the morning. If only you knew how many nerve cells I burned at that moment. For some reason, I was seriously afraid that Mizuki had cut the pineapple before meeting me. Quite by the way, there was a real chance of this. Well, at least the Kage didn't mock poor me, he praised me, even patted me condescendingly on the shoulder. By the way, my grandfather's palm was like a rail. He gave a lecture on the topic of the will of fire, pride in the new generation, and handed me the coveted armband with a piece of iron. In short, everything ended well, although not canonically. Now I'm sitting with an idiot smile and a polished forehead protector. Listening to the lost radish, which apparently didn't rush to look for me at all yesterday, enjoying the process of reading out the lineup of groups. Thank gods and demons, the teams are completely canon as I remember it. And here is the long-awaited one. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Mentor Hatake Kakashi. Yes. I couldn't restrain myself, but I was very worried with all yesterday's twists and turns. The wait for the sensei was prolonged. The Uchiha was sitting with a poker face, the pink-haired misunderstanding was fussing and spinning, getting at Sasuke and glaring angrily in my direction. I made a cannon trap and, with a sense of accomplishment, was developing chakra control. To do this, I had to lean out of the window and peel off a couple of dozen leaves from the bush growing under it. It won't fall off the thorn, but I need it for business. So I sat there, chasing the green whirlwind around me in different trajectories, a wonderful exercise. Not only does it develop your chakra, it also develops your head. It's not so easy to maintain several dozen different trajectories and avoid collisions, and when you start changing them, it's quite a task. The Rasengan wasn't lying around. Unlike the cannon, Kakashi did not fall into the trap, but he was not too lazy to share his attitude towards us. He did not like us, as expected. I didn't like him as a teacher either. Then there was the roof, where we seemed to get to know each other better. Complete nonsense. Over the years of studying together we knew almost everything about each other, and he had a file on us. Okay, I'm not a teacher, the sensei knows better what and how to do, although as for me, the few minutes that it took for a brief acquaintance were a waste of time. Sensei didn't say anything specific to himself. Sakura mumbled something unintelligible, although accompanied by eloquent glances. Okay, at least she didn't say that she didn't like me. The tattered cat remembers how I swept the floor with it when she decided to hit me on the head for nothing. She doesn't love me, but she's afraid. Sasuke spoke about the clan and revenge, mentioned the desire to become stronger and, in general, did not say anything new for someone who was his classmate. I think Sensei also learned little from his short speech. When they got to me, I didn't make a gag. I just shifted the emphasis and spoke about my desire to become Hokage in slightly more flattering words for the third, saying that I want to be as reasonable and wise as our today's Kage, let him be happy, and I will live more peacefully. Our short gatherings ended with an order to appear tomorrow morning at training ground number 7, without drinking or eating, in full dress, that is, ammunition and with a sparkle in the eyes. They say there will be a review of the troops entrusted to the great Jonin and all that stuff. Then the sensei was beautifully knocked down by a local teleport called Shunshin, leaving us as a gift a handful of dust in the face and a couple of hundred leaves for clothes and hair. Only he shifted the emphasis and spoke about his desire to become Hokage in slightly more flattering words for the third, saying that I want to be as reasonable and wise as our today's Kage, let him be happy, and my life will be calmer. Our short gatherings ended with an order to appear tomorrow morning at training ground number 7, without drinking or eating, in full dress, that is, ammunition and with a sparkle in the eyes. They say there will be a review of the troops entrusted to the great Jonin and all that stuff. Then the sensei was beautifully knocked down by a local teleport called Shunshin, leaving us as a gift a handful of dust in the face and a couple of hundred leaves for clothes and hair. Only he shifted the emphasis and spoke about his desire to become Hokage in slightly more flattering words for the third, saying that I want to be as reasonable and wise as our today's Kage, let him be happy, and my life will be calmer. Our short gatherings ended with an order to appear tomorrow morning at training ground number 7, without drinking or eating, in full dress, that is, ammunition and with a sparkle in the eyes. They say there will be a review of the troops entrusted to the great Jonin and all that stuff. Then the sensei was beautifully knocked down by a local teleport called Shunshin, leaving us as a gift a handful of dust in the face and a couple of hundred leaves for clothes and hair. Without drinking or eating, in full dress, that is, ammunition and with a sparkle in the eyes, they say there will be a review of the troops entrusted to the great Jonin and all that stuff. Then the sensei was beautifully knocked down by a local teleport called Shunshin, leaving us as a gift a handful of dust in the face and a couple of hundred leaves for clothes and hair. Without drinking or eating, in full dress, that is, ammunition and with a sparkle in the eyes, they say there will be a review of the troops entrusted to the great Jonin and all that stuff. Then the sensei was beautifully knocked down by a local teleport called Shunshin, leaving us as a gift a handful of dust in the face and a couple of hundred leaves for clothes and hair. Home, sweet home, how nice it is to lie in a normal bath and calmly think about everything at once. It's been a year since I replaced the disgusting overgrown tub with a normal cast iron bathtub. How I dragged it through the window, didn't fit through the door and rebuilt the wall is a different story. However, there is nothing interesting in it. Anyone who has ever done renovations will be able to tell a lot of such stories. The main thing is that for a couple of years now I have been able to rest and relax not by lying in a trough, where my ears are pressed to my knees, but by stretching out my legs and comfortably lounging in boiling water, which is very conducive to relaxation after sparring and training. So, let's not get distracted, let's get the balance right. I became a genin, much cooler than the original, many times even cooler, but with the techniques everything is still sad. I'm creating them too slowly, but in other respects, oh ho ho. Further, from the Hokage scroll, unfortunately, only the clone technique was really useful. Yes, the scroll contained not only shadow ones, there were also earthen and water ones, there were also specific ones, wooden or wood, based on Mokutan in short. I got used to the shadow ones easily and today, like the original, this is the most effective technique for me, and it's all about the chakra. Creating a shadow clone does not require elemental transformations, these are the pies. In general, the scroll was useless for anyone who did not have the corresponding genome. All the techniques in it were simply divided into two categories. The first and most numerous required Kekkei Genkai, that is, an improved genome, and the second, rather thin, group included techniques that were probably known in any of the most seedy shinobi villages. No, it was not a trifle or nonsense, but not some fancy secret things either. I think that any chunin, if desired, will be able to find them in the appropriate section of the library. In any case, a genin clearly does not have enough access to this, and the average graduate does not have enough chakra for this. He will use it a couple of times and welcome to the hospital, treat the depletion of the chakra system. As a physician, I responsibly declare that it is very painful to earn such damage and it will not be possible to quickly restore it, so limiting access to such techniques is not so much secret as it is rational. Illusions. This art turned out to be very multifaceted and surprisingly effective, especially in the presence of huge reserves of energy. I, with my personal nuclear reactor of 9 tails, can create objects and even entire scenes so intense that they acquire pseudo-materiality, something like a shadow clone shell. It's a pity that programming and animation are still a bit weak, but I think it will be possible to use the same principle as the clones, then I'll try it. In general, the 5th year passed boringly and smoothly. The academic load in the theoretical part practically disappeared, but the physical component seriously increased. Work with chakra also decreased, and they didn't teach anything new in the latter. So, they showed different exercises from the heels and that's it. Let's do it ourselves, the kids are not little anymore. Work with chakra was also reduced, and they didn't teach anything new in the latter. So, they showed different exercises from the heels and that's it. Let's do it ourselves, the kids are not little anymore. Work with chakra was also reduced, and they didn't teach anything new in the latter. So, they showed different exercises from the heels and that's it. Let's do it ourselves, the kids are not little anymore. Okay, stop lying around, the water has already cooled down, and I want to sleep. There are a couple of months of relative freedom and stupid missions ahead. Here is the training ground. Now we'll wait for the sensei for a couple of hours, then we'll arrange a circus with bells and we can go about our business. The partners are already here, sitting yawning and grumbling with their stomachs. There was an idea to take them something to eat, but then I decided rationally, it's not worth it. The kids are not little anymore, they could have collected information about the sensei. There are whole legends in the villages about Kakashi's special relationship with time and his punctuality. I think in 10 years he will even become a local proverb, if he hasn't already become one. So let's not deprive others of the opportunity to learn and gain their own experience. Hi all. Why not say hello? Politeness has never harmed anyone. P.F. Sasuke is in his repertoire. Sakura is not in a good mood, I understand. Well, patients don't make contact, so I won't bother. If I correctly understand the essence of the pedagogical perversions of the local jonins, today we should be given a good kicking in order to rid us of euphoria, arrogance and inflated self-esteem, and at the same time unobtrusively demonstrate that alone we are still nobody and there is no way to call us. In general, I even share this approach in some ways, but I would still prefer to convey this to children, especially people like us, using slightly softer methods. Sasuke with psychological trauma and his brother's brains twisted, a cheerful idiot without brakes and a glimmer of consciousness, if I hadn't replaced him, of course, and a narcissistic girl with an emerging split personality, a bunch of complexes and other teenage problems, including the classic of unrequited feelings. Shock therapy can and will be useful, but in my opinion this is an extreme measure, because the opposite effect is very likely. Okay, there's no point in guessing and drying our brains for now, so let's sleep. Fortunately we have time. Damn, I can't sleep, I've gotten out of the habit of doing nothing over the years. Okay, I'll try to stir up my partners, after all, this is my direct responsibility, if you follow the canon. But I won't be stupid like the original, and it won't work even if I wanted to, the type is not the same. Shouldn't we guys check the range? For what? P.F. At least we'll have an idea of the territory in which we have to operate. Naruto Baka, sensei told us to just come and wait for him. Sakura enlightened me with the air of someone explaining common truths to a moron. It will be harder than I thought. Huh? Pfft. There's nothing, sit, and I think I'll take a walk. Yes, everything is very, very neglected. No, the canonical Narek would probably have come up with something, although it would hardly have occurred to him to check the test site. But I'm not him and, to be honest, it's quite difficult for me to stand this couple. Having moved 50 meters away, he created 12 clones and sent them to study the surroundings and at the same time set traps. Whether they will be useful or not, time will tell, but why not prepare in advance? I myself went to the lake and, snuggled in the reeds, began to warm up. I can't help myself, my body asks for exercise, habit is second nature, and for me morning warm-up is already a reflex. An hour and a half later, happy and warmed up, he returned to the guys. A sad picture, a gloomy Sasuke and Sakura twirling around him like a monkey. People. We are now one team, let's discuss the strategy of our actions. Shut up, asshole. Sasuke killed the prepared match with a gloomy look. Don't interfere with us. The pink-haired girl immediately supported her idol. Hand face, I thought, coming out of a state of shock. Looks like this will be more difficult than I thought. And unlike the original, I didn't behave like a moron. I was far from last in the class in terms of academic performance and, let's say, authority. And how should I, as an adult, react to this? Stuff the boy's face and give it to the girl? Yes, no problem, but they, everything is one, will not understand. Okay, I will always have time to leave the team, especially since there are precedents, and the status of a genin is not a pound of raisins for you. I already have rights and responsibilities. The latter are of course a bit much, but the former also give some room for maneuver. Although it was boring to read all sorts of laws and instructions with traditions and customs, understanding the usefulness of such knowledge at one time forced me to devote more than 1 month to the relevant scrolls. Kakashi's appearance to the children, that is, to us, interrupted the flow of my bitter thoughts and evoked a feeling of gloating. Let's see how you show yourself, kids. I'm almost 100% sure that the one-eyed miracle Yudo has been watching us since the very morning and is aware of all my attempts and actions in this clearing. So, the sensei made a crooked excuse about a black cat and an elderly grandmother. In response to accusations of being late, he was struck to the very heart by his meddling. Of course no one believed him, and he didn't give a damn about our believe or not believe it. And here are the treasured bells, exactly 2 of them. The task is as simple as a slipper, select them using any methods. Those who can't cope will go back to study. And yes, there are only 2 bells, so one of us will definitely fail. After such a statement, 2 pairs of eyes immediately crossed on me. Well, yes, in their opinion, I am a priori the weakest link. Why would such conclusions be made? The same Sakura has never defeated me in sparring, and Sasuke loses one of the 3 fights, despite the fact that I also give in to him, although the little I doesn't seem to know about the latter, and chalks up his losses to luck. Let's start. Damn, not a sensei, but a siren. Guys, together. I rush at Kakashi, noting out of the corner of my eye how they run away into the bushes. Who would doubt it? Okay, I remember the original at one time managed to catch the sensei, but instead of taking the bells, he went to hit him in the face and naturally raked him along the ridge. Strike, strike, dodge, block, sweep, straight to the head, block, block, oh bastard, I hit you, you can't lie, it's off your feet, the damn thing is gone, twitch, and that's enough. I jump to the side, at the same time I avoid the blow to the head. Finally, he threw a couple of shuriken and a kunai, of course, by. We stand 10 meters away from each other, catching our breath. Well done, Naruto, I didn't expect this from you. Thank you, sensei. A slight bow, but in general, it's nice. Take it. Let's continue. I put a seal and poof poof, 50 shadow clones, more is possible, but it's not necessary and these will be enough. A new attack, a dozen clones continuously attack in close combat, a dozen support them at a distance, the rest are scattered throughout the clearing and surrounding bushes, controlling and ensuring. I'm sitting on a branch and trying to find a jonin. Interestingly, he seriously thought that I wouldn't notice the substitution, so he most likely didn't notice mine, 50 clones. When they appeared, they organized the fog and the release of chakra. Behind such a curtain, replacing yourself with one of the ones left in the forest was not a problem. But where is the sensei? Even though I'm not a censor, but almost 3 dozen clones are now turning their heads around and a dozen more are holed up in the forest. This is a surprise. The eye smile turns out to be right at home. It's funny, but at least it's clear what it can't be found. If it weren't for the bells and a slight gust of wind, no one would have noticed him. But he doesn't see me. The illusion is multi-layered. It is cast on a branch and on a piece of trunk and on your loved one, and the chakra is qualitatively disguised as the terrain. It's not for nothing that I trained so much control. Of course, it's impossible to hide it for a long time. Nevertheless, the Bija chakra is very willful and specific. So far the record is just under an hour. So, don't get distracted. Slowly, very slowly, and looking to the side, we get up. Don't think about the bells, think about the root of the third degree of the number 576, hands smoothly, in time with the swaying of the branches and leaves, stretch upward, touch the bell, a small splash of wind chakra, guess on impulse, and just as smoothly the hand with the prey falls. Phew, it worked out. The sensei didn't notice anything, I hope. Now it's time to end the show. A massive attack with clones, a replacement amidst a fuss, a breakthrough, and we plunge a kunai into the victim's back. So, let's make a stupid face. He slowly got out of the lake and scattered the remaining clones, quickly looked through their memories, enjoyed the epic fight of Sasuke, and that, powerful, jumping and even spits fire, he looked at the inglorious drain of Sakura. And he quietly plopped off to the mentor, who at that moment was putting the victims in order. Actually, the main victim was Sakura, who, after being exposed to the genjutsu, looked pale and was in a state of shock. Kakashi, with the air of a real Jedi, waved his hands in front of her nose and said something. The magic of the one-eyed sensei was clearly not easy. In any case, during the time that had to be spent on a leisurely walk, the girl acquired a relatively normal complexion and her gaze became meaningful. Kakashi-sensei, it's yours. With an air of complete indifference, he took a bell out of his pocket and handed it to his mentor. MMA, how? Oh, damn it, why yell so right in your ear? You and I were sitting on the same tree. I was a branch below, under an illusion. It's clear. You surprised me, Naruto, well done. Yes, these are the faces that the partners and the teacher look like. I don't even know what to compare it with, as if they saw Rikudo in front of them or a toad spoke. Although, no, few people here can be surprised by the latter, talking toads. Just think, in the world of shinobi this is not possible. And then the unexpected happened. Sasuke burst into tears, just like an ordinary boy who broke his knee. Yes, but somehow I didn't think about such a result, although I could have. The boy striving for strength found himself passed over by a rootless orphan whom he considered a failure. Sakura rushed to console her idol. Female instincts, they are like that. She burned me with such a look, I immediately mentally swore off taking something from her hands and generally turning my back. Kakashi was clearly at a loss. All his experience was in vain here, and mine, in general, too. So we stood with him under sobs and sobs. Sasuke cried into Sakura's lap, and she stroked his head and consoled him. I don't know how long we stood like that, but finally our Sharinganist comrade calmed down, pulled himself together and became like a person. Yes, sometimes having a good cry can be very useful. And just how much pain this boy carried and carries within himself, as I imagine a chill runs through his skin. The end of the test was a joint trip to the ramen shop, where Kakashi treated him, and he behaved much more adequately and humanely. Let's hope he turns out to be better than his anime prototype as a teacher. I can imagine a chill running through my skin. The end of the test was a joint trip to the ramen shop, where Kakashi treated him, and he behaved much more adequately and humanely. Let's hope he turns out to be better than his anime prototype as a teacher. I can imagine a chill running through my skin. The end of the test was a joint trip to the ramen shop, where Kakashi treated him, and he behaved much more adequately and humanely. Let's hope he turns out to be better than his anime prototype as a teacher. The usual everyday life of a novice shinobi began. Every morning the guys and I, under the leadership of Kakashi, came to the Kage Tower, received a bunch of tasks from the series: walk the dogs, weed the garden, sit with a baby or an old man, throw out the garbage, etc. Tasks that are undoubtedly necessary, but of little interest. For me, of course, the more important thing was that they were also poorly paid. Alas, My expectations about the mentor were not justified. Moving away from the peculiar shock caused by the crying Sasuke, the Jounin seemed to become a little afraid of us and therefore tried in every possible way to reduce communication to a minimum. In general, I even understand the guy somewhere, but I do not share the path he chose. A couple of days after the test, Sasuke was gloomy and silent. He kept looking askance at me and Sakura, probably expecting jokes and bullying, of course, because he so clearly showed weakness. Boy, a naive little confused child. Sakura was also self-absorbed these days. In her head, the girl had an image of a brutal, gloomy and mysterious boy who, in fact, turned out to be just a mask, and not a very skillful one at that. The girl, in fact, found herself in a situation in many ways similar to the Uchiha. After all, her world also collapsed, if not the whole, but quite a significant part of it. The situation in the team was terrible. The sensei withdrew himself, and the children, due to their age and lack of life experience, simply physically could not solve their problems. I, of course, tried to do something and, perhaps, if I had been at least a couple of years older, I would have even been able to achieve success, although who am I kidding, the chance of this was minimal. Now they perceived me as a peer, clanless poverty, a rolling need, an idiot from the back seat. In short, I was never an authority for them, and therefore not something to listen to. They didn't even want to talk to me. Over time, everything more or less got better. How much of my merit was in this and whether it was, I will not undertake to say. Nevertheless, after about a month our team began to resemble its cartoon model. Only Sakura stopped harassing Sasuke and throwing herself on his neck at every meeting, shouting, "Sasuke-kun," and her attitude towards me was more even. The author's favorite technique with the idea of joint training did not work. Sakura simply believed that she already knew and could do everything, and Sasuke's pride probably did not allow him to accept help from some upstart. I didn't insist, I just didn't have the strength anymore. I was mentally exhausted from fiddling with them. Maybe if I had suggested something right away it would have worked out, but alas. I can't say for sure. However, after about a month our team began to resemble its cartoon model. Only Sakura stopped harassing Sasuke and throwing herself on his neck at every meeting, shouting, "Sasuke-kun," and her attitude towards me was more even. The author's favorite technique with the idea of joint training did not work. Sakura simply believed that she already knew and could do everything, and Sasuke's pride probably did not allow him to accept help from some upstart. I didn't insist, I just didn't have the strength anymore. I was mentally exhausted from fiddling with them. Maybe if I had suggested something right away it would have worked out, but alas. I can't say for sure. However, after about a month our team began to resemble its cartoon model. Only Sakura stopped harassing Sasuke and throwing herself on his neck at every meeting, shouting, "Sasuke-kun," and her attitude towards me was more even. The author's favorite technique with the idea of joint training did not work. Sakura simply believed that she already knew and could do everything, and Sasuke's pride probably did not allow him to accept help from some upstart. I didn't insist, I just didn't have the strength anymore. I was mentally exhausted from fiddling with them. Maybe if I had suggested something right away it would have worked out, but alas. Yes, and the attitude towards me was more even. The author's favorite technique with the idea of joint training did not work. Sakura simply believed that she already knew and could do everything, and Sasuke's pride probably did not allow him to accept help from some upstart. I didn't insist, I just didn't have the strength anymore. I was mentally exhausted from fiddling with them. Maybe if I had suggested something right away it would have worked out, but alas. Yes, and the attitude towards me was more even. The author's favorite technique with the idea of joint training did not work. Sakura simply believed that she already knew and could do everything, and Sasuke's pride probably did not allow him to accept help from some upstart. I didn't insist, I just didn't have the strength anymore. I was mentally exhausted from fiddling with them. Maybe if I had suggested something right away it would have worked out, but alas. Due to the fact that the shadow clones were quite capable of replacing me on missions, as soon as the atmosphere more or less improved, they stopped appearing in person. The mentor made the only attempt to return me to the bosom of the family, but the condition, "I work, but then you teach us," did not inspire him. So starting the second month after graduation, I returned to my usual schedule. In the morning, create a clone and send it to the team, while you run off to exercise yourself. Then a hearty breakfast, create a dozen or two clones and send them to the library, then take them to the training ground, where in peace and quiet, together with a couple of hundred clones, sit down to practice techniques and elemental chakra transformations. At about 3 o'clock, go for lunch, then collapse on the couch and scatter the clones in the library. A couple of hours of headache, yet, just like that, such a volume of knowledge that it hits the mind at once, difficult to accept and comprehend. Then again we go to the training ground and practice taijutsu. Unfortunately, clones can only provide experience, but not develop reflexes and muscles. Then dinner, a bed and an hour and a half in a state of jelly. Shadow clones are, of course, a great technique, but painful, and when several hundred pass on their achievements to you at once, it's almost perfect torture. After a couple of weeks of living like this, I began to feel like a masochist, but progress was being made by leaps and bounds. If the knowledge that clones were mined in the library was of little use, then there was enough practice in working with chakra. Suffice it to say that now I can throw on an elemental cover in 20 minutes, although recently it took me an hour. Of course, the result is not yet suitable for battle, but the pace of progress is impressive. Unfortunately, clones can only provide experience, but not develop reflexes and muscles. Then dinner, a bed and an hour and a half in a state of jelly. Shadow clones are, of course, a great technique, but painful, and when several hundred pass on their achievements to you at once, it's almost perfect torture. After a couple of weeks of living like this, I began to feel like a masochist, but progress was being made by leaps and bounds. If the knowledge that clones were mined in the library was of little use, then there was enough practice in working with chakra. Suffice it to say that now I can throw on an elemental cover in 20 minutes, although recently it took me an hour. Of course, the result is not yet suitable for battle, but the pace of progress is impressive. Unfortunately, clones can only provide experience, but not develop reflexes and muscles. Then dinner, a bed and an hour and a half in a state of jelly. Shadow clones are, of course, a great technique, but painful, and when several hundred pass on their achievements to you at once, it's almost perfect torture. After a couple of weeks of living like this, I began to feel like a masochist, but progress was being made by leaps and bounds. If the knowledge that clones were mined in the library was of little use, then there was enough practice in working with chakra. Suffice it to say that now I can throw on an elemental cover in 20 minutes, although recently it took me an hour. Of course, the result is not yet suitable for battle, but the pace of progress is impressive. Shadow clones are, of course, a great technique, but painful, and when several hundred pass on their achievements to you at once, it's almost perfect torture. After a couple of weeks of living like this, I began to feel like a masochist, but progress was being made by leaps and bounds. If the knowledge that clones were mined in the library was of little use, then there was enough practice in working with chakra. Suffice it to say that now I can throw on an elemental cover in 20 minutes, although recently it took me an hour. Of course, the result is not yet suitable for battle, but the pace of progress is impressive. Shadow clones are, of course, a great technique, but painful, and when several hundred pass on their achievements to you at once, it's almost perfect torture. After a couple of weeks of living like this, I began to feel like a masochist, but progress was being made by leaps and bounds. If the knowledge that clones were mined in the library was of little use, then there was enough practice in working with chakra. Suffice it to say that now I can throw on an elemental cover in 20 minutes, although recently it took me an hour. Of course, the result is not yet suitable for battle, but the pace of progress is impressive. I had enough practice in working with chakra. Suffice it to say that now I can cast an elemental cover in 20 minutes, although recently it took me an hour. Of course, the result is not yet suitable for battle, but the pace of progress is impressive. I had enough practice in working with chakra. Suffice it to say that now I can cast an elemental cover in 20 minutes, although recently it took me an hour. Of course, the result is not yet suitable for battle, but the pace of progress is impressive. By the end of the second month, we were given the first mission that required my personal participation. The dispelled clone delivered the sensei's order: report to the gate at 6 a.m. and be ready for a week-long journey. I sinfully thought that we were waiting for a trip to the land of waves and a meeting with one sharp-toothed person armed with a shaft, which, due to a misunderstanding, someone called a sword. I even wanted to cry out about the canonical cat, but no, thank all the gods, it was just necessary to escort the nobleman's son to his bride. In the morning, in accordance with the instructions, I stood at the gate and, waiting for my partners and teacher, looked at the heels of the carts. Near the most luxurious one, and, in my opinion, the least shabby one, a boy of 15 or 16 years old in leggings, silk and gold, also with his face painted with some kind of powder, was fussing. This fat, bow-legged body constantly squealed and demanded something, and in the quarter of an hour that I watched it, I developed a feeling of complete contempt for it. Finally, the remaining members of the 7th team appeared. The sensei quickly spoke with the already tired-looking whip and gave the command to move forward. But this is the first time I'm moving so far from the village. An unexpected thought came to me: at least I'll look at the world. The journey passed calmly and without incidents. No one set their sights on the scion of a noble family. The only thing that darkened the path was the future groom himself. No, while he was sitting in his carriage and not sticking out, everything was fine: warm, gentle sun, greenery, bird chirping, creaking wheels, rural pastoral and complete idyll. But as soon as this source of disharmony appeared, already on the second day of the journey for a place on patrol, an unspoken battle began, and on the 5th she became merciless. The villages we encountered did not make much of an impression. They were not at all similar to ours, but rather corresponded to European towns with a population of a couple of thousand people. Only the architecture was unique, but the atmosphere was very similar. Everyone knows each other, they have lived for centuries, they are almost related in one way or another. It's difficult to describe this. It's better to learn the language, and go on an excursion to Germany for a week, stay in a small family hotel, wander the streets, sit in drinking establishments in the evenings, which often have their own history, then you can understand me. The only city on the way was also the final destination of the route. It is quite remarkable that it was located at the bottom of a rather large crater or pit, in a hefty pit in short. And how does it not flood during the rainy season? Unlikely that those poor walls of 3 or 4 meters are capable of protecting it, especially since there is a fairly large river nearby. Although, perhaps it's all about it, it just starts its route from somewhere in the south, flows into a hole with the city, goes underground here, appearing several hundred kilometers further, and continues its path to the sea. The waters of the river carry silt, which makes the surrounding area of the city very fruitful, and also, as we were able to overhear from the conversations of the retinue, along with the muddy waters, the river carries golden sand, a meager amount, but the city has enough to live on, especially since it is completely self-sufficient in food. Appearing several hundred kilometers further, and continues its path to the sea. The waters of the river carry silt, which makes the surrounding area of the city very fruitful, and also, as we were able to overhear from the conversations of the retinue, along with the muddy waters, the river carries golden sand, a meager amount, but the city has enough to live on, especially since it is completely self-sufficient in food. Appearing several hundred kilometers further, and continues its path to the sea. The waters of the river carry silt, which makes the surrounding area of the city very fruitful, and also, as we were able to overhear from the conversations of the retinue, along with the muddy waters, the river carries golden sand, a meager amount, but the city has enough to live on, especially since it is completely self-sufficient in food. Having received payment for the mission, no, not in money, but the corresponding signature on a piece of paper with a heavy stamp, we decided to rest for a day before heading back. While Kakashi was closing the contract, we just went to stare at the city. Of course, all 3 of us were in a new village for the first time. Even Sakura and her parents didn't have a chance to visit, let alone Sasuke and me. I liked the city, a little smaller than our village, but more strict. It feels like it was based, and maybe still is, on a single development plan. Since shinobi, if they were here at all, it was on visits. No one thought about their convenience, in the sense that the roofs here were not flat like in their homeland, but quite pointed, triangular, covered with tiles. There were all sorts of weather vanes, ribbons, flags. You can't just jump on them anymore. The city is clean, beautiful, lots of greenery, streets paved with stone, the windows of houses with unique patterns glazed with printed colored plates, and friendly people. Everything made a rather pleasant impression. Speaking of people, after the diversity of Konoha, looking at people, the eyes simply rested. No, they weren't like twins, but there wasn't such a wild mixture of hair colors, eye shapes, cheekbones, lips, and so on and so forth, and even strange, and sometimes shocking styles were not found. The majority of the population were typical mestizos of the second generation with a predominance of European blood. In other words, from the Asian in their faces only a characteristic tint of skin color remained, and eyes, from which even after several generations one can confidently say that somewhere in the ancestors there was a native of the East edges. The clothes of the residents were also the same type. No, not the same, but the same type, classic color combinations, the predominance of typical Asian motifs, such as wide sleeves, lapels, etc. I can't vouch for the rest, but I wandered around the town until the first stars, and only when the streets became completely empty did I return to the hotel. It is one thing to understand and know, there is another world, and quite another thing to experience it. In this city lived ordinary people, not shinobi. And they lived their daily lives with their joys and sorrows, their worries, and they didn't give a damn about people like me. Yes, definitely, this mission and today's walk became the brightest emotional event in my new life. It is still interesting why this world is actually divided into two, little overlapping, independent and, in general, completely self-sufficient poles. But I wandered around the town until the first stars, and only when the streets became completely empty did I return to the hotel. It is one thing to understand and know, there is another world, and quite another thing to experience it. In this city lived ordinary people, not shinobi, and they lived their daily lives with their joys and sorrows, their worries, and they didn't give a damn about people like me. Yes, definitely, this mission and today's walk became the brightest emotional event in my new life. It is still interesting why this world is actually divided into two, little overlapping, independent and, in general, completely self-sufficient poles. But I wandered around the town until the first stars, and only when the streets became completely empty did I return to the hotel. It is one thing to understand and know, there is another world, and quite another thing to experience it. In this city lived ordinary people, not shinobi, and they lived their daily lives with their joys and sorrows, their worries, and they didn't give a damn about people like me. Yes, definitely, this mission and today's walk became the brightest emotional event in my new life. It is still interesting why this world is actually divided into two, little overlapping, independent and, in general, completely self-sufficient poles. With their worries, and they didn't give a damn about people like me. Yes, definitely, this mission and today's walk became the brightest emotional event in my new life. It is still interesting why this world is actually divided into two, little overlapping, independent and, in general, completely self-sufficient poles. With their worries, and they didn't give a damn about people like me. Yes, definitely, this mission and today's walk became the brightest emotional event in my new life. It is still interesting why this world is actually divided into two, little overlapping, independent and, in general, completely self-sufficient poles. Having failed to find answers or even hints of them, he fell into a quiet and peaceful sleep. For the first time in so many years of my new life, I dreamed of a house, the one left in the past. In my dreams I saw my mother and father, brother, friends. I dreamed of a lot of things that I left there and never acquired here. And then the dream became a slumber and thoughts came to me. Maybe this is a hint. My subconscious told me that I was living wrong, that the canon is canon, but there is also just life, Naruto, no matter how you treat him, he belongs in this world, he lived here, but I exist. In many ways, I behave even worse than Sasuke, at least he has a goal, revenge. As far as I can survive, I remember my prototype didn't die, but at the same time it still managed to live. And then darkness came. I suddenly realized that I was standing in a gray tunnel with water dripping from the ceiling. Now it's time to meet Kurama, better known as Kyubi. Well, what can't be avoided? Where is that nine-tailed demon fox? It's time for us to talk. Long corridors, gloomy and gray, slap-plop through puddles, branches going into the darkness, water on the floor, damp, musty air, oppressive atmosphere and despondency, plop-plop of bare feet on the cold floor. Then another place. I begin to understand the fox and his reaction. I remember, albeit vaguely, but it seems that before he had more luck with the inner worlds of his hosts, it wasn't so dull and gloomy. These corridors will soon give me claustrophobia and other things, and he's also sitting in a cage, slap slap, drip drip. So I reached the hall with the cage, a hefty cube all made of the same gray, concrete-like material. About a third of it was fenced off with bars, a canonical piece of paper with a seal and an oppressive silence, only occasionally interrupted by drops of water falling from the ceiling. There are noticeably fewer puddles and for some reason they are all concentrated behind the bars. Strange behavior for water on a flat, rough floor, very strange. Okay, why stare? Slap slap. Slowly, very slowly I approach the bars. My nerves are taut. My body reflexively tries to get into a stance. I have to make a conscious effort, otherwise I'll be good. Start getting acquainted in a fighting stance, although I don't need to relax. Who knows this Biju? It's strange, there are only 5 meters left to the grate, but where is the giant eye that flashed in the darkness? Something is wrong here, I thought, standing at the bars and trying to see at least something at the opposite end of the cage. I'm not good with sensory abilities, relative of course, but any shinobi in this matter, thanks to the banal pumping of chakra into the senses, will be a detector compared to a mere mortal. But still, where is my roommate? I always feel his chakra, I can even control it, not like my own, but quite confidently. It was not in vain that I trained. Regeneration and other joys that I could test without attracting attention and tied to fox power are available. Replenishment of demonic energy is present. It would be more accurate to say that it is not depletion, but that the source itself does not exist. Okay, standing at the bars I won't recognize anything, I'll have to take a risk, so, inhale, exhale and slap slap. Here I am in a cage. It's strange, no one rushes at me, the sensations haven't changed at all. A step back, no problem, a step forward, easy. There are no feelings of crossing an invisible border. Available, the replenishment of demonic energy is present, or rather, it would not even be depletion, but the source itself is not there. Okay, standing at the bars I won't recognize anything, I'll have to take a risk, so, inhale, exhale and slap slap. Here I am in a cage. It's strange, no one rushes at me, the sensations haven't changed at all. A step back, no problem, a step forward, easy. There are no feelings of crossing an invisible border. Available, the replenishment of demonic energy is present, or rather, it would not even be depletion, but the source itself is not there. Okay, standing at the bars I won't recognize anything, I'll have to take a risk, so, inhale, exhale and slap slap. Here I am in a cage. It's strange, no one rushes at me, the sensations haven't changed at all. A step back, no problem, a step forward, easy. There are no feelings of crossing an invisible border. Time flows in its own way in the inner world, according to a subjective feeling. I've been sitting here for 2 days now, but I don't feel any hunger, thirst, or desire to sleep. The cell turned out to be empty, completely and even somewhere absolutely. No Biju, no traces of his presence. How is this possible and what is going on here anyway? Knows him, I can't even imagine where to start thinking in order to come up with at least some kind of explanation. No, there is one option, but it can neither be confirmed nor refuted yet, and it is unlikely that it will be possible in the future, unless you die and ask the local gods. Again, the presence of Biju chakra in it, in my opinion, looks far-fetched. In principle, I know from anime that if you kill the carrier or pull the biju out of it, then that's it, finish. The Jinchuriki dies, unless good or not so good people intervene and drag him back, but in the classic version we always have the corpse of the carrier. It's more complicated with demons. They also seem to dissipate for a while, and then, after some years have passed, they are resurrected as mindless creatures who have lost their former personality, memory, and generally have nothing to their name other than strength and instincts. Okay, I spoke earlier about my idea of the degree of reasonableness, so don't get distracted. Judging by my appearance in this world and the state of my body at that time, the original could well have given up, simply died from beatings. How much does a 5-year-old boy need, and I already settled in a free vessel. In this case, based on existing knowledge, the 9 tails, as expected, should disperse or get out and start destroying everything in the area. But, when sealing the demon, as far as I remember, he was deprived of some components. The local god of death grabbed part of the power. Even then I was doubtful why God would interfere for just some mortal souls, even if not ordinary ones, but for a large and fat piece of a being standing on a completely different level, perhaps even close to the divine. Oh yes, Shinigami could almost, quite, grab such a jackpot, and even for free. It seems like all the fox's in chakra was in Minato, Naruto's father, when his soul passed on to the next world. The young chakra is in the child, the in is unclear where, and then the carrier dies. Kurama dissipates, but cannot be restored due to separation. In principle it is logical, but the feeling of replenishing the spent demonic chakra does not fit in, but it exists. That's what I'm bad at. I don't understand well. Albeit not ordinary ones, but for a large and fat piece of a creature standing on a completely different level, perhaps even close to the divine. Oh yes, for such a jackpot, and even for free, a Shinigami could almost, quite, grab onto it. It seems like all the fox's in chakra was in Minato, Naruto's father, when his soul passed on to the next world. The young chakra is in the child, the in is unclear where, and then the carrier dies. Kurama dissipates, but cannot be restored due to separation. In principle it is logical, but the feeling of replenishing the spent demonic chakra does not fit in, but it exists. That's what I'm bad at. I don't understand well. Albeit not ordinary ones, but for a large and fat piece of a creature standing on a completely different level, perhaps even close to the divine. Oh yes, for such a jackpot, and even for free, a Shinigami could almost, quite, grab onto it. It seems like all the fox's in chakra was in Minato, Naruto's father, when his soul passed on to the next world. The young chakra is in the child, the in is unclear where, and then the carrier dies. Kurama dissipates, but cannot be restored due to separation. In principle it is logical, but the feeling of replenishing the spent demonic chakra does not fit in, but it exists. That's what I'm bad at. I don't understand well. When his soul left for the next world. The young chakra is in the child, the in is unclear where, and then the carrier dies. Kurama dissipates, but cannot be restored due to separation. In principle it is logical, but the feeling of replenishing the spent demonic chakra does not fit in, but it exists. That's what I'm bad at. I don't understand well. When his soul left for the next world. The young chakra is in the child, the in is unclear where, and then the carrier dies. Kurama dissipates, but cannot be restored due to separation. In principle it is logical, but the feeling of replenishing the spent demonic chakra does not fit in, but it exists. That's what I'm bad at. I don't understand well. Okay, demon with demon, I have to decide what to do next. Ahead, as far as I remember the canon, there will be a battle on the bridge, where Sasuke will have to be saved. Let's put it with Haku or whatever this boy-girl's name is, who thinks he's a weapon, and I can handle it, but what to do with a psychotic one-tailed bearer in the Chunin exam? If he frees his biju, things will take a sour turn, which means he will have to finish off the boy earlier, but it's not a fact that he will help, which means he needs to master serious techniques. Without them it will not be possible to bring down the overgrown raccoon who has gained freedom. But for fans of Cloaks with Clouds who want to remake the world, there will be a huge surprise, and I have an idea on how to break the whole thing without bringing the matter to a canonical war. What else is good in this situation? I got an excellent training ground for self-development, a couple of hundred clones, practicing various skills in the inner world. This is such a help. There are also disadvantages here, but compared to the advantages they are insignificant. It's too easy to perform techniques in the subconscious, although, as one programmer friend of mine from a past life said, this is not a bug, but a feature. I learned how to do it here. It will be easier to master in reality, and much easier. In the morning, the 7th team, after a hearty breakfast, went home. Without any delaying factors, we made it in daylight. It's great to be a shinobi. The average running speed is 60 kilometers per hour. You're rushing, the wind is in your face, there's a roaring in your ears and all sorts of insects are bouncing off your forehead, but what do you want? There are forests around and the speed is decent. Unlike the cartoon, there was no talk of any monkey jumping on branches, just running at a speed inaccessible to ordinary people, strictly along the road. They didn't even cut corners, they jumped only a couple of times when there were traffic jams from the carts. Here are the gates of their native village and a pair of their eternal guards. By the way, not everything is so simple with them. This couple is a kind of misinformation for fools. Behind the gate there is a guardhouse where seasoned killers sit, armed to the teeth and supported by a pair of sensors. And of course, by pure chance, one of the dorms for single chunin is located nearby. So anyone who buys into the myth of a couple of goofballs, forever assigned to the gates for their jams and crookedness, will very bitterly regret it if they remain alive. And the guys themselves were not so simple. Of course, they didn't grab stars from the sky, but they weren't completely toothless crooked paws. Immediately outside the gates, we were released on all four sides. They say, well done, free, rest, otherwise tomorrow there will be a lot of work. The gardens are not walked, the dogs are not groomed, and in general, without us, Konoha has become desolate. It would be necessary to improve it with hard work for the minimum wage. Having thus inspired us, the sensei rode off to submit the report and receive money for the mission. I tried to encourage Sasuke and Sakura to wash the successfully completed task, but they were sent and ignored. Sadness and chagrin. It may not save the big-eyed and pink-haired one, so one of the important elements of the canon has already disappeared, but where is 1 and 3? No, I'm not such a bastard. After all, a demon I don't know is one thing and these kids are quite another. After saying goodbye to the team, surprisingly, they even answered me adequately. I went home, otherwise a lot of things had accumulated. It would be nice to buy food, otherwise there's nothing in the refrigerator, wash some clothes, or even buy some too. The current one has become too small for me. The period of active growth has not begun. Again, it's worth sending clones to the library, and doing some training myself. A month has passed since our first C-rank mission. During this time, we diligently weeded vegetable gardens, delivered food, carried out small errands for village residents and trained. It's not surprising, but Kakashi still decided to give us his precious time. I can't say what caused such an unexpected decision, but the fact remains. Every day after completing missions, we went to the training ground where, under the supervision of a mentor, we conducted joint training. It's true that no techniques were demonstrated to us, but they showed us and quite clearly explained how to walk on trees and water, and there was also a lot of sparring. Usually we worked with each other, but sometimes the sensei gave us a couple of clones, so that we could practice team skills. Of course, we didn't make much progress in a month. Alas, life is not a fairy tale, but still we developed some sense of a partner. I remember that at one of the first training sessions, Sakura almost killed me with shurikens, and she herself tried to get under the Uchiha's fireball a couple of times. At first, Sasuke completely forgot about his partners and climbed forward like a man possessed. I had to hit him with techniques a couple of times and hit him 20 times. This did not add warmth and friendship to our relationship, but at least there was some caution. And then we went on a mission again. This time we had to escort a large caravan of settlers. Since it was really large, we had to work together with another team. And of course it turned out to be the 3 heirs of Ino Shikocho. And everything would be fine. Only Ino and Sakura were previously best friends, but due to competition for Sasuke they diverged so much that the relationship between a cat and a dog will seem idyllic. No, I wasn't worried about Sakura. After the test her attitude towards the Uchiha changed seriously, but Ino. Oh, something will happen on this mission, how to survive it. In the morning, a meeting between Team Number 7, led by Hatake Kakashi, and Team Number 10, led by Sarutobi Asuma, took place at the gate. Just like last time, I arrived a little earlier than the appointed time. What can I do? The schedule is already in my blood. I get up early. Now, sitting on the parapet, I simply watched the sea of carts filled with belongings, dozens of men rushing between them, and simply enjoyed the morning. That's the time, the genins began to arrive. Sasuke nodded hello to Shikamaru, the first to arrive from his group. Strange, it seemed like he was still that lazy, but he arrived earlier than his own. Although, he was the closest to the gate, and maybe his parents helped him, a life-giving kick, given at the right time, can generally motivate him to do a lot, including getting up early. Sakura and Choji arrived at the same time. The latter was, as in the canon, chubby, but instead of the usual academy chips, he chewed a monstrous sandwich consisting of at least 4 layers. And here is the finale, Sensei and Ino, a rather pretty blonde. It's already clear that she will break a lot of hearts. Well, get ready to cover your ears and enjoy the show. As soon as Ino saw Sakura standing next to the object of her adoration, a fire immediately flared up in her eyes, and a stream of air rushed into her chest, to immediately transform into the cry of a wapiti wounded in the tail. But, hello Ino, good to see you. Sakura said with a sincere smile and waved her palm. PSS. The blonde deflated, her eyes widening. I thought only Hyugas got that bulging when they activate the Byakugan. It's already clear that many hearts will be broken. Well, get ready to cover your ears and enjoy the show. As soon as Ino saw Sakura standing next to the object of her adoration, a fire immediately flared up in her eyes, and a stream of air rushed into her chest, to immediately transform into the cry of a wapiti wounded in the tail. But, hello Ino, good to see you. Sakura said with a sincere smile and waved her palm. PSS. The blonde deflated, her eyes widening. I thought only Hyugas got that bulging when they activate the Byakugan. It's already clear that many hearts will be broken. Well, get ready to cover your ears and enjoy the show. As soon as Ino saw Sakura standing next to the object of her adoration, a fire immediately flared up in her eyes, and a stream of air rushed into her chest, to immediately transform into the cry of a wapiti wounded in the tail. But, hello Ino, good to see you. Sakura said with a sincere smile and waved her palm. PSS. The blonde deflated, her eyes widening. I thought only Hyugas got that bulging when they activate the Byakugan. To immediately transform into the cry of a wapiti wounded in the tail. But, hello Ino, good to see you. Sakura said with a sincere smile and waved her palm. PSS. The blonde deflated, her eyes widening. I thought only Hyugas got that bulging when they activate the Byakugan. To immediately transform into the cry of a wapiti wounded in the tail. But, hello Ino, good to see you. Sakura said with a sincere smile and waved her palm. PSS. The blonde deflated, her eyes widening. I thought only Hyugas got that bulging when they activate the Byakugan. There will be no kin. He summarized the results of the meeting by jumping from the roof and welcomingly waving his hand to the entire honest company. Let's go. The Jounin who came to his senses was the first to interrupt the silent scene. What can we say about the mission? Boring, dusty, long, tiring. All day long, spread out along the caravan, we wander at a snail's pace under the scorching sun and look around, or rather, we seem to be vigilant, watching and in every possible way working out the payment. If the caravan were smaller, we could at least talk to each other, but as it is, we only exchange gestures occasionally. In fact, the local ninjas have quite a rich sign language, but it is too specialized. And so from day to day, of everything and variety, we change places in security. The worst thing is in the rear guard, all the dust is yours, but there are many of us, so this place of honor went to everyone only a couple of times. It's hardest at rest stops, the caravan is full of kids, and naturally their main entertainment is to find trouble. And to find them you need to get away from the care of adults. Despite all our efforts, almost every day we had to look for someone in the surrounding forests, fields and gullies. Older guys, boys and teenagers, also turned out to be a problem at first. Although the caravan set off from the village, it had nothing to do with Konoha, just a gathering place, respectively. Young and hotheads only heard about shinobi, did not know anything specific, but to them we looked like unusual children. How could they miss the opportunity to test our strength, to test our teeth? At the first stop, a couple of especially stupid and greyhounds decided to hit up the girls. The result is 2 moaning bodies, lots and lots of squealing from imbeciles' relatives and a reprimand from mentors. It would seem that everything should calm down at this point, but no, the logic of young people is simple: where 2 fail, 10 will manage. Why don't they use this approach to study or work? Interesting. On the very first night, Choji and I decided to have a dark night. We just got to be on duty first. Yes, the fat guy doesn't like it when people call him fat. Well, at least he didn't lose his head and I didn't have to interfere, but he treated them like a turtle, and even had to treat the sick ones a little. It was Sasuke who put the finishing touches on testing our strength. It was just that the main alpha male of the caravan inadvertently said something about the shinobi's parents next to him at one of the rest stops. Now he's learning to move the fingers I added to him. He was lucky. If the sensei had not been nearby at that moment, the guy could have been left without a head. It's not difficult to reattach fingers, but the ringleader will have scars for the rest of his life. Such a reminder. After all, C rank and A are 2 big differences. Our teacher from medical courses could perform the engraftment operation without any traces at all. Well, that he is not with us. A pleasant surprise was the conversation between Kakashi and the head of the caravan, whose nephew was the victim. We are obliged to bring your caravan to its destination and save as many of your lives as possible, but nothing is said anywhere about injuries, and our duty to bring you all. Under pressure from the Yaki, the healthy hairy man almost shit his pants, deflated and silently went to his numerous relatives, who actually sent him to a showdown with the Jonin. I don't know what was there and who said it to whom, but one of the most actively gesticulating relatives was honored with the acquaintance of the leader's fist, and for a couple of moments he felt like a bird. From then on, everyone began to be openly afraid of us, except for small children, who, as they got lost and got into trouble at almost every parking lot, continued their entertainment. The attitude towards us smoothed out somewhat only at the end of the journey. We were just crossing mountain passes, and at one of the stops, on a small plateau, rather a giant ledge, we stopped for a rest. While the adults were busy cooking and other things, one boy of about 6, either at the instigation of friends, or such a genius himself, decided to demonstrate his courage. Having safely escaped from under surveillance, this body reached the edge and looked down. A natural reaction to heights is dizziness. Only providence in the person of Shikamaru and his shadow techniques saved the little one. Noticing the young rascal in time and the misfortune that befell him, our lazy fellow managed to create a technique, missing 2/3 of the seals, and seize control of the small body, preventing it from making its first and last flight. Sakura had already run there and carried the fidget to her parents. After this incident, the whole crowd decided to have a brainstorming session, the result of which was the transformation of me into a TV, or rather an illusion visor. Now, at every stop, a fairly large crowd gathered around me. There were not only children but also many adults, and I had to organize full 3D sessions. I'll tell you another problem: I didn't give it my all during training. Of course, it could have been simpler, creating a crowd of clones at each stop and organizing a cordon of them, but for some reason I didn't want to demonstrate my abilities once again. It's one thing to produce dozens of clones while weeding in your own village, and another thing to create hundreds here, in front of strangers. By the way, upon completion of the mission we were given bonuses, thanks to the Jounins, so in terms of money we received the same amount as for a B rank mission. After returning to the village, with the support of the 10th team, they managed to persuade their comrades to celebrate their return. However, progress. I won't say that we had a good time. Sasuke was gloomy and silent, Sakura was whispering about something with Ino. During the journey their relationship, if not the same, then clearly improved. Choji, who managed to get normal food, simply fell out of reality. Only us. We chatted with Shiko for a bit. A very interesting guy. It's a pity that I'm not on the same team with him. He's an ideal partner, and he thinks very sensibly. If I didn't know his real age, he'd be at least 20 years old, or even 25. The ice has broken. I dare to hope that over time the 7th team will become one, not on paper but in reality, especially since we have a lot of work ahead of us. And then there was a new week with E/D rank missions, all the same small things and assignments. And here it is a fateful moment. We drag a huge cat with a bow to the Kage Tower, forever canon. It turned out to be not difficult to catch the animal, either we were too seasoned, after all, Kakashi devoted time to us, or the anime author simply decided to add a little humor. That's not the point. The first serious test lies ahead. Let's hope we can cope at least as well as the original. After presenting the animal to the portly woman, the wife of the daimyo of our blessed country, Sarutobi deigned to make a short speech, which ended with the words, "And now I am sending you on an important mission to the land of waves. You must escort the bridge builder Tsuno-san home and take care of his safety until the completion of the bridge that will connect our countries." After the name of the customer was announced, the phenomenon of the latter occurred. With the unsteady gait of a sailor, an elderly body stumbled into the door with a bottle of sake, dirty clothes, a la hippies, and a powerful exhaust that had apparently been living on the glass for a long time. Although, in his situation, perhaps the only thing left to do is drink black. The customer, having walked into the center of the room, stopped, struggled for some time with the inertia of the body, finally overcoming the pranks of the vestibular apparatus, after which he looked around at those present with a dull look. What he saw clearly puzzled him, so the old man hiccuped, took a couple of good sips of sake and began to vigorously shake his head, otherwise he would induce sharpness of vision in such extravagant ways. The new inspection apparently did not bring clarity and novelty. Who are these children? What are they doing here? Tazuna yelled, indignantly pointing a dirty, calloused finger in our direction. This is team number 7, they will be your guard on the way home. The Hokage is very equanimous. It seems the situation gives the old man pleasure. There are even wrinkles around his eyes. These will be my guard. And this blonde guy with an idiotic face too? What expression, so much righteous anger, would have clapped, but I don't think it's worth it. The interested glances of those present crossed me. People wanted to see the reaction to such an impartial statement. Sasuke and Sakura literally froze, staring at me, and the corners of the pink-haired girl's lips were slightly twisted, a kind of smile of contempt, while the red-eyed one, despite the stone muzzle of his face, was positively beaming with superiority. Sensei, on the contrary, looked attentively and slightly tensely, otherwise he was afraid of losing the customer even before leaving. Sarutobi was actively puffing smoke from his pipe and was perhaps slightly aloof. In general, he was just interested. Obviously the old Morel knew about the setup with the mission, and maybe even took a little part in its organization. It's clear that he didn't dirty his hands, but he could have turned away demonstratively. Again, Zabuza, the Nuke-nin of the village of Mist, one of the real contenders for power in his own settlement, why not eliminate him with the hands of the strongest Jounin? If it works out, then according to local traditions the head of the fog will be a debtor, and as a result, you can receive a number of preferences. If the bridge is built at the same time, it will be great. The fog men will suffer a big economic problem, the loss of a serious fighter, and in general everything will turn out well for the Hokage. Yes, even if they kill us, the old man will take his toll. The death of a group is an excellent casus belli, that is, a reason to start hostilities, quite, according to local standards, a worthy reason to start a small victorious campaign. Again, such a significant justification for war will deter other predators. After all, the society here is very traditional. This even affects the making of political decisions. Moreover, the land of waves can be crushed, and this is a good springboard and a promising naval base. Yes, Tazuna-san, I will also be one of your bodyguards. They didn't expect such a calm reaction from me. Well, that's right, in the eyes of others I'm just a child. Sarutobi choked on smoke, his teammates' jaws dropped, Sensei's eyes bulged, and Tazuna seemed to have sobered up a little. Well, okay. The bridge builder was the first to come out of his stupor. Either alcohol helped him in this. Before his statement he took a good sip of the bottle, or maybe it was the experience of communicating with a rather strange grandson. Although, I judged the latter from the anime, and it wasn't shown that much there. Everyone should be at the gate in an hour, we'll set out immediately. It was the sensei who came back to life and remembered his duties as a commander. Not without some exertion of willpower, he managed to avoid the provocative question, as in his understanding, an hour later and they immediately combined. It seems that this mission causes me much more fear than I try to instill in myself. It's not surprising, even from the cartoon it was clear that the characters remained intact only by the will of the author and a miracle. In reality, there is a chance that such a seasoned wolfman like Zabuza will show sentimentality and try to save the lives of the genin. Don't tell the slippers, they have no sense of humor. He'll swing his shaft and it's all gone, no matter how you train, but at 12 or 13 years old, defeating a healthy man, isn't that fantastic, guys? There would be a real advantage in the form of surprise or a trap, back and forth. All hope is in the sensei and shadow clones. Unlike the original, I can rivet not just a lot of them. Knowing the future helps, so I'm sitting in the ramen shop and calmly eating while my partners in the soap are getting ready for a long journey. It's just that I've had everything for this mission in special seals for a long time. At one time I managed to decorate them on the reverse side with the faces of cats, the wings of waves and other gobbledygook. When I was drawing out these arts and thinking about whether I needed to take something else, simple actions, especially monotonous ones, like drawing out an ornament or writing curls on the ridges, always helped me concentrate. Having finished with the third portion of noodles, I ordered 2 more to take with me. The supply is not enough for my pocket, and for those who know Fuinjutsu, this saying becomes more relevant than ever. Having hidden the food in a scroll and said goodbye to the owner, he slowly walked to the gate, along the way once again wondering how to convey to the sensei the full depth of that 5th point, what awaits us in the near future, and it would be advisable not to get burned. After going through all the possible options again, I was forced to admit failure. Before the first collision with 2 aggressive inhabitants of the puddle, you won't be able to do anything, and then there won't be much point. Actually, the ideal option after the battle is to immediately stop the mission, but I will be in a clear minority when deciding the issue. Kakashi, as far as I've gotten to know him, has become quite arrogant. It's been a while since he's had to get hit on the head, and as a result you can't count on him to trample forward. Sasuke, any fight is a reason to become stronger, to test yourself, so he will definitely be in favor of continuing the campaign. Sakura, in general, she will be on my side, in her soul, but she's unlikely to speak out against the opinion of Sensei and Red Eye, and even if she does speak out, it's a 2-by-2 situation. The decision is up to the teacher, self-confidence, reluctance to spoil the track record. In short, we cannot escape Zabuza. Actually, there was one way to replay the mission right away, to expose yourself to the enemy's attack, but it was too risky. Hi people. He waved his hand to those gathered. Where is the employer? I went to buy supplies for the trip. Sasuke unexpectedly enlightened me. How many bottles of sake do you think he can carry? P.F. The contact was interrupted before it began. We stood there, silent, looking at the passers-by. They looked at us, although what they didn't see was a group of genin under the command of a jonin setting off on another mission. Banality. Perhaps, if not for one white-haired boy with blue eyes, they would not have paid any attention to us, but they still glance at us, even in passing. By the way, due to the excitement, empathy failed, the hatred of the townspeople was now practically not felt, and it was completely impossible to believe that it suddenly became much less. The appearance of the great bridge builder was marked by the clanking of containers in his backpack and incomprehensible swearing. 30 bottles. Sensei commented on the appearance of the lumpy backpack. You know better. Sakura muttered, thinking about something of her own. Kakashi has good, simply excellent hearing. GGG. The blushing teacher looked quite funny. PFFHPHHS, wow, it turns out you can laugh with a puff, I didn't expect such a skill from Sasuke. With the gait of a penguin, accompanied by a measured clang and clink, with his head bowed proudly, he saw this for the first time. Tazuna walked past us, he didn't even deign to look, however, now it's more important for him to keep his balance and watch the road. 30 bottles of sake weigh not much less than himself. I didn't even know that the daimyo introduced prohibition in the land of waves. Stop chatting, let's get on with the mission. Forward, guard formation, Naruto to the vanguard. Come on. Along the roads and along the hills. Along the forests, fields and rivers. A shinobi makes his way. A monster, a Superman. Whistling this song, he broke away half a kilometer from the main group and created 5 clones. It's still a good technique. As soon as the clones appeared, they immediately took on the appearance of our brave team, we didn't even have to say anything. Then it was time for home preparation. 5 suicide vests were printed from the scroll, actually simple t-shirts, but after I covered them in 3 layers with explosive seals, they became what they became. I hope the deception will work and my enemies will appreciate my work. I had little faith in the canonical development of events. No, the idea of an ambush in a body of water or nearby is quite common sense for fighters proficient in water techniques, but sitting in a lonely puddle against the background of a drought, I don't believe in such stupidity. Having finished with the bait, I went to a meeting with the team. It was boring to go alone, and there was no point. Just in case, I created 10 more clones. Security is provided by clones. I answered the sensei's eyebrow raised questioningly at my appearance. Having received a nod of his eyelashes, once again marveling at Kakashi's abilities for non-standard methods of communication, he joined the team. We walked in silence for a couple of hours, enjoying nature. It was nice under the shade of giant trees. Even the heat that had stood for a week and the mercilessly scorching sun were unable to dispel the coolness and disperse the shadow. The aromas of many flowers were in the air. How they, coupled with the grass, managed not to wither in the eternal shadow of the giants was unclear. Even the smell of fumes emanating from our client receded for many meters before the pressure of the forest. Great, just like that he would go on and on. I'm beginning to understand the Aburame clan. They and their beetles, in search of new symbionts, spend a lot of time in the forest. I think it's not so much that they come here for the beetles, but for this beauty and amazing peace. Even the hoarse breathing of a drunkard, puffing under the weight of a backpack, gets stuck in this majestic silence of the forest. Of course, you can listen and hear the forest, myriads of different insects, birds, animals, the rustling of the crowns. The forest is never silent, it always speaks in hundreds, thousands of voices at the same time. Only these sounds are miraculously capable of merging into silence, not disappearing, but seemingly extinguishing each other, and it is up to you what you hear, majestic silence or the rustling of leaves, the squeak of a mouse in the roots or the buzz of a bee in the flowers. Halt! This is the end of the obsession. The charm of the magic of the forest did not disappear, but moved far back, becoming just a background. Tazuna carried out his sensei's command literally, simply fell to the side of the road and, lowering his head on the nearest patch of grass, instantly fell asleep. Yes, this was clearly not the reaction the teacher expected. Confusion flashed for a moment through the mask of equanimity. And what are we going to do with him? Sakura was clearly not in the best mood, especially since, as the weakest on the team, she had to be the customer's personal guardian. as a result of which she was next to him all the time. The smell of fumes mixed with sweat, hair that has been unwashed for a long time and clothes that were washed 5 days ago, to put it mildly, it's difficult for our fashionistas and neat people. Ma, let him rest. Yeah, Grandpa is old, Grandpa is tired. Wow, Sasuke is being sarcastic, otherwise snow will fall tomorrow, in the land of fire, that's what will happen, otherwise the locals sometimes live their entire lives without seeing white flies. Having had a snack, which Amaterasu sent, and having rested a little, we began to clean up the customer. A couple of household water techniques performed by me, due to the drought, which cost the same amount of chakra as an A-rank technique, as well as the lack of mastery of this element by other team members, allowed us to bring the test subject to his senses. At the same time the grandfather washed himself, even stretched out a little. Again, it made it easier for Sakura to be near this individual. For which, by the way, he deserved a grateful look. In general, the behavior of my partners is starting to worry me. Somehow they suddenly changed their attitude and behavior. Why would that happen? If we don't go into details of the stream of words poured into our ears by the awakened one and missed the moment of him getting into the straps of his backpack and subsequent attempts to get up, then the rest of the day passed quietly and calmly. In the evening, our company reached a small inn, where we spent the night. What is noteworthy is that the employer paid for dinner and rooms. Naturally, Tazuna tried to take maximum revenge on us for the wake-up call, a bowl of rice without meat for everyone and one 3x4 room for everyone. This neglect affected only the genin. That is, us. The sensei was arranged and fed completely differently. If the original had been in my place, there would have been a scandal, with an object lesson for young people from a wise mentor. And so, it was zilch. Sasuke didn't care, he again became gloomy and thoughtful. Sakura also went somewhere into herself, and I had a portion of ramen and a wonderful sleeping bag in a scroll. An analog of a hayloft was available to anyone, which many travelers took advantage of, compacting hay and straw well. As a result, the owners managed to make a little more supplies for the rainy season. A kind of symbiosis was the result. The locals even had a saying wish, something like, "May your hayloft be like a stone," which is difficult to adequately translate. In fact, in this way they wished for a lot of clients, wealth and other abundance. A very universal wish, somewhat similar to, but Pazaran or Prosit, seems to be translated simply, "They will not pass the first and your health the second," but it is used in different situations, from farewells to greetings and toasts. Compacting hay and straw well, as a result, the owners managed to make a little more supplies for the rainy season. A kind of symbiosis resulted. The locals even had a saying wish, something like, "May your hayloft be like a stone," which is difficult to adequately translate. In fact, in this way they wished for a lot of clients, wealth and other abundance. A very universal wish, somewhat similar to, but Pazaran or Prosit, seems to be translated simply, "They will not pass the first and your health the second," but it is used in different situations, from farewells to greetings and toasts. Compacting hay and straw well, as a result, the owners managed to make a little more supplies for the rainy season. A kind of symbiosis resulted. The locals even had a saying wish, something like, "May your hayloft be like a stone," which is difficult to adequately translate. In fact, in this way they wished for a lot of clients, wealth and other abundance. A very universal wish, somewhat similar to, but Pazaran or Prosit, seems to be translated simply, "They will not pass the first and your health the second," but it is used in different situations, from farewells to greetings and toasts. In fact, in this way they wanted a lot of clients, wealth and other abundance. A very universal wish, somewhat similar to, but Pazaran or Prosit, seems to be translated simply, "They will not pass the first and your health the second," but it is used in different situations, from farewells to greetings and toasts. In fact, in this way they wanted a lot of clients, wealth and other abundance. A very universal wish, somewhat similar to, but Pazaran or Prosit, seems to be translated simply, they will not pass, the first, and your health, the second, but it is used in different situations, from farewells to greetings and toasts. Having finished dinner and having listened to a sluggish lecture from Kakashi on the rights and obligations of the parties when concluding a contract for a mission in general and attention to any small details, including everyday ones, in particular, they scattered in all directions. Actually, we went to bed, officially. I don't know how the partners decided on the issue of placement, perhaps they just lay down without undressing, but I went to train, climbed deeper into the forest, created clones and began to work on the still slow spontaneous transformations and control. In the process of dividing the chakra into its components, I again wondered where the foxes had gone and where did the demonic energy come from. The question is actually important, because according to the canon I was supposed to come to an agreement with him. Then unite and attack the next organizers of peace and general prosperity. The distinctive feature of the latter is the cloak, decorated with clouds. Self-name, Akatsuki, in my opinion, a bad self-name and style, and the goals are so. The training did not interfere with thinking, and there was no desire to sleep either, so why not try again to analyze the issue with the lost roommate? Let's start with more or less reliable facts. First, before sealing, the bijou was divided, and a higher entity was involved in the process. Secondly, the original at the time of my arrival was at least in a state of clinical death, or at most was completely dead. Third, the body somehow produces a demonic chakra, although the demon itself is absent. Actually, only the latter can be considered a fully confirmed fact, the second or I still got some skills and knowledge, the same reading of syllables and, for example, knowledge of the language, the first was known exclusively from the cartoon. In fact, we can assume that the fox simply hid, or alternatively, I was not in my inner world, but this is somehow unconvincing, although it perfectly explains the misunderstandings. More or less reliable facts include the ability of tailed animals to be reborn after death. He sat for a long time and came up with different theories, made assumptions. Alas, the lack of knowledge cannot be compensated for by any logic, deduction and the like, and probably only Rikudo had the necessary information. But the trouble is, he's already dead and there's no way to ask him. Maybe, of course, his descendants have the same Uchihas, like Kamenyuka, owned a special one, although only those with red eyes could read it, and not all of them, but only high-level ones. Of all the theories constructed, if you believe your own intuition, the most correct was the idea of the degeneration of the nine tails into me. He reasoned like this: Naruto died, the demon also stretched out its tails, due to the lack of an important component, a regular revival turned out to be impossible. However, there was a previous carrier, and it was functional, and not rotten or scattered with ashes, inside of which there was a huge reserve of demonic energy. In the first few years, I spent almost no chakra. I didn't spend any chakra at all, neither mine nor the foxes. So, theoretically, he could have huge reserves of demonic energy, especially considering the seal of the elements on his belly. Alternatively, by the way, perhaps she did not allow the demon to extract the required amount of chakra from me after death, which is also quite a version of why the tailed one has not yet been reborn. Bijou, on the other hand, do not have a physical shell in the usual sense. They are chakra, many highly compressed chakra. Further events could have developed something like this. The foxes did not want to be reborn in a cage, or he simply couldn't, but there was a lot of his energy right in my chakra channels, so why not incarnate in them? Actually, what do I even know about the incarnation of Bijou? An ocean of chakra stuffed into a small jar. In the end it will become so dense that it will acquire materiality, that's all. But do the tailed ones need a material shell of chakra? What is rebirth for them in general, and what is the deep mechanism of this process, and what to talk about? No one even really knows where the demons get so much energy from. All that is known is that Bijou can transform anything into chakra, but for some reason they prefer not to do this, but to thrash enemies with their paws, tails, tear them with their teeth and launch their famous bombs, and in general they are supporters of banal, in many ways animal ways of inflicting pain and destruction to others, but there was a lot of his energy right in my chakra channels, so why not incarnate in them? Actually, what do I even know about the incarnation of Bijou? An ocean of chakra stuffed into a small jar, in the end it will become so dense that it will acquire materiality, that's all. But do the tailed ones need a material shell of chakra? What is rebirth for them in general, and what is the deep mechanism of this process, and what to talk about? No one even really knows where the demons get so much energy from. All that is known is that Bijou can transform anything into chakra, but for some reason they prefer not to do this, but to thrash their enemies with their paws, tails, tear them with their teeth and launch their famous bombs, and in general they are supporters of banal, in many ways animal ways of inflicting pain and destruction to others, but there was a lot of his energy right in my chakra channels. So why not incarnate in them? Actually, what do I even know about the incarnation of Bijou? An ocean of chakra stuffed into a small jar, in the end it will become so dense that it will acquire materiality, that's all. But do the tailed ones need a material shell of chakra? What is rebirth for them in general, and what is the deep mechanism of this process, and what to talk about? No one even really knows where the demons get so much energy from. All that is known is that Bijou can transform anything into chakra, but for some reason they prefer not to do this, but to thrash their enemies with their paws, tails, tear them with their teeth and launch their famous bombs, and in general they are supporters of banal, in many ways animal ways of inflicting pain and destruction to others, so why not incarnate in them? Actually, what do I even know about the incarnation of Bijou? An ocean of chakra stuffed into a small jar, in the end it will become so dense that it will acquire materiality, that's all. But do the tailed ones need a material shell of chakra? What is rebirth for them in general, and what is the deep mechanism of this process, and what to talk about? No one even really knows where the demons get so much energy from. All that is known is that Bijou can transform anything into chakra, but for some reason they prefer not to do this, but to thrash enemies with their paws, tails, tear them with their teeth and launch their famous bombs, and in general they are supporters of banal, in many ways animal ways of inflicting pain and destruction to others, so why not incarnate in them? Actually, what do I even know about the incarnation of Bijou? An ocean of chakra stuffed into a small jar, in the end it will become so dense that it will acquire materiality, that's all. But do the tailed ones need a material shell of chakra? What is rebirth for them in general, and what is the deep mechanism of this process, and what to talk about? No one even really knows where the demons get so much energy from. All that is known is that Bijou can transform anything into chakra, but for some reason they prefer not to do this, but to thrash enemies with their paws, tails, tear them with their teeth and launch their famous bombs, and in general they are supporters of banal, in many ways animal ways of inflicting pain and destruction to others. What do I even know about the incarnation of Bijou? An ocean of chakra stuffed into a small jar, in the end it will become so dense that it will acquire materiality, that's all. But do the tailed ones need a material shell of chakra? What is rebirth for them in general, and what is the deep mechanism of this process, and what to talk about? No one even really knows where the demons get so much energy from. All that is known is that Bijou can transform anything into chakra, but for some reason they prefer not to do this, but to thrash enemies with their paws, tails, tear them with their teeth and launch their famous bombs, and in general they are supporters of banal, in many ways animal ways of inflicting pain and destruction to others. What do I even know about the incarnation of Bijou? An ocean of chakra stuffed into a small jar, in the end it will become so dense that it will acquire materiality, that's all. But do the tailed ones need a material shell of chakra? What is rebirth for them in general, and what is the deep mechanism of this process, and what to talk about? No one even really knows where the demons get so much energy from. All that is known is that Bijou can transform anything into chakra, but for some reason they prefer not to do this, but to thrash enemies with their paws, tails, tear them with their teeth and launch their famous bombs, and in general they are supporters of banal, in many ways animal ways of inflicting pain and destruction to others. But do the tailed ones need a material shell of chakra? What is rebirth for them in general, and what is the deep mechanism of this process, and what to talk about? no one even really knows where the demons get so much energy from. All that is known is that Bijou can transform anything into chakra, but for some reason they prefer not to do this. But to thrash enemies with their paws, tails, tear them with their teeth and launch their famous bombs, and in general they are supporters of banal, in many ways animal ways of inflicting pain and destruction to others. But do the tailed ones need a material shell of chakra? What is rebirth for them in general, and what is the deep mechanism of this process, and what to talk about? No one even really knows where the demons get so much energy from. All that is known is that Bijou can transform anything into chakra, but for some reason they prefer not to do this, but to thrash enemies with their paws, tails, tear them with their teeth and launch their famous bombs, and in general they are supporters of banal, in many ways animal ways of inflicting pain and destruction to others. Enough. He decisively interrupted his speculations with a clap of his palm. Time to sleep. Dispelling the clones and staggering from the cascading waterfall of the information they transmitted, he went to pack. The morning began with a meager breakfast of milk and rice cakes, seasoned with Tazuna's grunts and his puffy, stubble-covered face as the background. In fact, the bridge builder's face was rather framed by a thin beard. It had been a long time since my grandfather had put himself in order. Having finished with food, we set off again. Our customer's backpack lost a little weight. Apparently yesterday the owner looked into it more than once or twice. By the way, my grandfather didn't touch the bottle on the way, not canon by the way. Having repeated the maneuver with the clones, he rejoined the main group. A couple of half-hearted attempts to start a conversation went in vain. So I started enjoying the views again. Until lunch they walked like tourists, just looking around, occasionally exchanging short phrases or gestures. At noon we turned into the local caravan site, an ordinary clearing with a source lined with stones and a fire pit. We lit a fire, cooked porridge with strips of dried meat, ordinary camp food, quick, satisfying and, to me, even tasty. We rested for an hour, let the fat settle, and set off again. Tazuna casually fished out a bottle of sake from his supplies and consumed it in literally 2 sittings. After which, noticeably cheerful and turning pink, he tried to drag out the song. This was the last straw for Sakura, roaring like a wounded bison. The pink-haired one threw an excellent side kick into the old man's jaw. After which, noticeably cheerful and turning pink, he tried to drag out the song. This was the last straw for Sakura, roaring like a wounded bison. The pink-haired one threw an excellent side kick into the old man's jaw. After which, noticeably cheerful and turning pink, he tried to drag out the song. This was the last straw for Sakura, roaring like a wounded bison. The pink-haired one threw an excellent side kick into the old man's jaw. He flew low. He commented on the bridge builder Sasuke's legs disappearing in the bushes. Probably for the rain. I shrugged my shoulders. Idiots. It was the sensei who moved away from what he saw. Sakura, Sasuke, immediately drag him here, and you Naruto urgently treat this drunk. We didn't have enough to kill the customer. Hi. While the guys were pulling the body out of the bushes and transporting it to me, he created 5 clones and began to release honey chakra. I would have straightened the victim's jaw even without clones. It's not a big task, but it would take me a long time to generate energy to cleanse the body, which would inevitably be noticed by the sensei. It struck powerfully. He winked at Sakura. Wow, the girl blushed, almost the color of her own hair. Well done. Sasuke nodded. Oh, as if the girl had fainted. I sinfully thought that her love for the gloomy image had passed, and she seemed to have transformed into something much more dangerous for the young heart. Having spent half an hour on the victim, completely collecting his jaw, moving it really powerfully, I respect it, and at the same time cleansing Tazuna's thoroughly polluted body of alcohol and even removing a number of consequences, such as the onset of cirrhosis with an ulcer. We moved on. Kakashi made a feeble attempt to force us to apologize, but then the bridge builder himself asked not to waste time and completely forget about this little misunderstanding. If only he had dared to insist under our promising glances. But the further path passed in peace, quiet and relative comfort. That's what the life-giving hook does. Actually, after a fist blow received from a little girl, who sent an average-sized grandfather, and even equipped with a large backpack, flying several meters, it dawned on the client who he had contacted. He doesn't know yet. He should have been moved on the first day. I noticed while looking at the dinner, albeit simple, but incomparable to yesterday's, paid for by Tazuna. Yes. The red-eyed man left with his mouth full. Due to the loss of a strategic supply of alcohol, only a couple of bottles survived the landing. As well as the general poverty of finances, our customer was forced to seriously limit himself in the consumption of intoxicating drinks. What are 2 bottles of sake against the background of his hardening and the body being brought back to relative normality? Nonsense. As a result, the next morning our quartet observed a rather funny and unusual picture. Shaved, washed and dressed in clean clothes, Tazuna-san with an important face and, most importantly, knowledge of the matter, apparently a really good engineer, our employer, walks around the yard with the local manager, or maybe the owner, who is not in the know and shows him something, explains. Naturally, our team, as it later turned out in full, including the sensei, could not resist the desire to find out the details, and being a shinobi to the core, it never occurred to me to just ask or stupidly stand next to him. As a result, our trio separated, surrounded the victim and began to slowly, camouflaged, get closer. Okay, partners, they are still children, for them this behavior is more or less explainable, but that's why I behaved the same way. It's because hormones began to put pressure on my brains. After all, that same age is already on the threshold. So I'm crawling quietly along the fence, camouflaging myself under stunted burdocks, and suddenly I see a bindweed making its way along the wall in broad daylight. Yes, he rushes so brazenly, as if there were no shinobi in sight. Canon is canon, but I really got cold feet at that moment. Zelenka gathered into a small group, instantly transformed into a burdock and fell silent. I look around carefully, no one seems to have noticed anything, even the sensei over there is sitting on the veranda, drinking tea. So what should I do? Attack? But I need it, the old man will be killed by the rival ninjuki, so we can calmly go home, and the main thing is what are the complaints against us. A mission from rank does not imply a confrontation with shinobi. Maybe this will be a stain on Kakashi's reputation, but it's okay, I'll somehow survive. Such a shame for my teacher. The others, too, I think, won't do harakiri and seppuku because of failure. This is how I would have reasoned before the attack of the unknown, disguised under the illusion, if not for Sasuke, who found himself in the line of possible fire, and not for Sakura, who managed to get almost close to Tazuna. There are no options here, just any, but these kids are not strangers to me. So it's okay, I'll somehow survive. Such a shame of my teacher. The others, too, I think they won't do harakiri with seppuku because of failure. This is how I would have reasoned before the attack of the unknown, disguised under the illusion, if not for Sasuke, who found himself in the line of possible fire, and not for Sakura, who managed to get almost close to Tazuna. There are no options here, just any, but these kids are not strangers to me. So it's okay, I'll somehow survive. Such a shame of my teacher. The others, too, I think they won't do harakiri with seppuku because of failure. This is how I would have reasoned before the attack of the unknown, disguised under the illusion, if not for Sasuke, who found himself in the line of possible fire, and not for Sakura, who managed to get almost close to Tazuna. There are no options here. Just any, but these kids are not strangers to me. Actung! I yelled, jumping towards the unknown. Well, yes, it jammed a little. I threw a couple of kunai and 2 threes of shuriken right in the air. Only 4 of those who were at the inn at that moment could see further events. A simple person is not able to keep track of a shinobi working at his maximum, even if this is the maximum of a genin. Nevertheless, in the seconds that passed from the moment of the breakthrough, a lot happened. Sakura, from a prone position, jumped on the bridge builder, knocked him down and, grabbing the client's valuable body, rolled with him to the laundry wall, where she took a defensive position, covering the limp carcass. Poor Tazuna, as a result of such maneuvers, found himself unconscious again. It is possible that his ribs and arms and legs will also have to be put in order. Yes, and the pink-haired one pressed it against the wall with all her heart. She unhooked earlier in order to take the stance, but didn't think about the inertia given to the passenger. Well, even if the wall was wooden, my skull could have broken on a stone. Sasuke also did not disappoint. He was always good at throwing iron, so while the protected object was leaving towards the wall, he gave birth to a whole series of shuriken in the direction of possible attack vectors, a kind of cutting off fire, taking into account the medieval flavor. I have no idea how the local manager remained alive. Obviously Providence favored him, and gray hair in his position is only a plus. It gives him respectability, and his trousers can be changed, especially since no one except us saw his embarrassment. With a stutter it is more difficult, although, as a doctor I declare responsibly, the problem is temporary, it will go away on its own. He didn't argue. He nodded his head so shallowly and began to hurry up to change his clothes. The most interesting moment was when the unknown person, sensing danger, threw off the illusion and began to counteract. Firstly, the attacker turned out to be none other than Hatake Kakashi. Our sensei was also subject to the vice of curiosity, and he considered it inappropriate to show obvious interest in the client's affairs, but just like that, on the sly, why not? What can you say about the actions of the mentor? Shocked. Having instantly understood and assessed the situation, would not have been able to make a replacement with the clone who was pretending to be drinking tea. No amount of training would give me such skills, only the experience of hundreds and thousands of extreme situations would help me acquire such abilities. Well done. Sensei praised us when everyone calmed down. But how did you manage to notice me? Yes, I saw how you made your way along the wall under the illusion of a loach. Don't tell him the truth. Great, you showed excellent teamwork, I'm proud of you. Now let's get Tazuna-san in order. Something has been unlucky for him lately. I wish I could bring him alive. Sasuke muttered thoughtfully, looking strangely at Sakura, from which she blushed and lowered her eyes, even shuffling her foot to complete the picture. What was it? The first words of the client who came to his senses. By the way, he spent an hour fiddling with 3 clones, and he was noticeably battered. Exercises. Sensei is equanimity itself. Training, teaching is good. I remember when I was young, while the patient was reminiscing, I strenuously, in a shinobi sign language unsuited for such a thing, proved that everything was fine, but it seemed like they didn't really believe me. A bottle of sake helped bring Tazuna-san back to normal. By the way, Sensei also took a sip of it, secretly. Wow, how worried a person is about his work, his soul really hurts. I didn't expect such zeal from Kakashi. He even becomes suspicious, maybe he knows something about the mission that we don't know. As a result of an unplanned delay, we set out after lunch. We moved in the same order. Ahead were the kamikaze clones, behind them we were surrounded by a dozen ordinary shadow fighters. We walked, and now we were almost there. Another 5 or 6 hours and we'll be at the border. The whole way Tazuna was sober and wary. Either he was afraid of the mercenaries who were following him, or he was afraid of us, or maybe all at once, not a telepath or a physiognomist, so as to accurately determine. Bang bang bang. It was heard ahead, and memories from the kamikaze group came to me. Bang bang. 2 more packages of information. What's this? Although Sakura is alarmed, she holds the kunai firmly in her hand, her eyes like radar beams scanning the surroundings. Ma. Sensei is calm as a boa constrictor. Sasuke is silent, but together with me and the kunoichi he maintains a perimeter around the client. Just now, a distracting group of clones equipped with explosion tags was attacked by a group of 2 shinobi. The alleged rank of the assailants was Chunin. After thinking a little, he added, "It looks like they were torn apart, now the clones will check." We wait. Hey. Interestingly, it turned out, as canon, a puddle like a pimple on the nose and killers sitting in it. Looks like the guys outwitted themselves. They left a couple of clones in the forest, poorly camouflaged, even a genin could see them, and they sat down in the water. Quite conveniently, it could have worked if not for the knowledge of the cannon and a large amount of explosives. Based on instructions and simple everyday experience, any shinobi, seeing such a demonstrative ambush as a puddle in a drought and an undisguised clone, would almost certainly buy it and attack the deception. Actually, the clones thought similarly and gave the enemies what they wanted. 3 fighters posing as me, Sasuke and Kakashi rushed into the forest, and the remaining 2 began to retreat to the water. If the enemy had been more experienced, if he had not imbued the ambush site with so much chakra, everything could have turned out differently. Alas, for the brothers, it was not fate. Explosive seals are generally difficult to feel, and when you jump right on a pile of them, the unfortunate people didn't have a chance. Even if they used a replacement, it's not a fact that they could survive. The area of complete damage from a suicide t-shirt is almost 50 meters, serious up to 70 meters, but even at 100 meters there is a risk of concussion and other troubles. In fact, the damage radius exceeds the average Chunin's maximum instantaneous movement by a margin. Having received confirmation from intelligence that the ambush had been eliminated, he hastened to please the team, otherwise it was really scary to stand next to the killers, who were stretched to the limit. He was not afraid for himself, for the great bridge builder, he was still in the center of a kind of pyramid and enjoyed a triple dose of yaki, which clearly did not add to his health and peace. In general, yaks are not a technique, but a narrowly focused lust for murder. On a weak-willed person such a mental impact could have a serious effect, even lethal. Of course, we did not fully master this skill. We had no one to wish for death yet, except for Sasuke. Of course, he did not yet know how to fully use the thirst for blood, another name for yaki. But at moments of maximum readiness for battle, and even in the battle itself, most shinobi begin to spontaneously eject yaki, which, by the way, sometimes have to be fought for years, and not everyone masters control to an extent sufficient to work from ambushes. Tazuna, don't you want to tell the truth about your enemies? Kakashi began the interrogation by characteristically narrowing his eye and pressing down a little with his yaki. Well. You see. In general. Yes, if you were a man who was so rich and influential that he could hire a shinobi to kill you. I couldn't restrain myself, but he'll keep running and running like this until the evening. This is Gato. The interrogated man squeezed out almost in a whisper, hanging his head. The owner of the ships? Sensei clarified. Yes. Do you understand that by hiding such information you set us all up? A rank C mission does not involve confrontation with other shinobi. In connection with the circumstances that have emerged, we have every right to go back right now. Abandoning you in this very place? I understand everything, but, well, our country is very poor. I simply did not have the money to pay for a mission of the required rank. Sorry, Sensei. What Naruto? One of the clones just discovered characteristic traces. It seems there was an observer. May I check? Is it dangerous? It's unlikely. Having failed to complete the mission or at least get an idea of the enemy, the unknown person most likely simply left, and hastily, otherwise he would not have left behind. Yes? Do you think that he is somewhere nearby and is still trying to at least indirectly assess our reaction to the attack and us? What would you do if a couple of fighters were torn to shreds before your eyes? Perhaps I would retreat. After quite a long time of thinking and combing the crow's nest with his fingers, which replaced Kakashi's hairstyle, the sensei gave birth to an answer. Okay, I'll let you check, just be careful. Sasuke, you'll go with him. Hey. In fact, I was more interested in the brothers' gloves and chain. It seemed like they had these pieces of ammunition made of fairly expensive glass-conductive steel. Of course, such a powerful explosion did not pass without consequences, and I was not going to use someone else's weapon in its original form. You can also melt down the damaged ones and, as a last resort, sell them, otherwise everything has been sad with finances lately. In fact, I'm living on old stocks. Of course, there was a trace and it was worth checking. Although there can be quite a lot of options for its appearance, it is not excluded and even very likely that the culprits are the brothers themselves. Detaining the pursuers in the event of an unsuccessful attack and hasty escape was quite a possibility, especially since there were several suitable stones nearby, just the thing for the replacement technique. And I didn't see much point in listening to Tezuna's conversation with Kakashi. The words they spoke may not be canonical, but the essence is generally the same. The only thing is, having lived in shinobi society, I can say with confidence that the reference to starving children and other horrors will not affect shinobi in any way. At most, it will cause a decline in the genin's mood and some embitterment. That's a minus on a personal file for failure. Yes, this is not the last argument, especially since in our blessed village there was a fad on this matter. It was unobtrusively given to everyone during the brainwashing process. Even the thought of making a corresponding note in my personal file was unpleasant to me, let alone about my partners. The sensei's excessive awareness also seems to hint. Okay, I know about Gato, but where does Kakashi come from? He didn't seem to have much dealings with merchants, except perhaps in his youth as a genin, and even then it's unlikely. It fell to the sensei during the war, where he received his ranks, then served in the ANBU, where, as far as I remember, he was used as a stormtrooper saboteur liquidator. Well, he wandered around with us a little more, accompanying caravans. In general, Comrade Gato, by local standards, is far from a remarkable person, just an ordinary dull person, greedy, petty, complex and completely unknown among the broad masses. At one time, I had to strain myself to find at least someone who had heard of him. It was recently that he was lucky, as problems began among the Fog people and the neighbors drew attention to the country of waves. And here the small format Glavgad is trying to monopolize the transportation market and bring a small country, simply unable to feed itself without external supplies, but suddenly becoming a strategically interesting country, to its knees. How can one not help such a person? As a result, a trader who considers himself very cunning and smart begins to play on several sides at once, and does not refuse fire and lightning and others. Well, he has crushed the market, children in the country are dying of hunger, the daimyo puffs out his cheeks, takes offerings, and he himself prays for the preservation of his own life and does not even dare to say a word. As a result of devastation, bandits and, in general, the already not rich state is turning into some kind of analog of a fascist concentration camp. The residents themselves participating in the Kage game, of course, are of little concern, but they don't need the desert at all. Without a minimum population, overhead costs will increase significantly, yes. Come on, it will be easier to colonize an unoccupied island and build an infrastructure from scratch that meets the set goals and objectives. So the games with local patriots began. Our old man, like an experienced intriguer, did the math and gave the go-ahead for the bridge. And what? It's not difficult to transport food, people, etc. across the bridge, especially since the country of fire has always had a rather weak fleet, even though there are sea borders, but to the country of lightning or water is like skiing to the moon. Standing on a hard surface to drown an adversary, yes, we can do this, which we have demonstrated more than once, so from this point of view, a bridge is just that. And you can't even guess how the local population will receive excellent PR at a minimum of expenses. In general, here, if you seriously think about the whole tangle of intrigue, it turns out that it's still a Gordian knot, and the bridge is a sword that cuts it, one blow, and Sarutobi Dano in white, on a horse with a burning gaze and a jubilant crowd around, while opponents are quietly liquid flow around to the side. I respect my grandfather, although he is a bastard, a politician and an unprincipled intriguer. It is always interesting to watch the work of a master. Moreover, the country of fire has always had a rather weak navy, although there are sea borders, but to the country of lightning or water is like skiing to the moon. Standing on a hard surface to drown an adversary, yes, we can do this, which we have demonstrated more than once, so from this point of view, a bridge is just that. And you can't even guess how the local population will receive excellent PR at a minimum of expenses. In general, here, if you seriously think about the whole tangle of intrigue, it turns out that it's still a Gordian knot, and the bridge is a sword that cuts it, one blow, and Sarutobi Dano in white, on a horse with a burning gaze and a jubilant crowd around, while opponents are quietly liquid flow around to the side. I respect my grandfather, although he is a bastard, a politician and an unprincipled intriguer, it is always interesting to watch the work of a master. Moreover, the country of fire has always had a rather weak navy, although there are sea borders, but to the country of lightning or water is like skiing to the moon. Standing on a hard surface to drown an adversary, yes, we can do this, which we have demonstrated more than once, so from this point of view, a bridge is just that. And you can't even guess how the local population will receive excellent PR at a minimum of expenses. In general, here, if you seriously think about the whole tangle of intrigue, it turns out that it's still a Gordian knot, and the bridge is a sword that cuts it, one blow, and Sarutobi Dano in white, on a horse with a burning gaze and a jubilant crowd around, while opponents are quietly liquid flow around to the side. I respect my grandfather, although he is a bastard, a politician and an unprincipled intriguer, it is always interesting to watch the work of a master. But to the country of lightning or water is like skiing to the moon. Standing on a hard surface to drown an adversary, yes, we can do this, which we have demonstrated more than once, so from this point of view, a bridge is just that. And you can't even guess how the local population will receive excellent PR at a minimum of expenses. In general, here, if you seriously think about the whole tangle of intrigue, it turns out that it's still a Gordian knot, and the bridge is a sword that cuts it, one blow, and Sarutobi Dano in white, on a horse with a burning gaze and a jubilant crowd around, while opponents are quietly liquid flow around to the side. I respect my grandfather, although he is a bastard, a politician and an unprincipled intriguer. It is always interesting to watch the work of a master. But to the country of lightning or water is like skiing to the moon. Standing on a hard surface to drown an adversary, yes, we can do this, which we have demonstrated more than once, so from this point of view, a bridge is just that. And you can't even guess how the local population will receive excellent PR at a minimum of expenses. In general, here, if you seriously think about the whole tangle of intrigue, it turns out that it's still a Gordian knot, and the bridge is a sword that cuts it, one blow, and Sarutobi Dano in white, on a horse with a burning gaze and a jubilant crowd around, while opponents are quietly liquid flow around to the side. I respect my grandfather, although he is a bastard, a politician and an unprincipled intriguer, it is always interesting to watch the work of a master. And you can't even guess how the local population will receive excellent PR at a minimum of expenses. In general, here, if you seriously think about the whole tangle of intrigue, it turns out that it's still a Gordian knot, and the bridge is a sword that cuts it, one blow, and Sarutobi Dano in white, on a horse with a burning gaze and a jubilant crowd around, while opponents are quietly liquid flow around to the side. I respect my grandfather, although he is a bastard, a politician and an unprincipled intriguer, it is always interesting to watch the work of a master. And you can't even guess how the local population will receive excellent PR at a minimum of expenses. In general, here, if you seriously think about the whole tangle of intrigue, it turns out that it's still a Gordian knot, and the bridge is a sword that cuts it, one blow, and Sarutobi Dano in white, on a horse with a burning gaze and a jubilant crowd around, while opponents are quietly liquid flow around to the side. I respect my grandfather, although he is a bastard, a politician and an unprincipled intriguer, it is always interesting to watch the work of a master. Having reached the place, he folded his fingers into a ring and directed chakra, lots and lots of chakra. The result was not long in coming, almost 100 clones. Why so much? You see, my big-eyed friend. I'll kill. Okay, don't get angry Sasuke, he just overdid it a little, and besides, it's not like you're crawling through the bushes yourself. Don't tell him about the search for the ammunition of recently deceased competitors. He has no problems with finances, although the guy does not have the full right to dispose of the clan's heritage, although everyone is stealing and stealing clan money, but the Uchiha clan, this is not for you sneeze, they moved billions. And the big-eyed parents were no fools, they were exactly the same in finances, they laid out straws wherever possible, so the boy lives without denying himself anything, or rather he could, and I hope he will continue to do so, for now, with his unhealthy thirst for revenge. From hunger does not die only because of a hired servant, or rather, a self-employed lively lady of about 40. While the clones were intensively combing the surroundings, my partner and I sat in the shade and indulged in the contemplation of rare clouds, or rather, plucking a blade of grass and lazily chewing it, indulged in contemplation, while Sasuke was thinking intensely about something. What are you thinking about, colleague? P.F. Informative. You are strange. I was tempted to answer in the style of Sherlock, about deduction, but I didn't have time. The little I decided to develop the idea. You fight better than me, but you always give in, you know a lot of techniques, also from different elements, but you hide. Why all this? Well, let's say I don't hide the technique, but I give in, not really that often. In general, I don't want to be the center of attention, you know how they treat me. I know. We were silent, thought. Sasuke also picked a blade of grass and was now chewing it vigorously. What he was thinking about, I won't even presume to guess. I was just happy. This short conversation was essentially the straw that broke the camel's back. We have not yet become friends. But we have taken the first step in this direction, but it has long been known that any path begins with the most difficult, with the first step, and it is very good that Uchiha took it. What do you think? Should we go back or continue to carry out the mission? Having spat out the rather worn-out plant, my partner asked. According to the rules, we must go back, but I don't believe in this. The unspoken law, the mission must be completed at any cost, has not been cancelled. Of course, Tazuna will be forced to pay a fine. If they find something to take, perhaps they will send help, but in general, whatever the sensei decides, it will be so. Yes. Again we sit in silence, enjoying nature, contemplating a blockage of trees and a small crater filled with water. The enemies spent a lot of chakra on their puddle, since it was enough to fill a 5-meter crater. If only it weren't for the remnants of the brothers, smeared in a thin layer across the surrounding landscape, it would have been fine. By the way, there is nothing strange in such calm behavior for a shinobi. From the 3rd year of training, psychological testing began, a visit to the morgue, a slaughterhouse, and everyone had to work there without fail, more than once or twice. There were also high-quality illusions and genjutsu with corresponding scenes, so the sight of a body torn into pieces, especially into such small ones, was just unpleasant. They will take away the share in the bridge. Unexpectedly, Sasuke gave it away. Tazuna, as the builder of the bridge, has his share in it, and it will be taken away to pay the fine. Yes. Well done Sarutobi, he played beautifully. I didn't invest a penny, I received money for the mission, and in addition, I will be a co-owner of the bridge, and you can protect your property in different ways. If he wants, he will send the army, no one will dare to say a word. The right to private property in local laws is a liberal's dream. It will also be possible to buy out the shares of ordinary workers and small investors without any problems. People have invested their last. As soon as they bring food into the country and sell off theirs to feed the children, there it will be possible to squeeze daimyo. Where will he go from the submarine, or rather the islands from which all his country consists of? And most importantly, no problems with competitors. The preemptive right to buy from other shareholders is a mandatory clause in all laws and charters. No, our Kage is definitely a mighty man. He could have done less for himself, but done more for the country and the village. Our gatherings ended with the appearance of the rest of the team with the employer trailing behind. The grandfather had a difficult conversation. It was his own fault, there was no point in being a redneck. He would have said it straight. he would have gotten away with part of the share in the bridge and an advance payment. The Hokage would have been satisfied with this, but otherwise he ruined his reputation, gave away the money and also managed to become a potential debtor, and they could present him with virtually any amount to pay. Having reported on the results of the study of the surrounding area and our conclusions, and at the same time sealing all the metal found and receiving approval from the management, we set off. As expected, a unanimous decision was made to continue the mission. Of course, no democracy and snot. The sensei unanimously voiced the order and we, turning to the southeast, joyfully trudged along the route indicated by the party. On a bright tomorrow. To meet the wave. Where a man with a sword awaits us in the fog. Wrapped in bandages. Shark grin. Why is this necessary? Let's unload. The trader boatman rasped, not allowing me to finish composing the poem. Getting to the agreed meeting place with the local, Sharon, was no problem. We just arrived a little later due to well-known events, which was, in general, an everyday matter. There were no people willing to leave for the night, so they decided to wait until the morning. We lit a fire, quickly cooked some porridge, I printed out some bento and other sweets. Munched, drank some tea, and went to bed. A dozen of my clones were sent on duty, and they were quietly given barrier and signal seals. God forbid, who knows what other surprises the mission will bring. I handed over the seals secretly, due to the reluctance to once again show off my possibilities. It's one thing when they simply know about the Fuinjutsu course I took, and another thing when everyone knows about the active use of the acquired skills. And it's better to hide your own achievements. It's always useful to have an extra trump card up your sleeve. It may not be useful, but it certainly won't hurt. I wanted to think about the past day in the silence of the night, but sleep and stress took their toll. As soon as I climbed into the sleeping bag and pulled up the cunning system of straps, adjusting it to suit myself, such a heaviness fell upon me, my eyes almost closed with a bang. Then it was early morning, a wake-up call with a simultaneous wash. As Kakashi explained his actions, we slept too inattentively, a quick snack and boarding the boat. We sailed in the fog for several hours. As in the canon, it was decided not to turn on the engine, otherwise you never know. I looked at the kids with envy. They climbed into the boat and began to swim. Even the teacher seemed to take a nap, but I couldn't. Knowledge of the future, as it turned out, is not always good. Out of nothing to do and excitement, I even tried to write poetry. I took up poetry after like the boat's engine is ruined, work with the elements of water for half an hour and you're done. Of course, this will be of little use, yet Momochi Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen, will find it without any conventional signals, but at least we'll win a little time and then bread. What, uncle, it won't start. Oh, how the boatman jumped, and Kakashi looked suspiciously, now at me, then at the boatman, who was jerking the engine. Szia ate something probably. Babbling, pallor, profuse sweating, the diagnosis is guilty. It's a pity no one will give a sentence of execution. And here he rowed 3 times slower. Sakura commented on the speed of the oars of the trader moving away into the fog. Something is wrong here, be on your guard and remember, I will always be able to protect you, even at the cost of my life. Sensei is in shock, but it's not a laughing matter, and he said everything without pathos, and so casually, you somehow believed it right away. That's it, you need to calm down. It's all nerves are running wild from the upcoming fight. The damaged motor worked, not in vain, oh, not in vain I tinkered with it. Due to the lack of a signal, Zabuza met our company in an unfavorable place for himself, a bald hill, a forest to the side, at least 700 meters to the nearest water, and right through the forest. There is also a slight breeze. Try to fog the area in such conditions. It is possible, of course, if there is a thermonuclear reactor inside in the form of an ordinary bijou, but mere mortals can do this only for a short time and will be very expensive in terms of chakra costs. In general, Momochi didn't look very good. In fact, he looked downright bad. Shinobi are still like hippies in their clothes, and many have a specific appearance, but there is a difference between the outfit of a clown and an outright homeless person, although, as a rule, both look ridiculous, but you can't confuse them. So, Zabuza did not look like a clown, but strapped for money, to put it mildly, it looked quite good. It's not even about the clothes as such, I don't know how to describe it, the aura or something, to be honest, I just felt sorry for him. Oh, the famous copy ninja Kakashi. Momochi Zabuza, one of the 7 great swordsmen. Just a meeting of good old acquaintances, a short dialogue, as expected, did not lead to anything. Both men got ready to spill each other's guts, and I suddenly blurted out, honestly, I don't know why or how this came to my mind, all nerves, like nerves. Zabuza-san, I have a big ramen. Want to? The sensei's eye twitched, Sakura's jaw dropped, Tazuna, who was already in a semi-fainting state and wondering where to half-drop his carcass, hiccuped and abruptly changed his mind about leaving reality. Sasuke's face distorted into something difficult to describe, nothing more than facial muscles that had atrophied during the long period of inactivity we decided to remind ourselves. The funniest thing was the effect my question had on the nuke Nin. It somehow happened that it was at that moment that Zabuza was going to take some action, either throw his shaft, or create clones, or maybe just simply jump into the forest, soaped up, trying to lure the sensei to the water. Knows him. The result was an awkwardly twitching body that flew off into the bushes with bulging eyes, a tasty splash and a wild cackle after it. Gia was heard from the bushes. Ha ha ha, our team laughed. He, an unknown person from the treetops supported us. Actually, even in the cartoon it was clear that Nuke Nin did not want to kill children. Of course he was not a saint, but he was not a bloodthirsty crazy maniac either. And the story he told in the anime, clearly the man just needed to speak out, and his rebellion and attempt to kill his own Kage, or rather his motives, plus the rescue of Haku, all this taken together revealed the true essence of this person. By the way, against the backdrop of the appearance of Zabuza himself, Haku who appeared was like a prince next to a beggar. This, better than any words, showed the true attitude of the Nuke Nin towards his living weapon. I don't even remember the strange reluctance of the weapon to kill. If Momochi had been the monster he wanted to seem, he would have broken the child's psyche and fashioned what he wanted out of the rubble. What we are going to do? Kakashi voiced the question on the agenda, and there was obvious relief in his voice. The sensei did not expect to meet such a formidable opponent, and even with a support team. Let's kill Gato, we can still rob him. The bridge builder opens up new facets. Yes, the alien soul is dark, and Burbits still live in the whirlpools. Maybe we can discuss everything under the roof? Sakura put forward the most sensible idea in our situation. We got to Tazuna's house by a roundabout route. It's a good thing he built his mansions on the outskirts, otherwise we would have had to croak until nightfall, and so, just in case, we hung illusions. Only a crowd of strangers entering the house would look suspicious in any case, and knowing about some shinobi abilities, anyone interested can put 2 and 2 together at once. The precaution was useful. There were a couple of observers. It's a pity they didn't think of depicting a very battered squad. It would have been canonical and allowed them to gain time. In the end they had to send a couple of clones. I think in the morning the spies will be able to remember little, and a headache is a normal condition for a hangover. They had to wake up in a roadside ditch with an empty bottle of sake. The container and some of the drink were lent by Tazuna, although his alcoholism was beneficial here. Having dealt with the outside and finally getting inside the house, they were greeted by its inhabitants, a young woman and a child, capable of rivaling Sasuke with the gloominess of their faces. The rather restrained expression of the feelings of those who greeted me was somewhat unexpected. I don't know whether our company, which had cast off illusions, was to blame for this, or whether there were reasons for it, and what does it really matter to me? While Tazuna was dealing with his family and introducing us, I was looking at the interior. Nothing like that, minimalist classic Japanese style, everything in light colors, clean and poor. Only the paintings on the walls aroused interest, not calligraphy or any kind of ornament. Landscape paintings, quite simple and spaced from each other at fairly decent distances, while still managing to create coziness and not make you feel like you were in an art gallery. And then in my past life I had an acquaintance whose mother fancied herself a great artist, preferred to draw directly on the wall and frame the results with heavy gilded frames, even taking into account some talent. The result eventually turned the house into a mini gallery. As they managed, I could never understand living there. Everything here was proportionate and organic. Having finished with mutual shuffling, we went to settle into the free rooms. There was enough of this goodness here and to put ourselves in order. Who has any ideas? Sensei opened the meeting. After a bath and a hearty snack, everyone was exhausted. I couldn't wait even half an hour. It was still night soon. Zabuza-san, why are you working for Gad? Excuse me, Gato. I wonder if Sakura made a special slip of the tongue or if the unconscious is playing pranks. He supplies us with food, medicine, weapons, at exorbitant prices, of course, but it's better than nothing at all. So what? The light converged like a wedge on him. If you turn to our Hokage, he wouldn't refuse you, you know what? Boo-ha-ha, ha-ha-ha. Some people neighed, knocking down the patriotic speech on takeoff. I confess I was one of them. It seems like a smart girl, and blurting out something like that, only I seemed to forget about the age of my partners and immediately such a click in the forehead. Zabuza just looked at us sadly inside, like a kind, loving parent over the obvious stupidity of his offspring. Seeing this brutal man, behind whom there were hundreds of mortal battles and dozens of corpses as a mentor or father, was quite interesting. How elusive his face, posture, and everything changed and so organically fit into the image of an ideal teacher, not specific, but sort of averaged idealized. I suddenly caught myself thinking, I envy Haku, the guy is lucky. Yes, speaking of him, he turned out to be a boy. The anime did not deceive him, and he was quite a normal guy, and all these pink kimonos and so on were just part of the image, a well thought out mask, perfectly combined with natural characteristics. They were rewarded or cursed, here which way to look at. The gods have such a body and face, so what now, not to take advantage of opportunities. The main thing is that the mask does not grow in and become second nature. Only with such a mentor as Momochi Zabuza there was no need to worry about this. And the image of a young defenseless girl against the backdrop of real possibilities, this inspires. The effect of surprise and the first strike in the world of shinobi means much more than anywhere else, if only because it is fatal in 9 cases out of 10. In the case of Haku, of course incapacitation had to be said. And he also used senbons, or knitting needles, for a reason. They fit perfectly into the image. Many women's hairstyles allowed them to carry an entire arsenal completely openly. And the image of a young defenseless girl against the backdrop of real possibilities, this inspires. The effect of surprise and the first strike in the world of shinobi means much more than anywhere else, if only because it is fatal in 9 cases out of 10. In the case of Haku, of course incapacitation had to be said. And he also used senbons, or knitting needles, for a reason. They fit perfectly into the image. Many women's hairstyles allowed them to carry an entire arsenal completely openly. And the image of a young defenseless girl against the backdrop of real possibilities, this inspires. The effect of surprise and the first strike in the world of shinobi means much more than anywhere else, if only because it is fatal in 9 cases out of 10. In the case of Haku, of course incapacitation had to be said. And he also used senbons, or knitting needles, for a reason. They fit perfectly into the image. Many women's hairstyles allowed them to carry an entire arsenal completely openly. You see, guys, Zabuza began to dedicate to us. The Mizukage, like any kage, is generally an elective position, and the person who occupies it is often a figure of compromise or no alternative. Therefore, there are several legal ways to both cancel any order of the kage and remove him from his post. Even the daimyo can be officially removed by placing someone from the family on the throne, let alone the kage. Their power has never been officially hereditary. Many good people lost their lives trying to follow the usual path. The struggle for power, intrigue, this is a dirty, bloody, but in general a familiar and rather ordinary thing in any leadership in any village. Eliminating an opponent, eliminating him physically, sending him on an impossible task, or killing him personally in a duel, is normal, the latter was said with such hatred, brr. But when they kill not even a family, but a clan, or even the clan of the loser, this is already too much even by shinobi standards. So we had to raise an uprising, a riot, trample on laws and traditions. Not a single daimyo or kage will officially deal with us, or unofficially either. Anticipating the question why they won't work secretly, I immediately answered. Supporting us behind the scenes is too risky, our competitors will probably find out about it, and the result will be blackmail, or even open accusation, and the latter is quite a good reason to start hostilities, and also an excellent excuse to attack en masse. Anticipating the question why they won't work secretly, I immediately answered. Supporting us behind the scenes is too risky, our competitors will probably find out about it, and the result will be blackmail, or even open accusation, and the latter is quite a good reason to start hostilities, and also an excellent excuse to attack en masse. Anticipating the question why they won't work secretly, I immediately answered. Supporting us behind the scenes is too risky, our competitors will probably find out about it, and the result will be blackmail, or even open accusation, and the latter is quite a good reason to start hostilities, and also an excellent excuse to attack en masse. But Gato doesn't produce the weapons himself? Sakura is on fire. No, he is an intermediary, and he works directly with your village and with lightning. It seems he even has some kind of relationship with the stone. So it turns out, there's no one to blame, everyone's got their heads in a gun. It turns out that Gato cannot be killed. Sasuke said thoughtfully. It is possible if you find a replacement for him. Haku raised his voice. I wonder if he's doing this, purely theoretically, or if he's ready to kill himself. Nevertheless, not having classical training with the accompanying brainwashing and being quite soft by nature, the seen consequences of the tycoon's rule may well motivate him to take decisive action, especially since Hack himself has been in a similar situation. The people sit, think hard. Sakura seems to be simply digesting the changed picture of the world. Zabuza, it's unclear. Kakashi is clearly thinking about how to turn everything to fire's advantage. Sasuke and Haku are most likely wandering in memories, their faces are painfully gloomy. I'll try to offer my idea, it seems like it even fits with the Hokage's plans, if I imagine them correctly. Zabuza-san, why don't you offer your services to the local daimyo and take the necessary goods as payment? And how do you imagine this, boy? Well, it seems to me that daimyo really doesn't like what's happening in the country, he just can't do anything, because Gato, at least, works for two great countries. Definitely about yours and lightning, I won't say anything about the stone. Well, why do great countries need this small and poor territory? Because of my homeland, of course. In any case, someone will gain a foothold here, right? By itself. So the wave daimyo will become a vassal, so why don't you invite him to become a vassal of your country? NNN? It looks like the Nukenin began to understand where I was going, and Kakashi, apparently, too. You can really feel the work of thought in him. If I understand the situation correctly, our Kage needs this country to ensure the safety of the coast from lightning and wind. I remember that the Raikage, using his fleet, had already landed troops in the deep rear. So guys, there's a lot of time, let's all go to bed. Kakashi abruptly interrupted us. No one began to argue with the sensei. Shinobi's sensitivity is very developed. It's okay, I think the big guys will decide the rest without us. We are on the road again, we are going home. This time there are no high-speed races, a simple leisurely step, adjusted for the preparation of the walkers. We will reach it in 2 or 3 days. The bridge has been completed, Gato is dead, although only a few people know about this. The country of waves has become an unofficial, for now, vassal of the country of water, and I am very worried about my future. He showed too much unnecessary things and said a lot, no matter how much this led to unnecessary questions and biased interrogations. All my hope is in the vanity of the sensei. Let him pull the blanket over himself a little. In fact, I only need to hold out for a month, and then, if the future corresponds to the canon, it won't be up to me. The new Hokage, the Chunin exam, the restoration of the village and other various fun, like the division of power, posts and funds, you see, when they remember, if my participation comes up at all, I'll be wandering around the world with the arrow Sannin. Kakashi didn't even try to eavesdrop on the conversation between Kakashi and Zabuza, but judging by the quite large bursts of chakra, both used the summoning technique. Apparently, they were driving their assistants to quickly convey messages to higher management. And nothing that Zabuza did not demonstrate this technique in the cartoon. Here half of the clanless Jonin own it and all the clan Chunin shine, probably Momochi had it too. No one went into detail about this one blue-eyed, blonde-haired miracle of kawaii appearance. He was not yet mature enough. I didn't want to hurt, I avoided mortal danger, saved good people, what else is needed? While passing the time on the transitions, of course, I tried to imagine how the negotiations took place and what agreements were eventually reached, more out of boredom than out of real interest. Most likely, Sarutobi, knowing full well that the rebels will win, one way or another, the current Mizukage was too fed up with everyone, he was definitely not a good person, he decided to bet on the winner, having previously covered his rear. Daimyo Waves becomes a vassal of the Fogs, and with him, the Hokage takes Tazuna's share in the bridge as a fine and sends a group to protect his property, at the same time organizing a dozen warehouses, with everything necessary, including thieving quartermasters. You don't even need to instruct them, they themselves will do everything in the best possible way. Naturally, as long as the daimyo of the waves is officially independent, a lot of all sorts of junk will be sold to him solely for good and selfish reasons on credit, secured by a share. Like, come on, partner, strengthen yourself, otherwise it's not for me to guard the bridge for two. And the fact that part of this will move into the hands of the rebels, well, the co-owner of the bridge will be ostracized, that's good, on the quiet we will take his share even more easily. We'll even scream the loudest when you shout, your hands are free, know how to row. It is possible that the Fogs will also be obliged to provide some services, it is clear not to fire, but to their vassal, to warn, for example, about a large group of warships passing in his direction past their lands and other miscellaneous things. Naturally, no one will ask the local ruler himself, he will balk, since the daimyo's families are traditionally large, we will find another, honest big fist policy, as they say, with a kind word and a kunai at the throat, you can always achieve more than with just one thing. Actually, the smart ruler of a small country would not have brought it to a head, and that's not a pity, it would be even better for an idiot, even though he won't be able to shake too much during his life, who needs him, a puppet who doesn't decide anything at a post that has become a fiction. Look, over time, he will begin to leave his palace calmly, otherwise now he is not allowed to do that either. He tried to buck a couple of times, lost half of his bodyguards, and doesn't rock the boat anymore. The land of water is also not at a loss, the Fogs will get out of their mess in very shabby form and they will need an ally, fire and water, an unnatural union in nature, but in politics. Steam will still form, both states will probably get ahead, especially in the near future they will have nothing to share. So we passed the gates of the blessed village hidden in the leaves, for me, so stupidly hidden behind mutant trees. The closer I got to Konoha, the more worried I became, and my teammates were silent and focused the whole way. Such a tub of water for the pink-haired one and a reason for thought for the little-eyed one. What do you want, kids? The world is not so simple, it is much simpler and take it harder. Sasuke, poor boy, became an orphan, also due to the fault of his brother. Aha, urgently upgrade, find and kill. And now it seems that thoughts have begun to stir in my head. Why did the brother-in-law do such a thing? I saw a glimpse of politics and its results in life out of the corner of my eye, and now I'm thinking hard. One minus for him in this whole adventure is that he never discovered the Sharingan, but maybe this is a plus, suddenly he won't have to butt heads with Orochimaru in the exam. I understand, it's stupidity, but you can dream. Sakura suddenly saw the inconsistency of the imposed image of the Hokage, a wise grandfather, always concerned about the welfare of people. just a sportsman and the children's best friend suddenly appeared as a calculating and cold politician, capable without a twinge of conscience of setting up children, of organizing, albeit indirectly and not alone, genocide against the population. The whole country and generally turned out to be a beach. By the way, I still admire the teachers of the academy, who managed to build this image in the minds of the majority of students, against the backdrop of everything taught, which clearly contradicts the ideal of a shinobi. Talent is needed here, universally. Even many clan children were processed to one degree or another, and even ordinary the kids have become fanatics to some extent. If the war started now, 2/3 of the genin would go into battle shouting, "Banzai!" For Sarutobi Dano. A wise grandfather, always concerned about the welfare of people, just a sportsman and the best friend of children suddenly appeared as a calculating and cold politician, capable of setting up children without a twinge of conscience, organizing, albeit indirectly and not alone, genocide over the population of an entire country and generally turning out to be a bug. By the way, I still admire the teachers of the academy, who managed to build this image in the minds of the majority of students, against the backdrop of everything taught, which clearly contradicts the ideal of a shinobi. Talent is needed here, universally. Even many clan children were processed to one degree or another, and even ordinary the kids have become fanatics to some extent. If the war started now, 2/3 of the genin would go into battle shouting, "Banzai!" For Sarutobi Dano. A wise grandfather, always concerned about the welfare of people, just a sportsman and the best friend of children suddenly appeared as a calculating and cold politician, capable of setting up children without a twinge of conscience, organizing, albeit indirectly and not alone, genocide over the population of an entire country and generally turning out to be a bug. By the way, I still admire the teachers of the academy, who managed to build this image in the minds of the majority of students, against the backdrop of everything taught, which clearly contradicts the ideal of a shinobi. Talent is needed here, universally. Even many clan children were processed to one degree or another, and even ordinary the kids have become fanatics to some extent. If the war started now, 2/3 of the genin would go into battle shouting, "Banzai!" For Sarutobi Dano. It's just that a sportsman and the children's best friend suddenly appeared as a calculating and cold politician, capable of setting up children without a twinge of conscience, organizing, albeit indirectly and not alone, genocide over the population of an entire country and generally turning out to be a bug. By the way, I still admire the teachers of the academy, who managed to build this image in the minds of the majority of students. Against the backdrop of everything taught, which clearly contradicts the ideal of a shinobi, talent is needed here, universally. Even many clan children were processed to one degree or another, and even ordinary the kids have become fanatics to some extent. If the war started now, 2/3 of the genin would go into battle shouting, "Banzai!" For Sarutobi Dano. It's just that a sportsman and the children's best friend suddenly appeared as a calculating and cold politician, capable of setting up children without a twinge of conscience, organizing, albeit indirectly and not alone, genocide over the population of an entire country and generally turning out to be a bug. By the way, I still admire the teachers of the academy, who managed to build this image in the minds of the majority of students, against the backdrop of everything taught, which clearly contradicts the ideal of a shinobi. Talent is needed here, universally. Even many clan children were processed to one degree or another, and even ordinary the kids have become fanatics to some extent. If the war started now, 2/3 of the genin would go into battle shouting, "Banzai!" For Sarutobi Dano. Genocide over the population of an entire country and generally turned out to be a bug. By the way, I still admire the teachers of the academy, who managed to build this image in the minds of the majority of students, against the backdrop of everything taught, which clearly contradicts the ideal of a shinobi. Talent is needed here, universally. Even many clan children were processed to one degree or another, and even ordinary the kids have become fanatics to some extent. If the war started now, 2/3 of the genin would go into battle shouting, "Banzai!" For Sarutobi Dano. Genocide over the population of an entire country and generally turned out to be a bug. By the way, I still admire the teachers of the academy, who managed to build this image in the minds of the majority of students, against the backdrop of everything taught, which clearly contradicts the ideal of a shinobi. Talent is needed here, universally. Even many clan children were processed to one degree or another, and even ordinary the kids have become fanatics to some extent. If the war started now, 2/3 of the genin would go into battle shouting, "Banzai!" For Sarutobi Dano. If the war started now, 2/3 of the genin would go into battle shouting, "Banzai!" For Sarutobi Dano. If the war started now, 2/3 of the genin would go into battle shouting, "Banzai!" For Sarutobi Dano. So guys, you can rest, and I'm going to report. Tomorrow at 10 we'll meet at the training ground. Sensei ordered, as soon as you move a little away from the gate. Hi. I didn't suggest marking the mission, I wasn't in the right mood, the guys weren't eager either. Sakura obviously wanted to see her parents as soon as possible. Sasuke, apparently in the process of thinking, had ideas that he wanted to quickly test. I think that not all the documents fell into the hands of the Root and the ANBU. The heads of the clan simply must have an archivist about whom very few know. Will the big-eyed one find the answers there? Perhaps he will find it. Bye people. See you tomorrow Naruto. Goodbye Sasuke. Pfft. See you. I would like to say something pretentious, about 3 lightning bolts darting to the sides, nothing like that. Shinobi are people too, and they will jump headlong on rooftops only for an important matter. Even a genin would prefer to walk on foot. While studying, you jump around so much that you begin to appreciate a simple step. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, walked quite cheerfully towards his block. Sakura quickly disappeared into some narrow alley. I don't know where he will take her, he'll probably shorten the path to home quite well. Somehow he didn't bother to climb around this part of the settlement, and I still had to visit the market, otherwise there was no food left at home, and those taken on the mission were pretty eaten up. I turned into a dead end, put on a mask of illusion, otherwise food prices would rise sharply for poor me, and looks full of goodness and love in my excited state could lead to unpleasant consequences. An early ray of sunlight, penetrating through the shutters, slowly and inexorably approached my eyes. A few more minutes and you'll have to either move away or squint. You can, of course, cover yourself with a blanket, but it's just a little stuffy under it. After all, the land of fire is a pretty warm place even in the coldest weather. Okay, why lie down, I'm already awake anyway. The first thing to do is take morning exercise, even if you are at least 3 times a shinobi, but nothing human is alien. Now you can take care of your daily bread, a couple of sandwiches with sausage and lettuce, and wash it all down with strong green tea with a couple of spoons of jam, quite worthy for a first breakfast. Now you can think about the body. He pulled out his skinny training suit from the closet, changed clothes, threw on an illusion and rushed to the morning workout. Over the years spent in the new world, this morning ritual has become so familiar that literally ingrained into the soul, mind, body, and it's for the better. Paraphrasing the well-known phrase of my world about the army, we get, those who don't want to take care of their body and skills, their friends will take care of them. Add a sad pause or a sigh and the word, posthumously, to the ending, cheer up and, grabbing a couple of heavier pebbles, start the race around Konoha. An hour of running, then a little acrobatics. Fortunately there is somewhere to roam, thanks to the founders. With our Mokuton we have built up such wilds in the area, dearly. The final chord is 50 clones and I are training in taijutsu and another 100 are sitting in the distance, in the bushes, practicing ninjutsu. The whole thing took 3 hours, it was great, the body was vigorous, there was slight fatigue in the muscles, most likely even a hint of it, yet this was more of a warm-up than a full-fledged workout. The brain also deigned to wake up and go into work mode. I leave the clones to gain experience, dispel it in the evening, and I fly home like a bullet, take a shower and have a full breakfast, especially since yesterday I bought ramen and sealed it. It's almost an hour before the time appointed by Sensei, more than enough. Actually, there would be no need to rush. Kakashi has never been known for punctuality, but today the situation is a little different. It's still unknown how the mentor's report on my arts will turn out. Again, papers for the Chunin exam, and my instincts tell me that the teacher won't be late today, so I shouldn't bother either. Yes, but today the situation is a little different. It's still unknown how the mentor's report on my arts will turn out, again, papers for the Chunin exam, and my instincts tell me that the teacher won't be late today, so I shouldn't bother either. Yes, but today the situation is a little different. It's still unknown how the mentor's report on my arts will turn out, again, papers for the Chunin exam, and my instincts tell me that the teacher won't be late today, so I shouldn't bother either. I quickly rinsed off, printed out my breakfast, swept it up in one sitting, and, throwing on my usual suit, slowly walked to the training ground assigned to the team. He didn't put on a face, he decided to please the local population with his fair-haired face, and at the same time knock down excessive complacency. Who knows what news and difficulties the coming day will bring. In the half hour that it took to get to the training ground, amid whispers behind me and waves of hatred, I finally pulled myself together and even went into combat mode. Now, in case of any development of events, my chances will be slightly higher. It's a pity, of course, to engage in such masochism, but you just shouldn't forget who I am, where I am and who I am in. However, it looks like I happen to be the first to arrive at the training ground. It would be a sin not to take advantage of such luck and indulge a little in the sharply developed paranoia. Sneeze Puff and 50 clones scatter around the area, taking up strategically advantageous positions, erecting simple and combined traps, hiding in ambushes and carrying out other activities recommended by the treatise, The Art of Hidden War. So, the territory is under control, nothing and no one outside has been found. Paranoia has curled up into a ball, rumbling contentedly, and, pricking up its ears, has calmed down somewhere in the depths of the body. You can lie down in the shade, chew a blade of grass, look at the clouds. There's a funny cloud, it looks like an ice cream cone. The waffle cone was so particularly successful, it turned out very believable, but the filling looks a little melted. And there is a slightly crooked kunai, the handle has failed. Oh, and there Sasuke and Sakura are sawing, slowly walking in step, talking. You can't hear from here. You can of course apply chakra to your ears, but this is a dangerous matter. Well, what kind of woodpecker or vocal bird decides at that moment to inform the world about its existence? What the hell, I had a sad experience. Then my head was like a bell for about 2 hours. This is with my natural abilities and skills as a physician. And they will notice how to use technology, and what can they talk about? Actually, about a lot of things, and most of this is just empty chatter. And why was I even drawn to listen to them? Curiosity is not a vice, but there is no vice. There are sayings about that, about the same cat that was killed by it, for example. While I was indulging in reasoning, to which, in general, the answer was simple and obvious, the couple reached the place where my body was reclining, greeted Sasuke with a nod, and Sakura with a vague wave of the palm, and then sat down next to me. I somehow had a sad experience. Then my head was like a bell for about 2 hours. This is due to my natural abilities and skills as a doctor. And they will notice how to use technology, and what can they talk about? Actually, about a lot of things, and most of this is just empty chatter. And why was I even drawn to listen to them? Curiosity is not a vice, but there is no vice. There are sayings about that, about the same cat that was killed by it, for example. While I was indulging in reasoning, to which, in general, the answer was simple and obvious, the couple reached the place where my body was reclining, greeted Sasuke with a nod, and Sakura with a vague wave of the palm, and then sat down next to me. I somehow had a sad experience. Then my head was like a bell for about 2 hours. This is due to my natural abilities and skills as a doctor. And they will notice how to use technology, and what can they talk about? Actually, about a lot of things, and most of this is just empty chatter. And why was I even drawn to listen to them? Curiosity is not a vice, but there is no vice. There are sayings about that, about the same cat that was killed by it, for example. While I was indulging in reasoning, to which, in general, the answer was simple and obvious, the couple reached the place where my body was reclining, greeted Sasuke with a nod, and Sakura with a vague wave of the palm, and then sat down next to me. And why was I even drawn to listen to them? curiosity is not a vice, but there is no vice. There are sayings about that, about the same cat that was killed by it, for example. While I was indulging in reasoning, to which, in general, the answer was simple and obvious, the couple reached the place where my body was reclining, greeted Sasuke with a nod, and Sakura with a vague wave of the palm, and then sat down next to me. And why was I even drawn to listen to them? Curiosity is not a vice, but there is no vice. There are sayings about that, about the same cat that was killed by it, for example. While I was indulging in reasoning, to which, in general, the answer was simple and obvious, the couple reached the place where my body was reclining, greeted Sasuke with a nod, and Sakura with a vague wave of the palm, and then sat down next to me. How did you arrive together, and almost too late? I asked the couple, not without malice. Actually, this very fact and rather ordinary appearance caused all my thoughts, especially since it was, to put it mildly, difficult for the kids to get to the training ground. I went after him. Without a shadow of embarrassment and completely casually, the pink-haired girl said, smiling at me with the corners of her lips. I can't say what was more surprising, the action, the way the answer was given, or the smile. Probably, everything worked out in a complex way. Shout, Kai, in an attempt to dispel genjutsu or try to knit changelings, he did not, although for a moment he still stopped the chakra in his head and indulged in paranoia. He returned to contemplating the clouds and philosophizing on the topic of the inscrutability of paths, people in general and the fair half in particular. The guys, of course, on the last mission received at least 3 times more for their personal development than they should have been according to the canon. It seems that for Sakura last night at home was a turning point. Either I talked to my parents or I brought up the balance myself, maybe which of my friends took part, what difference does it make in general, how and who, the main thing is that now, it seems, we have an adequate team member. Of course, it doesn't hurt to check. It's good that there is still time before the exam, otherwise you can grow up in different ways. Sometimes it would be better to remain a child. Pooh. Hi guys. Sensei spectacularly appeared out of nowhere, made his signature squint, like an eye of joy, and plopped down in front of our company. I have amazing news for you. The joyful Jonin began, without even listening to our greetings. The mission in the Land of Waves has been assigned rank A, and a corresponding note has been made in your personal file. Be proud. Not every genin can even boast a B rank. Excuse me, Sensei, but how will we get paid? Kakashi interrupted, I confess, but finances are too tight. Yesterday before going to bed I balanced the balance and quietly, kindly, shot a couple of aerial techniques into the heavens. They'll pay the same as for rank S. The teacher hesitated and showed a guilty look. But I'll treat you to dinner today. Sensei closed the topic of finances with exaggerated cheerfulness. In another month the Chunin exam will take place and you will be able to participate in it. Kakashi hastened to share the main news, at the same time finally slipping away from the topic of financial support for the younger generation. The further conversation was not of particular interest to me. Kakashi handed out consent slips to us, which we needed to sign and take to the Kage Tower if we wished to take part. There was also a vigorous campaign for participation at the beginning, but it completely faded towards the end. The sensei didn't talk much about the exam itself, so he went over the top, saying that there are 3 stages. The first is a written exam on knowledge of theory, the second group exam is in fact, on survival, but in the official interpretation, on coherence and the ability to act in a team, the third, individual gladiator fights. He enlightened us on the need for all 3 to participate, otherwise they would not be allowed to enter the second stage. He went around a little on everyone's ears, and for Sasuke he came up with a theory about how he would mature when he passed such a serious test. I didn't forget to tempt him with access to the library with cool techniques, while actively looking sideways in my direction, checking my reaction. Sakura brought up the idea of self-confidence, but put more emphasis on the team spirit and the need to help his teammates. Who exactly he was talking about was expressively demonstrated by the look of the virtuoso of the mime theater. Apparently because of the money issue, he told me how cool Chunins make money. You can even take individual, single missions of a rank, and that's a lot of money. Class. We smile, people love idiots. No, does sensei seriously believe that I will fall for this? Jounins don't always return from such missions, let alone yesterday's genin. But in general, sadly, this was a serious argument for me. And the status of Chunin made me a full member of society, completely independent and capable, without any restrictions. In some ways, a similar situation reminded me of the USA. There were also 2 ages of legal capacity, 18, when you can already drive a car, but you can't even buy beer legally. And 21, when you can already sell whiskey without question. Think, decide, consult, but I have things to do. The sensei rounded off and, without waiting for answers or questions, dumped in the shunshin, the teleporter of figs. Okay, we'll figure it out without him, especially since he didn't tell us anything special, and we already knew about the exam. They gave ways to change classes, even in the first year of the academy, and then taught students more than once. But about the forgotten promise to feed me dinner, it's a shame, by the way. Shall we discuss it right away or will we first think about it individually and meet tomorrow? Pfft, I'll participate. Sasuke, friend, why do you need it? Check yourself, there will be strong opponents there. Clear. Sakura? I'm scared, guys, for myself, for you. They were silent, stared at the girl, and at that moment couldn't even mentally call her a girl or pink-haired. Sensei said it right, I need to overcome myself first, I'm also participating. It looks like I just have no choice. Someone should at least try to get you out of the heap of problems into which we all find ourselves. Naturally, the second was said to myself. Sasuke, get ready to welcome guests, I'm moving into your neighborhood for the next month. Why? We'll train, why else? It wouldn't hurt for us boys to find another teacher. Reasonably beautiful, but fundamentally wrong. Look, she reacted to the beauty as it should, only a second change in her gaze revealed her embarrassment from the compliment. Explain. Sasuke is laconic as always. In a month, we will learn at most a couple of techniques, and not particularly strong ones. The benefit from them will only be at the 3rd stage, which we still need to reach. It's better to focus on group work. The 2nd stage is a massacre, up to half, and sometimes 2/3 of the teams fail it with a fatal outcome, but it's group work that suffers for us. Your clones, Naruto, work very efficiently and harmoniously. Sakura noted reasonably. Yes, but they can knock me out with an unexpected attack, and my speed of creating technique suffers. I'll probably knock you out, the little eye rubbed his neck, no less remembering one of our sparring sessions. They sat for a long time, argued, discussed, and eventually came to a compromise. To catch the sensei and beat out of him as many serious techniques as possible for each, it is unlikely that you will be able to get more than one, many two, but there is no other way. Then start working on the interaction and try to insert the acquired knowledge into this process. For me, this is far from the most optimal way, it's just that my partners didn't agree otherwise. After all, they are still children, the cool technology outshines their eyes, although there was some understanding that this is not a panacea, but apparently, until they knock on the head, that's how it is and will remain theoretical. Wait tomorrow with your things, Sasuke, by Sakura. I said goodbye to the guys and left as a replacement with a clone to the edge of the training ground. A run to the clones left in the clearing in the morning, a couple of hours of training and home to collect things. There were surprisingly many of the latter. It seemed like I had never lived on a grand scale, but come on, over the years of living I have accumulated a couple of hefty trunks. In fact, there was no particular point in dragging everything acquired through backbreaking labor, and, by and large, moving to the Uchiha for training did not make much sense. But it would have been stupid not to use this excuse and prepare everything for an instant escape. No, I didn't intend to run anywhere yet, but you never know how it will turn out. They didn't call the old monkey to the tower on the carpet, so it doesn't mean anything. Maybe they just decided to postpone it until later. Now Sarutobi Dano, advisors and other masters of local affairs are up to their necks. Any day now they will start. Shinobi from all over the world arrive, even the whole Kazekage and his retinue will come. And what will happen then? Yes. He knows, somehow my comrades and I need to be able to break Gaara the Sandy, with his personal schizophrenia in the form of a one-tailed demon. If we don't cope, then the problem of possible inconvenient questions will disappear on its own. There will be no one, and perhaps no one, to ask. In general, due to the lack of a fox in me, Sasuke's not activated Sharingan and the general, albeit insignificant, but noticeable change in the canon, there was a possibility of partial, or even complete dissolution of my native village, so it is better to collect things in advance. It can be cowardice, weakness, and even defeatism, but I'm not a brainwashed teenager. I want to live. I won't run away from a fight. Just like shinobi are trained not only and not so much physically as psychologically, but also to stand to the last. Without a chance of success, I won't. I'm well aware of my capabilities. Okay, that's enough. There's time, and now, 1, 2, 3, half-flesh clones. A mental command and a waterfall of images and sensations falls on me. Under this stream my consciousness falls into darkness. Kage Tower, Sarutobi Dano's office. Report to Kakashi. Hey, Sarutobi Dano. Let's do it without it, and keep it short. A slight wave of the hand towards the piling up stacks of papers and a cloud of smoke from under a wide hat. I think they will agree. Sasuke and Sakura showed generally expected reactions. Naruto, he did not express enthusiasm, at least for the information about access to cool techniques. He was more interested in the financial side. Interesting. There was silence in the office for several minutes. The Hokage was thinking intensely, puffing intently on his pipe, while Kakashi mentally replayed the conversation with the team once again and once again analyzed the words and reactions of each and his students. I'll change the payment for the mission. It will pass as for B rank. The owner of the office and at the same time the village hidden in the leaves finally came to the conclusion of his thoughts. Is there anything you want to add about Kakashi's latest mission? Sarutobi suddenly changed the subject, looking intently into the eyes of his interlocutor. No, looking directly into the eyes of the village owner was not easy for the sensei of the 7th team, even despite all his experience and self-control. To be honest, Kakashi Hatake himself did not know why he emphasized his own role as much as possible in his report. He honestly admitted that to some extent it was a matter of personal vanity, but still this was far from the main thing. The desire to protect Naruto, the son of his teacher, is partly yes, but also not that. Still, he had failed before, couldn't find the strength to take the boy for himself and take care of him. But what can I say if the legendary Sanins were forced to retreat? Most accurately, one could say about intuition. During his complex and dangerous life, this feeling saved his life more than once, but more than once he neglected it, and not always with an unambiguous result. He didn't like what was happening in the village, and many people didn't like it, but there was no unity in the discontent, and often it was completely the opposite. Kakashi didn't agree with much of what the Hokage did. Okay, you can be free and start preparing Sasuke. He should show his best side in the upcoming exam. Hey, Sarutobi Dano, I'll teach him Chidori. The answer was a slight nod and a new portion of smoke from the pipe. When the door closed behind Kakashi, the Kage sat thoughtfully for a while, and then looked into the corner of his office. Not even a couple of seconds had passed before the space began to ripple from which a man covered in bandages stepped out. And what do you think about this, Danzo? It's getting dark. That's understandable, my faithful enemy, Kage croaked, choking on smoke. Isn't it worth asking you to keep an eye on little fox? You know, I never took my eyes off him. And even on the last mission? The old man narrowed his eyes sarcastically, inhaling a new portion of smoke. That coward has already been punished. Okay, no matter what happened there, it's impossible to find out the truth now. Why, there are radical measures. No, the Kage grimaced, it's not worth using them now, it's an exam. Yes. After playing a little staring contest with Sarutobi, the head of the root finally looked away and, with a subtle nod, stepped back, disappearing into thin air. Still, they both care about the greatness and good of the village, even if their methods and views are seriously different, but on the issue of the exam and its meaning they completely coincided. Perhaps the last mission of the 7th team would have turned out differently. But everything turned out the way it turned out. Sakura and Sasuke. After Naruto disappeared, using an unusual technique, somewhat reminiscent of Shanshin, but without its usual effects, in the form of a whirlwind of leaves or dust, but with the cotton and smoke characteristic of dispersing clones, the young shinobi were left alone. Sasuke, chewing a blade of grass, lay with his hands under his head, unconsciously copying the pose of his comrade who had just left them. Sakura, sitting in the classic Saiza pose, on her knees, thoughtfully twirled a shuriken with the fingers of one hand. What do you think about Naruto? The girl was the first to break the silence. I don't know, he's strange. The Uchiha got to his feet and began to wander thoughtfully around the clearing. You see, I don't know how to say, he's different from everyone else. From clan children, and now I'm not talking about my clan, but in general, from clanless children, from everyone in general. He seems to be from another village, but this is not possible. He seems much older to me, sometimes even older than Sensei. Yes, that too, but that's not the main thing, he seems to know something from which, well, I can't even find the words. Frost on the skin or something. The main thing is that we can trust him. Do you think so? Yes. And why? I don't know, it's hard to say, it's a premonition. I've probably heard about women's intuition. My mother sometimes told my father the same thing. Sorry. For what? Well, it reminded you of your family, the girl said, embarrassed. No, everything is fine, that's exactly what I needed. No laughter, but also unnecessary pain, the guy answered firmly. Do you miss them? Sakura asked carefully. Of course, you won't believe it, but I even miss my brother. And sometimes at night I dream about something from the past, like training with my father and brother or having a pillow fight, and sometimes I dream about my mother scolding us or pampering us with sweets. And then I see them die, but not often lately. Sasuke fell silent, crouched by the tree and directed a sightless gaze towards the girl. Sakura, realizing that now it was better not to distract her friend, even tried to breathe less often. It seemed to her that even the forest was silent, not preventing the black-haired boy from experiencing all those moments of joy, happiness, pain, and the past. It seemed as if a black cloud with crimson flashes swirled around the boy, through which rays of light or discharges of white lightning periodically broke through. The girl was not a sensor and could not see, but as a shinobi she perfectly felt this boiling and riot of chakra, which was only a weak echo of the strongest emotions, and the image, that image, was drawn by the imagination. Sakura was very scared, she wanted to jump up and run away from here as far and quickly as possible, but as soon as she looked at Sasuke, at the nails dug into her palms until they bled, at the detached, empty look, directed through her, at her bitten lip, a pale face framed by black hair, looking like a frozen, detached mask, to feel a new burst of lightning tearing apart the crimson cloud, as something woke up in her that gave her the strength to sit still and wait, just wait and believe, he could cope, he's strong. Then he would need help, support, it was necessary, it was simply necessary. Why, she didn't know, she just felt, it was necessary, it was impossible without it, she was needed here. Not now, then, necessary, so time after time she managed to cope with fear and find the strength to resist the next wave of the strongest yaki spreading across the clearing. If there had been a certified psychologist or some other brainiac in the clearing at that moment, he would probably have put forward a clever theory about the turning point, would have blurted out something like, at this moment the patient lets go of the past, accepting what happened and gaining connection with reality, and it is very good that there was no one like that in this place at that time. It is unlikely that he would have left there alive. There were only a boy who had just begun to become a young man, with a difficult fate and a heavy burden that the world had placed on him, and a young girl on an intuitive level, accessible only to rare women, who understood what was happening and was able to react correctly to it. How long did they sit like that? An hour, 2, 5 minutes. What difference does it make? Just something changed in Sasuke's gaze. He stopped being empty, and then Sakura silently walked up to him and took his hand. There were only a boy who had just begun to become a young man, with a difficult fate and a heavy burden that the world had placed on him, and a young girl on an intuitive level, accessible only to rare women, who understood what was happening and was able to react correctly to it. How long did they sit like that? An hour, 2, 5 minutes. What difference does it make? Just something changed in Sasuke's gaze. He stopped being empty, and then Sakura silently walked up to him and took his hand. There were only a boy who had just begun to become a young man, with a difficult fate and a heavy burden that the world had placed on him, and a young girl on an intuitive level, accessible only to rare women, who understood what was happening and was able to react correctly to it. How long did they sit like that? An hour, 2, 5 minutes. What difference does it make? Just something changed in Sasuke's gaze. He stopped being empty, and then Sakura silently walked up to him and took his hand. Come to me. Today my mother promised to cook my favorite rice balls and generally set the festive table. Let's go. My dad always loved my mother's cooking, Sasuke added, smiling inappropriately. Waking up a couple of minutes before the alarm, but after a busy day, is not a pound of raisins for you. By the way, I never understood the meaning of this phrase. What does this have to do with almost half a kilo of raisins? I don't have a particularly sweet tooth, and I don't really respect these dried grapes. BHCD. The alarm clock went off with a seizure, driving away thoughts of a philological and gastronomic plan. What followed was a standard morning, except that the alarm clock was turned off carefully, by hand, and not sent flying to the wall or stopped its trills in some other exotic way. By the way, I can tell you something special about the alarm clock. Don't describe once again the race with stones, the size of the sandwich and the number of clones involved in the warm-up. For me, the alarm clock was, in addition to being just a wake-up device and an object of hatred, also an excellent training device. Firstly, in order to survive a blow from even a weak future genin, he had to be quite strong, especially numerous and regular blows. The master who made this complex technical unit used chakra to strengthen the mechanism, and what kind of strengthening he betrayed, because his products were also used by jonins. Not otherwise. The watchmaker himself was a shinobi, or someone very experienced advised him, or maybe he was simply tired of his angry clients. In principle, one angry chunin is enough to reconsider all the standards and requirements for products. Whatever it was, the simple-looking mechanism was capable of surviving a lot. Of course I didn't see it myself, but I suspect that in the places of houses in the village, after the fox's rampage, only such alarm clocks remained intact. Maybe something else from that same series. Only being a poor genin, I didn't have anything like that except an alarm clock, so I'm judging by that. Naturally, there were seals involved, so the second useful property of the alarm clock was the ability to study them. But the third and fourth opportunities for self-development through a banal alarm clock were very unusual. Let's start off with, that the alarm clock needed to be constantly recharged with chakra. And if it was a piece of cake for an ordinary shinobi to do this, then for me, with lousy control and an admixture of demonic energy, hemorrhoids, moreover, with side effects, often very unpredictable, a couple of times I was completely knocked out of consciousness and got burns. It's clear that it didn't add any love to the mechanism. It was later that, having become proficient in control, transformations and fuinjutsu, I disassembled the alarm clock, admired the genius of the watchmaker and even stole some ideas for compensation and transformations. After all, many genin also cannot boast of special control, so this unknown master managed to create a very reliable safety system with seals. Only instead of burning out, his twilight genius, or laziness, went through the release of unnecessary and inappropriate things, hence my burns and other injuries. In general, a banal alarm clock gave me a lot in terms of knowledge and experience, and therefore, after each particularly successful shutdown, it was restored by me each time and modernized to the extent of my strength and desire. Now he is, perhaps, capable of surviving a small nuclear explosion, not so much due to my genius and all sorts of improvements, but due to the chakra poured into him and the barrier seals of the stand. In fact, this alarm clock is, of course, a war with myself, a kind of materialized symbol, and somewhere even my talisman. Again, a clear example of the level that has been achieved. True, in recent years I have never managed to break a created artifact with naked force, and when I'm awake I can't do otherwise, but I'm trying, only today I got it wrong. Each time I restored it and modernized it to the best of my ability and desire. Now he is, perhaps, capable of surviving a small nuclear explosion, not so much due to my genius and all sorts of improvements, but due to the chakra poured into him and the barrier seals of the stand. In fact, this alarm clock is, of course, a war with myself, a kind of materialized symbol, and somewhere even my talisman. Again, a clear example of the level that has been achieved. True, in recent years I have never managed to break a created artifact with naked force, and when I'm awake I can't do otherwise, but I'm trying, only today I got it wrong. Each time I restored it and modernized it to the best of my ability and desire. Now he is, perhaps, capable of surviving a small nuclear explosion, not so much due to my genius and all sorts of improvements, but due to the chakra poured into him and the barrier seals of the stand. In fact, this alarm clock is, of course, a war with myself, a kind of materialized symbol, and somewhere even my talisman. Again, a clear example of the level that has been achieved. True, in recent years I have never managed to break a created artifact with naked force, and when I'm awake I can't do otherwise, but I'm trying, only today I got it wrong. How much due to the chakra poured into it and the barrier seals of the stand. In fact, this alarm clock is, of course, a war with myself, a kind of materialized symbol, and somewhere even my talisman. Again, a clear example of the level that has been achieved. True, in recent years I have never managed to break a created artifact with naked force, and when I'm awake I can't do otherwise, but I'm trying, only today I got it wrong. How much due to the chakra poured into it and the barrier seals of the stand. In fact, this alarm clock is, of course, a war with myself, a kind of materialized symbol, and somewhere even my talisman. Again, a clear example of the level that has been achieved. True, in recent years I have never managed to break a created artifact with naked force, and when I'm awake I can't do otherwise, but I'm trying, only today I got it wrong. The move to the Uchiha quarter was routine. Having packed everything he had collected into a couple of healthy scrolls and stuffed them into a hiking backpack, he walked under the guise to the gate, where he was met by the owner. Sasuke looked sleepy. This was at lunchtime, and somehow alive. No, if you put aside the obvious sleepiness on his face, he was still the same gloomy, focused and silent teenager, but you could feel life, energy, and damn it, the power of youth in him felt. But a sour expression, a frowning expression, and so on, it's just a habit. Try it, walk around with a distorted face for years, and then be able to portray a normal face. You won't succeed, the facial muscle is accustomed to something else. So Sasuke was a classic illustration of mother's favorite sayings: don't make faces, you'll stay that way. Hello Sonia, here I am. Well, don't be crooked, no one has died from my company yet. Pfiff it. What, your teeth hurt? And the smile is wider. No, I understand that his favorite PF and hello have grown together, but I don't need a sleepy fly. How can I train with such a thing? Come on in, come on. What about me, a friendly poke in the belly with a finger that can push a stone a couple of centimeters, what a trifle, especially since I was joking lightly. But the Uchiha quarter is nothing like that, it inspires. A huge territory, solid houses, flower beds overgrown with weeds and neat paths. Everything, of course, is chaos and desolation. Traces of the massacre have been somehow removed or covered up, as well as luxury, although the latter has never been flashy here, and therefore is noticeable even now. In general, something harmoniously created will look acceptable even if overgrown. Having walked to the main house, more like a small palace, and then only in height, we stopped in front of the only functioning fountain. Should I give you a separate house or will you make do with a room? Give me a room, there's a lot of trouble with the house. Pfft, I'm too lazy to use clones. Do you know, oh my big-eyed friend, that when I scatter them, I will get a bouquet of sensations equivalent to what I would get if I did the cleaning myself? No, the friend said dumbfounded. I really didn't know, did I? I was already surprised. It seems that this technology, shadow clones, is not particularly secret. Many people own it, but don't really use it. Nevertheless, it consumes a lot of chakra. Yes, somehow I wasn't particularly interested. Now you know, let's go look at the room. Actually, there wasn't much to see. More precisely, it took a couple of days to look at the rooms, but I, who lived in this world for almost 10 years in a dorm and felt quite comfortable, was not picky, so the first small room on the second floor more than suited me. This is the maid's room. Sasuke was surprised at my choice. So what? How does it differ from the guest ones shown, besides the size? Well, nothing like that. Of course, enterprising comrades stole everything more or less valuable from the house, while the heir was still recovering. Or rather, stucco molding and other nonsense like vases, coats of arms, armchairs, tables made of valuable wood with paintings and other valuable and noticeable things were left. They even left a lot, but the rest was taken away. Shinobi are not shinobi, magic shmagia, but people. They are the same everywhere. In principle, if the protection of the Anbu quarter with root had not been completely broken after the massacre, you see, a lot would have survived, and even everything valuable, but alas, it did not grow together. So, now the guest, master and other living quarters were very similar in functional and material terms. And I don't need all sorts of flower pots with paintings, thinly smeared over a huge area, and think for yourself, is it really a matter of getting out of bed to go to the closet for clothes 10 steps, then go to rinse your face another 24? Poof, a bunch of scrolls printed out. Sasuke, have you eaten yet? With the intonations of a caring Jewish mother, in Japanese, I asked my shifting friend. No, for some reason he's slowing down today, so he gave out a banal no with round eyes and not right away. So here's something for you. My friend, to eat. Handed him a portion of ramen. Chew it while it's hot, and I'll take care of things. Yes. The stunned body with a bowl of yum in his hands was put out the door. It's not that I wanted to hide something secret, I just always believed that you should eat at the table and preferably in a specially designated room, which the bedroom definitely does not belong to. Having laid out and hung all his simple belongings on shelves and cabinets, he packed the rest back into scrolls. In fact, all that was left in the room was a change of linen, a few books, some small things and a mountain of iron and other things needed for the upcoming training. The scrolls themselves have migrated to the mezzanine, but they don't take up any extra space and are not conspicuous. Again, they are not difficult to get. Grabbing a couple of food scrolls, I went downstairs to the local kitchen. It's time to refresh yourself, and at the same time conduct an audit of existing supplies. Although Sasuke's house is healthy, it is typical, and in general, any shinobi can find his way anywhere and quite quickly, let alone such a wonderful me. How's the ramen? Entering the rather spacious room of the small dining room, I asked my friend who was enthusiastically working with a spoon. Fkufno. That's good, eat, don't get distracted. There are 2 doors in the room, one I entered, the second probably leads to the kitchen, deduction sir. Testing theory by practice is the measure of truth, or something like that. Having passed through an inconspicuous door, I found myself in the kitchen area, not to say that it was neglected, but it is clear that out of all the variety, they are only found here in a small area and they use no more than 1/20th of what is available. The refrigerator pleasantly pleased with the abundance and variety of supplies. After all, the maid who comes to Sasuke a couple of times a week is a helpful and housewife. I'm impressed with the supplies, my friend. Are you preparing for the holiday? I asked Sasuke, sitting down at the table with a portion of food printed out for myself. No, I don't look there at all. My friend was slightly surprised, but it's clear that the topic is of little interest to him. And how much do you pay the maid? Yes, I'm a greedy and mercantile beach. 10,000 rubles suits her according to the contract. Cough, cough, who drew up the agreement? Some official is in the tower. It's clear. I think I already said that people are the same in all worlds. Of course, I'm not an expert, so far I can only speak for 2 worlds, but the conclusions are sad. Some little inky little soul robs an orphan without a twinge of conscience. Yes, he seems to take a little, well, what is 10,000 for the multi-million, if not billion-dollar fortune of the largest clan, even if it was pretty much stolen by bigger fish, a drop in the bucket. But it's so disgusting, bruh, it's simple, I never understood this. Well, you're a healthy guy, well, your salary isn't enough for you, so find a part-time job, change your job. No, I'll never understand those who are capable of stealing from children and profiting from other people's property. Grief and helplessness. Even in my past life, when I encountered something like this, I tried to mentally imagine such a situation, try on a mask, so to speak, but it didn't work. How can you not respect yourself? What a nonentity to be in your own eyes to do something like this. In my opinion, this is just a psychological illness. It is unrealistic, being a normal person, to behave so vilely. Sakura, when is he coming? I decided to change the topic of conversation. Anyway, nothing can be done with the official. According to the law he is clean, there is nothing even to kill him for, without consequences. Yes, I should already. Sipping the tea, I must say brewed it myself, Sasuke answered. However, the sensei was the first to visit us. Changing his habit of appearing unexpectedly, like a ghost from the night, he, for the sake of variety, came with his legs like everyone else and even deigned to kick the door frame, and not just burst inside. Impressed by the guest's unexpected politeness, Sasuke led him into the kitchen and poured the tea with his own hands. On this occasion, I printed out dessert, homemade cookies, bento and other delights. While Kakashi sipped and bit, thinking about what to say and where the hell to send me, we exchanged glances and prepared an attack. It's a pity that Sakura is not there, but she is an auxiliary unit in our team, even a rear one, so if we fail to knock out suitable techniques for her, then it is entirely possible to use the attempt to obtain them as a subject of bargaining in a previously discussed, that is, seated position. The silence dragged on. Well, as your sensei, I am simply obliged to assist you in the upcoming exam. Kakashi came to some conclusions. Great, you will show us cool techniques. Sasuke said joyfully, which caused a considerable shock in the sensei, and by the way, in me too. It looked too much like classic Naruto, and not like a gloomy boy driven by revenge. Ahem, I'll show you something, yes. Before Sakura appeared, our trio had eaten about 70% of the goodies I had printed out and drank 3 mugs of tea each. During this time, Sensei, with our possible help, managed to draw up a training schedule and even select a couple of the most suitable techniques. Actually, there were no problems with cool ninjutsu for Sasuke. Chidori, aka the lightning sword, aka the local analog of the flash bomb. Problems arose with the technique for me. Despite having mastered the 5 elements and even mastered techniques, my speed was negligible. If I was already within the limits of a genin, at the very least, I was still far from reaching the standards of a poor Chunin. In principle, the Rasengan would have suited me, fortunately the control allowed, but the trouble is, I could study it on my own. Nevertheless, it is one of the few techniques quite clearly described in the anime. I already tried to implement it once. In general it worked 2 out of 10 times, so I didn't want to waste a unique chance to have a powerful, or even unique, technique on something that I could master myself, and I didn't have the desire to demonstrate extra abilities. It's pointless to master the same Chidori, either I'll look at it myself, or I'll show Sasuke later and talk it out, and it's unlikely that it will break. And what kind of equipment do you need? Finally, the sensei gave in and decided to inquire about what he wanted. You see, teacher, Sasuke and I are fighters, but his technique is contact, and so are all mine. Sakura, unfortunately, is too weak. All she can do is support us in battle with throwing weapons, even reinforced with seals or chakra. We don't really have defensive techniques at all, almost all of them are entirely attacking, so I would like something universal for defense and attack, or at least defensive, but not individual, that's it. And yet, we would like at least some kind of immobilizing equipment, but more powerful, so that even the Biju can be swaddled, otherwise it's a problem to hit with something. Actually, yes, of the attacking ninjutsu you only have Uchiha fire techniques for medium distance and iron. I have one technique, one might say it's a family technique, it's called chakra chains. You can use it to defend yourself, to attack, and to immobilize, but it's very complicated. Pfft, he reproduced the sound so beloved of Sasuke, which caused an ambiguous reaction from his interlocutors. Perhaps it's worth making a small digression and talking about the development of new techniques. In general, any ninjutsu technique was studied simply. If you stripped away the excess, what remained in the dry squeeze was the correct work with chakra, tied to hand seals. Actually, it was possible to simply develop the correct manipulations with energy, it's just that the seals in the learning process also meant working with energy, and the basic techniques. As a result, a fairly strong connection was obtained in the student's brain. As a result, simple techniques were learned by simply repeating seals. The body itself carried out the usual manipulations with both hands and chakra. At most, some required a slight emphasis on dosing energy. More complex techniques required additional work and control, although the basis was still the same basic manipulations, tied to the mechanical actions of the hands. So, sensei planned to teach me not so much how to perform a technique, but how to create it myself. It would seem, why is this necessary? Because there are ready-made ones, take them and use them, but not everything is so simple. When you create something yourself, even if it's an analog of a well-known and even widespread thing, you get incredible control. Alternatively, by simply changing the flow of energy, instead of a multi-meter monumental wall, you get a thin, but incredibly strong and terribly sharp spike, or even 100 such spikes. Many people know about this, but, as always, few people use it, yet the available arsenal is quite rich and versatile. There are no people willing to reinvent wheels, almost none. It's like with science, theoretically almost everyone can become a professor, but for some reason I haven't seen even candidates in the district, let alone those who want to, for years, poring over a narrow topic for decades in a dim or even bright and comfortable laboratory is generally a fraction of a percent. The peculiarity of the chakra chains was their mobility. Free manipulation of the result required a global understanding of the work, but in the long term it gave an incommensurable result. I remember that in the manga, with the help of these chains, even the strongest Biju was able to be held for a time sufficient for sealing. I can't say that this is exactly what I expected to achieve from the sensei. There was some hope, I don't argue, but rather in the background. Well, in the end it turned out very well, it just turned out great. In light of the upcoming meeting with Orochimaru and the subsequent events of the canon, and against the backdrop of the absence of one of the most important components, now there are real chances to cope with the one-tailed one. I will be able to swaddle the Biju, Sasuke will quickly open it with his Chidori and bring Gaara back to normal, and now there are good chances to escape from Auric. In general, my whole idea of fighting Orochimaru boiled down to one thing: firmly fix the unkillable weapon and leave it alone. He seems to be practically immortal, he can change bodies and all that. In the cartoon he famously crawled out of his own mouth, so let him live. The main thing is tie it securely and fix the jaws so that the mouth does not open again. I have nothing against him at all, if you think about it. So we figured it out. What about Sakura? Even if we had rehearsed it in advance, I'm not sure we could have delivered it in such unison. And with her I will work on tactics. Kakashi cut off harshly. Still, there is nothing else left for now, the base is weak. Still, the sensei condescended to give explanations and justifications. Okay, let's make some more tea. It was while destroying the remains of sweets and peaceful conversation about the weather and prospects for the harvest, that is, the characteristics of future opponents and their chips in the difficult task of ending the life of a neighbor, in an almost idyllic setting, we were found by a pink-haired girl who appeared with a rather large basket of provisions that the wise woman had collected for her mother. Hi all. Oh, hello, Kakashi-san, the girl immediately corrected herself when she saw the teacher in the company. And I brought you a snack, here. The ceremonial placement of a string bag, emitting very pleasant aromas for the sense of smell, on the table. Thank you Sakura, PSYB, Furbull, yeah, whoever could, thanked him as much as he could. Teacher, have you come to help us prepare for the exam? Can you show us some cool techniques? Why are you laughing? Maoinkhyyy, ugh, I'll show you Sakura, don't worry. Okay, I didn't seem to be very offended, more like a formality, so to speak, purely in a lady's way. We can't explain to her why we suddenly decided to retrain as horses, especially since her questions are quite reasonable. Having finished the meal and moved to a clearing with a cute gazebo. Of course, under the shade of Sakura, in this case a tree, we began to master the theoretical part, and even then, without jumping on branches or waving our arms and legs with a full belly. Today Sensei amazed us with his ability to speak briefly and to the point. No, in general, he is not a nightingale anyway, but he is as close to our Kaguya as to the moon, although in the art of saying a lot without saying anything, he is also not a layman, let's be honest. If we discard the slight touch of theoretical husk, then the initial development of Chidori in chains was banal. Take a bunch of chakra, turn it into a skein of elemental, and now, my friends, carefully shape it, and I'll go about my business. For chains, it is best to make a lot of rings, connect them to each other and start mastering. For Chidori, diamond-shaped scales are best, and thinner ones make them thinner. Stupid, you're not Naruto, although you have a lot of chakra, it's not an ocean. Sakura was also given a small scroll, borrowed from Papa Sasuke's office, may he rest in heaven, in which a dozen titles were written. They say, on you, maiden, a list, drink to the library, master it. The teacher, who had almost left us, wondered if he was sick, or even washed himself off like a human being, with his feet and without special effects, and managed to ask the question, how do you even control the chain? Easy, stretch chakra threads to several rings, like soon as puppets do with their dolls, and control them. Ha. All I had time to tell the rapidly fleeing back was how one could run away while walking so slowly, a great secret, no less, only accessible to jonins. No, in principle, everything is clear. The same control can be trained using several techniques that involve the use of those same threads, or rather flows. They even showed them to us at the academy and gave us some practice, just so that we were aware, and they also told us about puppets, how sworn friends, neighbors, competitors, you need to know them by sight. Okay, let's study. Pooh. 100 clones are all we have. We could have more, but we feel sorry for our heads, and so several hundred are already sitting outside the territory, puzzled. I feel like it's going to be hard in the evening. It took a couple of days to get used to it and get into a rhythm, then everything settled down and, at the pace of a locomotive going downhill, it began to pick up speed. In the morning, a workout warm-up, then breakfast. Usually Sakura brought it to us in a basket, less often the maid provided it, then work on techniques, and spent 20% of our time on new ones. Before lunch, they had joint training sessions as a team, a dusty and enlightened girl came running from the library, and the teacher's clones acted as opponents. The sensei himself was not present often, usually ran in before the start, to look at the progress in new techniques, to give a guiding and directing slap on the head, and then he disappeared again in an unknown direction. Although, sometimes the training came as a surprise. Once we had 3 Rock Lee clones as our opponents. How they beat us down, I almost developed cognitive dissonance then. I didn't immediately understand what was going on. There was no time to remember about the boys' inability to do ninjutsu, and it's difficult to do this when they're trying to hit you in the jaw with a turntable with their heel. If it weren't for such a noticeable difference in classes, and I had the opportunity to spar with the original, then it would still be a pleasure, but Roku was still as close to the clones as the moon. In general, under Lee's illusion, the clones of his teacher, the Green Beast of Konoha, abbreviated ZZK, were running, wrapped in the power of youth and tight jumpsuits with eye-catching colors. In the anime he was only in green, but in the original there was also a stylish burgundy and light blue, and even something with stripes came across. We must pay tribute. The sensei did not just ask his friend to select 3 clones, as usual, a good way to diversify training and rinse your brain. They also redesigned them to fit Lee's dimensions, otherwise the illusion would have been of no use. After we, at the very least, managed to kill 1 nimble clone and exhaust the rest, while conditionally surviving, the appearance of the sensei's clone happened, with a short lecture on the topic. The guys listened to the rant with interest, but I seriously thought about reconsidering my attitude towards Kakashi's teaching skills. No matter how much you try to hammer something into your head with words, nothing works, but here is a clear example. It seems that the enemy is well known. Quite recently we studied together, fought, we imagine what and how, but nothing like that. With this same little training, Sensei immediately taught me not to relax even in a fight with a known enemy, and such a one, whose weaknesses are known to everyone. Sakura barely saved her hair when the clone burst into flames, and at the same time not to trust even very verified information. I remember that at the first stage, Kabuto laid out the cards, showing, on Orika's orders, the 7th team of opponents, demonstrating their strengths and weaknesses. This knowledge did not help the guys much. Although, they made it to the meeting with the Snake Sannin, and then they worked well. It's a pity not with their heads. By the end of the 3rd week of joint training, Sasuke finally managed to assemble his lightning sword and even swing it quite confidently, a sight, let me tell you, an impressive one. The hand is practically invisible, the sword hums, sparkles, everything around is electrified, there are constant flashes, and how he chops is delightful to watch. They tested it first on the trees. What can I say, it's a lumberjack arsonist's dream. The giants are blown away in several swoops, pretty much scorching. It's better for them not to touch the stones. There is some kind of moisture in any boulder. This is not absolutely dry regolith from the moon, because when struck with a sword, a pebble not only melts, it also explodes quite quickly. Luckily, they didn't spare chakra to strengthen the bodies and didn't catch a single fragment with their eyes. Still, I had to smear myself with a local analog of iodine and mend the holes in my suit. The big-eyed one just threw it away. That's understandable, I was on the sidelines, but he was in direct contact and then made the flight. Those rags that were left on him were useless to mend. But they found an interesting use for individual components of Chidori, something like a defective chakra cover. Molding scales at the point of contact was not a difficult task, but it was necessary to develop a skill, to develop automatism. Sakura was entrusted with this important task, and at the same time, the skills of throwing deadly pieces of iron were developed. It looked like this. During an afternoon individual training, a girl was throwing kunai, shuriken, and other things that came to hand at the Uchiha, who at that moment was sparring with my clones or practicing something of his own. It was possible to defend oneself only with the help of diamonds of lightning chakra or, in extreme cases, dodge. I, in a similar situation, fought back with the help of chakra threads. Good control and the absence of the need for transformations allowed me to literally turn into a hedgehog. In general, I reworked the original circuits for myself. Due to the lack of proper speed of conversion into a spontaneous component, I had to use a trick. Each thread of chakra, and I could generate several hundred of them, although I couldn't control more than a couple of dozen. Ideally I could work with a dozen freely, and so, each thread ended with something like a storage ball. The threads or balls themselves are special. They did not pose a danger, nor did they have the strength to knock a flying object off its trajectory, at most. But in these balls it was possible to simultaneously slowly transform one's chakra into elemental one. As a result, in a couple of minutes we got several hundred clots of elemental energy, all of different directions. And there were no problems using it for business. Moving it along the same threads was a piece of cake, no more difficult than chasing a leaf, the very first control exercise, by the way. With this kind of bypass maneuver, I could at least get the original chakra chain. One difference: each link will have its own thread, although the same diamonds that Sasuke uses. Unlike him, by the way, I can also throw them from a bunch of sides at once. He can only give out his scales in a diverging stream towards the enemy, but I can put strings behind my back, make a transformation there and shoot. Fortunately few people will pay attention to them. In a shinobi fight, the background becomes very saturated, and no one will waste money on breaking them. Disproportionate chakra costs, which is why, by the way, they don't cut off the puppets from the puppets, cutting off the threads in a wide front. At most, a couple will be torn off, to win a moment and break through to the puppeteer. Although against the latter it is much more effective to throw all sorts of nasty things at their own threads. Fortunately they are ideal guides. You just need to work at least half at once. It's too easy to break and restore the thread, and there are some specific methods of protection. Loops, for example, all sorts of. The knots are tricky. By the way, in this regard, Chidori is the best thing, cutting the threads and launching a high-voltage discharge, 2 in 1. The evenings, as a rule, were spent talking. Actually, at first it was planned to analyze training, simulate various situations and everything else useful, but in the end it all came down to fairly simple kitchen gatherings over a mug of tea. It was too early for our bodies to drink sake. No, we analyzed the same training and even discussed different tactics and situations. It was just that this was done in passing, but mostly they just communicated and got to know each other. Perhaps it was precisely for the sake of these evenings that it was worth starting everything: techniques, skills, developments. This is undoubtedly important, but it is much more useful to understand who you have to trust with your life. The day ended with Sakura leaving and Sasuke escorted the girl home, while I took a shower, collapsed on the futon and, having scattered the clones, fell into a faint sleep under the load of impressions. We decided to devote the last day before the exam to rest. We only had morning and joint training, and went to nature for lunch and at the same time to relax. As they say, barbecue, mashlick and other joys of out-of-town tourism. Sakura, by the way, showed an unhealthy initiative and secretly chatted about our plans to the 8th team, or rather, she told it only to Hinata, but did not take into account the heightened hearing of Kiba, or rather his dog. As the result turned out quite an unexpected meeting for me. As soon as we got out of the Uchiha quarter with baskets, we, completely by chance, met Hinata, who was immediately invited by Sakura to a picnic, but I was surprised at the amount of supplies we were carrying. Although then a truly unexpected meeting happened, Shino, literally dragging in tow with Kiba with Akamaru happily jumping around them. The last one, by the way. Hello. Are you going to nature? We are with you. Of course, no one was expecting our answer, and the delicate Shino's attempt to insert at least something was interrupted by a powerful slap on the back. Here Shino is with us. The dog owner happily commented on the inarticulate cough of his fellow dog owner. I wonder if he used chakra when he was patted on the back. It's unlikely. Kiba's sense of proportion has always been poor. A beetle lover would be carried away to the nearest wall, no less. I had to take it with me, as they say, you can't prevent it. Lead, and exposing Hinata in front of her own team in the light of the exam would have been the ultimate disgusting thing. So, the Magnificent Seven arrived at the pond, and what if Kiba is considered intelligent and relatively adequate, and his dog, who, in my opinion, is even somewhat smarter than the owner, makes sense to be accepted as a full-fledged person. In fact, all shinobi companions by default are very difficult animals. In fact, like their owners, in any case, they are not even close to their wild counterparts, chakra. It is the kind that you want to change, and against the will of the person being changed. In general, we had a wonderful time, swam, sunbathed, fried meat and bread, and most importantly played football. You can't even imagine what shinobi football is. It's useless to describe it, you have to see it. The playing field was the surface of a rather large body of water, along which, at the speed of a scooter, in a whirlwind of splashes, 6 bodies rushed at exorbitant speeds. The ball was an ordinary cobblestone. In fact, about 7 of them were used, this despite the fact that they had already guessed and nourished the second one and strengthened with chakra. The first one simply crumbled from the pass, right away. In short, an enchanting spectacle and a lot of impressions. Friendship won as usual. It's just that at some point the game transformed into, take away the stone, nothing. As for me, it became even funnier. Again, Kiba found something to do with his irrepressible energy of jealousy. You should have seen his face when he managed to win the stone from me a couple of times or prevent me from taking it away. He was simply beaming with happiness. He even let Hinata sit next to me and talk calmly without getting into the conversation and without trying to steal all the attention. Here, it's true, the girl herself also helped. She didn't so much speak as she just sat next to her and smiled, periodically flashing a light blush. Remembering our agreement, we chatted exclusively about abstract topics, about the upcoming exam, about childhood, our evening gatherings, and general changes in the atmosphere allowed Sasuke to support this topic quite tolerably, as the company understood this, and memories began to pour in. Actually, this is quite indicative. Remember yourself, not even at 13 to 16, but at 20 to 25 years old, you often talk about your childhood with friends over a glass of tea. Perhaps, that such conversations never, more or less begin, when your children grow up, and the age is at least over 30, and that doesn't happen often. And here, in fact, the small fry indulges in memories that are more typical for old people. We just don't have, unfortunately, especially fond memories. Shinobi training, the path of a professional killer. That's why yesterday's children remember their first years to the smallest detail. It's rare that an adult will remember in detail the first birthdays, the first ice cream. No, many can remember individual episodes, but they can talk about them with sparkling eyes, waving their arms, and betting that one merchant's food is tastier than another, and so that those around got involved in a dispute. Nonsense, unfortunately or fortunately, I won't undertake to judge. In the evening, when it got dark, they staged a fireworks show and a fire show according to my idea. At first, the idea of using military techniques simply to obtain colorful effects caused a shock. After all, I had spent years learning to kill using this and suddenly received offers to use it for entertainment. Think of it as a workout. And you know, things went well. It's a pity that they didn't take into account, including me, that it's fraught with technicians en masse near the village. Although we must give credit to the patrol, they didn't sound the alarm, quickly figured out what was going on and gently interrupted our entertainment. We had a good rest and I'm glad. Let these children have another bright memory. Soon we will clash in a mortal fight with the same guys. It seems that we have nothing to share, the same Gaara or Orochimaru's henchmen. They could sit with us just like that, have fun, tell something of your own, even though most of them had no more than a couple of such bright spots all the time. That's why they are more expensive. That's why telling about them is a sign of trust, openness, but instead, for several hours we have to tear each other apart. You bastard world. Walk me out, please. Hinata said as we entered Konoha. Fine. Okay, bye. It was unfortunate that Kiba met my gaze. Under the weight of my thoughts I was somewhat nervous, so I glared at his attempt to get in expressively. Still, dog breeders have some advantages that they have adopted from their companions. They immediately discern the opponent's condition, even if they interpreted it incorrectly. Kiba himself is not a bad guy, although he is a self-confident fool, but he is honest, open, straight as a lamppost and loyal to the end. His self-invented rivalry with me is more of a game. He is absolutely not ready to fight to the death for Hinata, or rather not like that. If she is in danger, he will rush into battle without hesitation, even with zero chances and a full awareness of futility. He will climb, but the choice of a friend, here the final word is hers, but to show off as best she can, yes, there's no way without it. We had a strange walk, silent. I remember reading that he and she walked silently and were happy from the mere fact of being next to each other. As far as I can remember, I have never been able to walk a girl home like this, at least without subsequent insults and reproaches. And here, they walked and walked. I thought about Kiba, about the guys, about this world, where children have to kill each other for the sake of some higher goals in which they have no idea. I tried to understand the full depth of this bloody and perversely fair, yes no, rather an honest, at least more honest than ours, world. This exam, an actual review of forces, a method of anemic establishment of the hierarchies of hidden villages. In fact, no one hides this from us, everything is fair and everything is as it is, only, as usual, there are many different nuances, all sorts of vile moments because of which some are actually sent to slaughter, and as a rule they forget to report them. Yes, I'm already confused in all this. Well, what the hell, my brains are boiling. One of the fighters correctly said, there is your own platoon and the rest. There is a deep homespun truth in this approach. So you can get so philosophical that there will be one more builder of the world, but here there are enough of them even without me, because the worst thing is that each of them, in general, wants the best for others. They just all have one little point: the end justifies the means. That's why hecatombs of bodies are piled up around or will be. Ku. Don't Naruto, everything will be fine, smack. I didn't even notice how we reached the Hughes district. I was so amazed by the actions and words of my girlfriend. Yes, it was then that I first thought of her as my own. It is necessary, even if not to understand, but to feel accurately and subtly, and, overcoming shyness, to kiss her on the cheek, quite a shock therapy for both. A few words and a naive, timid kiss, and the confusion immediately went away in my head. The understanding came for why I train like hell and generally live here, but for them, my friends, Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, and even. Come on, for Kiba's sake. No, it's not even understanding that has come, but acceptance, a simple truth in general. We all live for the sake of others, but we have to make a choice between mortal combat or salvation. Because of them, because of friends and loved ones, we choose the first. That grandfathers in the past world stood in front of bullets for communism or Stalin, it doesn't matter, they stood for friends and family, in the rear or occupation. Thank you. Click, a thin girlish finger suddenly hit me on the nose. In my opinion, they also stuck out their tongue at me. I'm not sure. Hinata and the Shunshin galloped off over the block wall, a silver-eyed fidget, too quickly. And just like that, the pre-exam day ended with the second shock in 5 minutes. Actually, there was still a run to the bed, brushing teeth, changing clothes, putting the clones to bed and then dispersing them, but who is interested in this household stuff? That's where the story ended.